Ncf 4. Science education. Science is a dynamic body of knowledge that enables an understanding of the world around us through a process of inquiry. This process leads to acquisition of valid knowledge about the world, and of scientific values and capacities, such as formulating questions and hypotheses, inquiry, evidence-based thinking, creativity, understanding cause and effect relationships, and decision-making. In the school curriculum, children start learning the processes of science from the foundational stage itself. In the preparatory stage, they continue learning the processes of science, and observe simple patterns and relationships in their natural environment. This lays the basis for concepts related to science. Science is introduced as a separate curricular area only in the middle stage. In this stage, the approach integrates biology, chemistry and physics. This integrated approach develops fundamental capacities related to all disciplines, while using connections across disciplinary areas to help students make sense of their observations and experiences. 212. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. The integrated approach continues in the first 2 years of the secondary stage, grades 9 and 10. In the next 2 years, grades 11 and 12, a disciplinary approach is taken, with physics, chemistry and biology being offered separately. Students get the opportunity to understand the nature of each discipline more deeply and develop specific competencies related to each. They also get the opportunity to explore their interest in taking the discipline up for further study. At all stages, along with conceptual understanding, the process capacities of science are developed with increasing complexity, as the methods are learnt. Students would understand the world around them with increasing depth and would also be able to explore scientific questions at different levels, across the stages. They are able to strengthen the understanding acquired at earlier stages, and also learn to communicate this understanding in different ways. Connections with other curricular areas are also emphasized. 213. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 4.1 aims. Science develops a valid understanding of the physical world, and develops other important capacities, along with values and dispositions. This in turn enables the meaningful participation of individuals in society and the world of work with scientific temper, critical and evidence-based thinking, asking fundamental questions, analyzing practices and norms, and acting for necessary changes. The world itself is undergoing rapid changes, and human beings need to adapt to these changes effectively, while also being the creators of change. It is this dynamic in which science contributes to societal, human, technological, and economic development through new knowledge and innovation. With this context, the aims of science education are: A. Developing understanding of scientific knowledge. Students develop an understanding of the concepts, principles, laws, and theories, and process capacities of science in keeping with their developmental stage. They use this understanding to explore and make sense of the world independently and in collaboration with peers. B. Developing the ability to use the scientific method. Students develop the ability to put forth arguments, predict, analyze, draw logical conclusions, take decisions and evaluate situations using the scientific method. C. Developing an understanding of how scientific knowledge evolves. Students develop a historical and developmental perspective of science. They understand that scientific knowledge developed as a result of the efforts of many individuals across many years. They also understand how the methods of science evolved over time. D. Developing an understanding of the connection between science and other curricular areas. Students view science as part of a larger canvas of disciplines. They become aware of interlinkages across disciplines. They understand that concepts, principles, laws and theories cannot be viewed as isolated parts, but together contribute to a holistic understanding of the world. A. Developing an understanding of the relationship between science, technology, and society. Students appreciate the contribution of science to society, and how different societal needs led to the generation of scientific knowledge. They develop an understanding of issues related to connections between science, technology, and society, including the ethical aspects and implications. F. Developing a scientific temper. Students develop critical and evidence-based thinking, and freedom from fear and prejudice. They develop curiosity, a sense of aesthetics, and creativity in science. They imbibe scientific values and dispositions: honesty, integrity, skepticism, objectivity, tenacity, perseverance, collaboration and cooperation, concern for life, preservation of the environment. 214. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 4.2 Nature of Knowledge. Science as an organized system of knowledge, which evolved as a result of curiosity, inquiry, logical reasoning, experimentation, and examination of empirical evidence. It enables an understanding of the physical and biological environments and phenomena, identification of meaningful patterns and relations, including causes and effects, and supports the development of conceptual models and theories, laws, and principles. A. Science provides the methods and necessary tools to explore and understand the world. These methods and tools lead to explanations supported by empirical evidence that can be tested in a variety of diverse real-life situations against rigorous criteria: observation, rational argument, inference, replicability. B. Scientific knowledge keeps evolving. This is reflected in its history. Scientific knowledge is both reliable and subject to change. Having confidence in scientific knowledge is justified, while also realizing that such knowledge may be changed or modified based on new evidence, or a reconceptualization of prior evidence and knowledge. Science, therefore, develops an appreciation for change, as well as the rigorous process through which scientific knowledge changes. C. Science is fundamentally a creative endeavor. It involves imagination of different possibilities, new ideas, alternatives, and possibilities to understand the world. It requires imagination to engage with the concepts of science, natural selection to explain diversity, planetary models to represent motion of planets, c. the microscopic world beyond our capacity for observation. Model making and design of experimental setups also require creativity. D. Scientific methods and values and dispositions are integral not only to the learning and doing of science, but also in all walks of life. They offer individuals a framework with which to engage with their activities and to base their decisions. 215. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 4.3 Subject-Specific Challenges. A major challenge related to science in the school curriculum is neglect of the development of conceptual understanding and the process capacities of doing science. A. Science teaching learning is mostly based on the textbook, with the focus on facts and definitions. One reason for this is the curricular load, which reduces the time available for exploration and discussion. The development of conceptual understanding and process capacities requires time, which is currently missing. The process of inquiry, central to learning science, requires some flexibility with respect to time. However, schools have a rigid timetable. B. Another challenge is the disconnect between what students observe and experience outside school and the school curriculum. Students come to school with their own theories about the world around them. These theories develop as they observe the world around them and seek explanations for what they see. Often, these theories conflict with what is being discussed in the classroom. Their existing notions do not get addressed in the classroom, and there is a separation between home and school science. C. As students move to higher grades, the demands on them increase, and the curricular load becomes greater. the need for abstract thinking also increases. It is critical that the students develop the capacities to be able to make the progression. However, the current focus on facts does not build these capacities. Also, the time for understanding each concept is limited, so alternative conceptions may develop that are difficult to address. Even when events like Science Fest, Bal Vaigyanik, science exhibitions, etc. are organized, the focus is on theoretical understanding rather than problem solving or discovery. D. While lack of infrastructure is common across curricular areas, learning science especially requires access to apparatus, equipment, and laboratories. Unfortunately, this is a neglected area. Low-cost, easily available materials are also not used since teachers lack the capacity to identify what is needed and how to develop it. At the secondary stage, access to a laboratory is non-negotiable. Students must be able to manipulate apparatus, use materials and design simple experiments to truly develop important competencies related to science. 216. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 4.4 Learning Standards. 4.4.1 Stage-wise curricular goals and competencies. Students start observing their environment and playing with objects around them in the foundational stage itself. This exploration continues in the preparatory stage. The focus at this stage is on the immediate environment of students, with the interdisciplinary approach in the curriculum reflecting the lives of children. The necessary competencies for learning science in the middle stage are developed in the preparatory stage through the interdisciplinary area, world around us. Science is introduced as a separate curricular area in the middle stage and continues in the secondary stage. This chapter deals with the separate curricular area of science. Therefore, this section deals with the curricular goals and competencies of science in the middle and secondary stages only. 4.4.1.1 Middle Stage Curricular Goals, Competencies and Illustrative Loss will be further fine-tuned. CG1 explores the world of matter, and its constituents, properties, and behavior. C-1.1 classifies matter based on observable physical, solid, liquid, gas, shape, volume, density, transparent, opaque, translucent, magnetic, non-magnetic, conducting, non-conducting, and chemical characteristics, pure, impure. Acids, bases. Metals, non-metals. Solutions, mixtures, separation techniques. Elements, compounds. C-1.2 describes changes in matter, physical and chemical change, and uses particulate nature to represent the properties of matter and the changes. C-1.3 explains the importance of measurement, and measures physical properties of matter, volume, weight, temperature, density, in indigenous and standard units using simple instruments. C-1.4 observes and explains the phenomena caused due to difference in pressure, temperature, and density, breathing, sinking, floating, water pumps in homes, cooling of things, formation of winds. 217. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG2 explores the physical world around them in scientific and mathematical terms. C-2.1 describes one-dimensional motion, uniform, non-uniform, horizontal, vertical, using physical quantities, position, distance, time, speed, and changes in speed, through mathematical and diagrammatic representations. C-2.2 describes how electricity works through manipulating different elements in simple circuits, and demonstrate the heating and magnetic effects of electricity. C-2.3 describes the properties of a magnet, natural and artificial, Earth as a magnet. C-2.4 demonstrates rectilinear propagation of light from different sources of light, natural, artificial, reflecting surfaces, and verify the laws of reflection through manipulation of light source and objects, and use of apparatus and artifact, plane and curved mirrors, pinhole camera, kaleidoscope, periscope. C-2.5 observes and identifies celestial objects in the night sky using simple telescope and images, planets, stars, natural and artificial satellites, constellation, comets, and explains their role in navigation, calendars, and phenomena, phases of the moon, eclipse, life on Earth. CG3 explores the living world around us, and its interaction with the inanimate world in scientific terms. C-3.1 describes the diversity of living things observed in the natural surroundings: insects, earthworms, snails, birds, mammals, reptiles, spiders, diverse plants, and fungi, and at a smaller scale, pond water, animal and plant bodies, other microscopic organisms. C-3.2 distinguishes the characteristics of living organisms: need for nutrition, growth, and development, need for respiration, response to stimuli, reproduction, excretion, cellular organization, from non-living things. C-3.3 analyzes patterns of relationship between living organisms and their environment in terms of dependence on and response to each other. C-3.4 explains the conditions suitable for sustaining life on Earth and other planets: atmosphere, suitable temperature, pressure, light. Properties of water, 218. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG4 understands the components of health, hygiene, and well-being. C-4.1 undertakes a nutrition-based analysis of food components with reference to Indian and modern dietary and culinary practices, and explain the effect of nutrition on health. C-4.2 examines different dimensions of diversity of food, sources, nutrients, geographical, social, time period-based diets. C-4.3 describes biological changes, growth, hormonal, reproductive, during adolescence, and measures to ensure overall well-being. C-4.4 recognizes and discusses substance abuse, viewing school as a safe space to raise these concerns. CG5 understands the interface of science, technology, and society. C-5.1 illustrates how science and technology help improve the quality of lives in every walk of human life: healthcare, communication, transportation, food security, mitigation of climate change, judicious consumption of resources, applications of artificial satellites, etc. C-5.2 shares views on news and articles related to the impact science and technology and society have on each other. CG6 explores the nature and processes of science through engaging with the evolution of scientific knowledge and conducting scientific inquiry. C-6.1 illustrates how the scientific knowledge and ideas have changed over time, description of motion of objects and planets, spontaneous generation of life, number of planets, and identifies the scientific values that are inherent and common across the evolution of scientific knowledge, scientific temper, science as a collective endeavor, conserving biodiversity and ecosystems. C-6.2 formulates questions using scientific terminology to identify possible causes for an event, patterns, or behavior of objects, and collects data that is usable as evidence through observation of the natural environment, designing simple experiments or use of simple scientific instruments. CG7 communicates own questions, observations and conclusions related to science. C-7.1 uses scientific vocabulary to communicate inferences and ideas about science accurately in oral and written form, and through visual representation. C-7.2 designs and builds simple models to demonstrate scientific concepts. C-7.3 represents real-world events and relationships through diagrams and simple mathematical representations. 219. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Illustrative learning outcomes for the middle stage. Curricular goal, CG2, explores the physical world around them in scientific and mathematical terms. Competency, C-2.2, describes how electricity works through manipulating different elements in simple circuits, and demonstrate the heating and magnetic effects of electricity. Table B 4.4i. ABC. Competency describes how electricity works through manipulating different elements in simple circuits, and demonstrate the heating and magnetic effects of electricity. Grade 6, Grade 7, Grade 8. 1. Identifies the different components of a simple circuit: bulb, cell, and wire. Identifies role of switch in a complete simple circuit. Demonstrates the heating effect of electricity in various appliances: X, geyser, immersion rod. 2. Makes a functioning simple circuit using bulb, cell, and wire with different arrangements. Makes a complete functional simple circuit using bulb, cell, wire, and switch. Demonstrates the magnetizing of an iron nail due to electricity passing through a conducting wire wrapped around it. 3. Draws representative circuit diagrammatically, without symbols. Corresponds symbols in circuit diagram with components of a simple circuit. 4. Analyses whether a circuit will function looking at the diagrammatic representation, without symbols. Draws circuit diagram with different arrangements using symbols. 5. Assembles a functional simple circuit based on the circuit diagram 220. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 4.4.1.2 Secondary Stage Curricular Goals, Competencies and Illustrative Laws will be further fine-tuned. CG1 explores the world of matter, its interactions, and properties at the atomic level. C-1.1 describes classification of elements in the periodic table, and explains how compounds, including carbon compounds, are formed based on atomic structure, Bohr's model, and properties, valency. C-1.2 investigates the nature and properties of chemical substances, distillation, crystallization, chromatography, types and properties of mixtures, solutions, colloids, and suspensions. C-1.3 describes and represents chemical interactions and changes using symbols and chemical equations: acid and base, metal and non-metal, reversible and irreversible. CG2 explores the physical world around us, and understands scientific principles and laws based on observations and analysis. C-2.1 applies Newton's laws to explain the effect of forces, change in state of motion, displacement and direction, velocity and acceleration, uniform circular motion, acceleration due to gravity, and analyzes graphical and mathematical representations of motion in one dimension. C-2.2 explains the relationship between mass and weight using universal law of gravitation and connect it to laws of motion. C-2.3 manipulates the position of object and properties of lenses, focus, center of curvature, to observe image characteristics and correspondence with a ray diagram, and extends this understanding to a combination of lenses, telescope, microscope. C-2.4 manipulates and analyzes different characteristics of the circuit, current, voltage, resistance, and mathematizes their relationship, Ohm's law, and applies it to everyday usage, electricity bill, short circuit, and safety measures. C-2.5 defines work in scientific terms, and represents the relationship between potential and kinetic energy, conservation of energy, in mathematical expressions. C-2.6 demonstrates the principle of mechanical advantage by constructing simple machines, system of levers and pulleys. C-2.7 describes the origin and properties of sound, wavelength, frequency, amplitude, and differences in what we hear as it propagates through different instruments. 221. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG3 explores the structure and function of the living world at the cellular level. C-3.1 explains the role of cellular components, nucleus, mitochondria, endoplasmic reticulum, vacuoles, chloroplast, cell wall, including the semi-permeability of cell membrane in making cell the structural basis of living organisms and functional basis of life processes. C-3.2 Analyses similarities and differences in the life processes associated with nutrition, reproduction, and transport of materials in organisms, transport of water and photosynthesis in plants. Digestion, circulation, breathing and excretion in animals. Absorption of nutrients in fungi. C-3.3 describes cellular mechanisms of heredity, DNA, genes, chromosomes, variation and diversity, changes in sequence of DNA, movement of organisms carrying alleles in the population. CG4 explores interconnectedness between organisms and their environment. C-4.1 applies the knowledge of diversity at the cellular level and the ecological role organisms play for the classification of living organisms, 5-kingdom classification. Autotrophic, heterotrophic nutrition. Prey, predator, and parasite. C-4.2 illustrates different levels of organizations of living organisms, from molecules to organisms. C-4.3 analyzes different levels of biological organization from organisms to ecosystems and biomes, and interactions that take place at each level. C-4.4 analyses patterns of inheritance of traits in terms of Mendel's laws and its consequences at a population level, using models and/or simulations. C-4.5 analyze evidence demonstrating the consequences of the process of natural selection on biological evolution in terms of changes, structure, and function of organisms. CG5 draws linkages between scientific knowledge and knowledge across other curricular areas. C-5.1 analyses and communicates views on the impact of science and technology on human life through various modes: essay, poster, play, story, presentation, picture book, cartoons, graphic novel. C-5.2 examines a case study related to the use of science in human life from the perspective of social sciences and ethics, e.g., Marie Curie, Jenner, treatment of patients with mental illness, the story of the atomic bomb, Green Revolution and GMOs, conservation of biodiversity. C-5.3 applies scientific principles to explain phenomena in other subjects, sound pitch, octave, and amplitude in music. Use of muscles in dance form and sports, 222. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG6 explores knowledge in India and its connection to scientific ideas. C-6.1 describes indigenous practices related to health and medicinal herbs. C-6.2 describes the empirical evidence used in Indian medical practices, Ayurveda, Unani, and astronomy, Aryabhat's and Varamahira's contributions to astronomy. C-6.3 identifies contributions of Indian thought to scientific ideas, atom, sound, material properties, metallurgy, chemical reactions, motion of bodies, estimations at astronomical scales. CG7 explores the nature of science by doing science. C-7.1 develops accurate and appropriate models, including geometric, mathematical, graphical, to represent of real-life events and phenomena using scientific principles, and use these models to manipulate variables and predict results. C-7.2 designs and implements a plan for scientific inquiry, formulates hypotheses, makes predictions, identifies variables, accurately uses scientific instruments, represents data, primary and secondary, in multiple modes, draws inferences based on data and understanding of scientific concepts, theories, laws, and principles, communicates findings using scientific terminology, 223. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Illustrative learning outcomes for the secondary stage. Curricular goal, CG2, explores the physical world around us, and understands scientific principles and laws based on observations and analysis. Competency, C-2.4, manipulates and analyzes different characteristics of the circuit, current, voltage, resistance, and mathematizes their relationship, Ohm's law, and applies it to everyday usage, electricity bill, short circuit, and safety measures. Table B 4.4e. AB. Competency, manipulates and analyzes different characteristics of the circuit, current, voltage, resistance, and mathematizes their relationship, Ohm's law, and apply it to everyday usage, electricity bill, short circuit, and safety measures. Grade 9 Grade 10. 1. Investigates the effect of increasing the number of cells on the brightness of the bulb. Analyzes a domestic electric bill in terms of consumption. 2. Demonstrates the change in the brightness as the number of bulbs increase. Calculates energy consumed by a device based on its wattage. 3. Tabulates voltage data based on number of cells and current based on reading in ammeter. Explains the role of fuse in domestic circuits. 4. Derives relationship of voltage and current based on brightness of bulb. 5. States Ohm's law mathematically. 6. Identifies arrangement of different forms of circuits, series and parallel. 7. Compares the brightness of bulbs in series and parallel circuits as number of bulbs increases, keeping source of electricity constant. 8. Derives the effective resistance for bulbs connected in series and parallel arrangements. 224. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 4.4.2 Rationale for selection of essential concepts. There is a general agreement that processes of science are equally important to learn as the concepts. But usually this does not seem to get translated into our classrooms. There is a tendency to treat science as merely a bunch of facts. This approach assumes that there are certain concepts, theories, facts, and information that students must know, and that they have knowledge of science. However, the knowledge base of science known today is vast and continues to grow at an unprecedented rate. This implies that no matter how much facts of science we learn, it will never be enough. The question that this throws up is, are there essential concepts that students must learn in science at the school level? Even though it would be clear that this not complete knowledge of science, this essential set, could be decided based on three criteria. A. It provides adequate knowledge of the world for that age group. B. It provides the base and platform for learning science further. C. It provides adequate material for developing the capacities and values related to science education. In addition, whatever concepts are chosen should be interesting, challenging, and intelligible for young minds. The learning standards must make a judicious choice of content on the basis of these principles to reduce the content load on the students. This section provides the rationale that has guided the selection of essential concepts to frame the learning standards. Common considerations that have guided the selection of concepts across the middle stage and grades 9 and 10 are: I. Alignment with the developmental stages of students. E. Ensuring sufficient time for inquiry and development of process capacities. And E. Alignment with real life. Curricular goals at the middle stage are based on the concrete experiences of students. They are based on how the science curriculum can respond to the following questions. A. What do students see around them? B. What are the common observations they make? C. What are the aspects of science and technology that are part of their daily lives? D. What are their immediate concerns related to their own selves? A. How can they start making sense of multiple aspects of their environment? How can they start learning to abstract science as the explanation of their observations and experiences? F. How do students learn best? What capacities enable them to learn at this stage? G. And most importantly, how will their learning of science help them in their daily life? Curricular goals at the secondary stage move from the concrete nature of the middle stage towards abstraction. This abstraction could be in the nature of exploring what cannot be seen or in terms of more abstract representations, e.g. using a circuit diagram instead of drawing the components of a circuit. They help students extend their understanding with increasing complexity. 225. National Curriculum Framework for School Education and Abstraction. The effort is to continue with the concepts discussed in the middle stage. A few new concepts are also introduced. The questions the curriculum must respond to at this stage are: A. Is there something happening around us that we cannot directly observe? B. Why do events and phenomena repeat themselves? What are the general principles that govern the world? C. What are the reasons for diversity around? D. What is the role of science and technology in society? A. What is the contribution of India to scientific knowledge? F. How can science be applied in other areas? G. What are the connections of other areas to science? H. How should science be practiced? The responses to these questions at both stages require an identification of essential concepts that will enable students to attain the curricular goals and develop the capacity to explore further on their own. They must be able to use their understanding of these concepts to explore other concepts they may not have formally engaged with. The matter of process capacities and communication of scientific questions and ideas is much simpler. There is clear agreement on the process capacities and competencies related to communication to be developed at each stage. 4.4.2.1 Middle stage essential concepts that are part of the learning standards for this stage are chosen based on the following rationale. A. Relate to the students' observations of their immediate environment, from a small scale to a large scale, characteristics of matter, changes in matter, diversity of living things, and the night sky. Understanding these concepts enables them to further explore the material and living world. For example, they may develop an interest in astronomy through this introduction and be able to pursue it as a hobby. They will be able to independently understand different aspects of biodiversity. They will be able to apply their understanding of matter to other important events and phenomena, such as the reason for loss of aquatic life due to changes in temperature. B. Help students find scientific explanations for a variety of commonly observed and experienced phenomena, effect of differences in pressure, temperature and density, magnets, path of light and how it changes as it reflects from different surfaces. Understanding these concepts enables them to apply scientific concepts to understand other phenomena and activities in real life. For example, understanding the formation of winds will help them understand the formation of cyclones. 226. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. C. Help students see differences and relationships between different parts of their environment, characteristics of living and non-living things, relationship between living organisms and their environment. For example, they will understand the importance of environmental factors in different ecosystems, and how any change in the ecosystem has far-reaching effects. They will be able to understand how the effect of introducing chemicals in farming. D. Help students engage with common experiences, and see them through the lens of science, one-dimensional motion, simple circuits, heating and magnetic effects of electricity, particulate nature of matter and change, measurement and measuring physical properties of matter. They will be able to understand that there is a need to go beyond the obvious, and to represent what they see in simpler terms than is possible in real life. This further enables them to move towards abstraction and to be able to represent their understanding diagrammatically and mathematically. Understanding these concepts enables them to independently extend their understanding and capacities for representation. For example, they will be able to understand how the electric bell at home rings. They will be able to discuss the motion of vehicles using scientific vocabulary. They will be able to communicate more complex ideas, which may or may not be related to science, visually or mathematically. A. Help students engage with aspects of their daily life that are of immediate interest and concern. Nutrition-based analysis of food they eat, diversity in food, biological changes in their body and overall well-being, substance abuse, role of science and technology in improving their lives. They will be able to apply this understanding to explore aspects of health, hygiene and well-being independently. For example, they will be able to make informed choices about food. They are able to rationalize why to do something or not basis an informed understanding. F. Help students engage with the nature and processes of science. While all the concepts will enable this, tracing the evolution of scientific knowledge, and taking up questions for inquiry will help bring focus to these aspects. They will be able to apply their understanding of the scientific method to other subjects, and to independently conducting inquiry in all aspects of life. G. Help students develop values and dispositions which will enable them to make decisions in their daily lives as well as participate in larger society. 4.4.2.2 Secondary stage essential concepts that are part of the learning standards for the secondary stage are chosen based on the following rationale. A. Help students to develop foundations of key ideas in science that have wider application, origin, properties and propagation of sound introduces students to the idea of waves. These concepts are useful not only in understanding more advanced concepts in science but also to understand real-life applications. For example, like how television, echo, sonar, musical instruments work. 227. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. B. Help students to explain processes and materials around them in scientific terms. Application of concepts related to electricity to home, nature and properties of chemical substances used in daily life, work and energy, principle of mechanical advantage. Understanding these concepts enables them to evolve their scientific vocabulary and explore how the things that make our lives convenient work. For example, understanding the principle of mechanical advantage and applying it to systems of levers and pulleys will help students to not only make simple tasks easier but also to understand the working of more complex machines like elevators. They also understand the difference between common usage of terms like work and energy, and scientific explanations. C. Help students to engage with what they cannot see, to provide explanations for what they can observe, atomic structure and valency, formations of compounds, cellular processes, life processes, diversity, cellular mechanisms of heredity, and natural selection. Understanding these concepts enables them to appreciate the existence of the microscopic and atomic world, and how these impact our lives. D. Help students to see patterns in the world and to organize them to form generalizations, periodic table, linkage between the universal law of gravitation and laws of motion, classification of living organisms, biological organization at different levels and interactions. A. Help students to identify and manipulate variables to develop causal relationships, manipulation of object and lenses and image characteristics, and manipulation of characteristics of a circuit. These concepts enable students to play with variables and objects, developing their powers of reasoning and creativity. They help students see the beauty of science as not a collection of facts but as a process of doing and evidence-based thinking. F. Help students to represent the world in scientific terms, draw inferences, and make predictions. Representation of simple chemical interactions and changes, graphical and mathematical representation of motion, ray diagrams and building working models. G. Help students formalize their observations and understanding in the form of generalization and mathematization, relationship between mass and weight using the universal law of gravitation, relationship between kinetic and potential energy, Newton's laws, Ohm's laws, and Mendel's laws of inheritance. These concepts enable students to apply and derive scientific laws, and how they lead to a simplified understanding of complex realities. Help students to understand the contribution of India to the world's scientific knowledge, indigenous practices related to health and medicinal herbs, empirical evidence used in Indian medical practices, and development of ideas around astronomy in India. These concepts, along with contribution of Indian thought to scientific ideas, enable students to develop an appreciation for the scientific knowledge available in our country. Students will be motivated to explore more of what is available locally and in our ancient texts. 228. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Help students to develop a multidisciplinary understanding of science and its linkages with other curricular areas. Students use their understanding from other curricular areas to support science learning and apply scientific ideas to other areas. This enables them to understand the connections of science with other curricular areas, as well as with life. Students' understanding of the nature and processes of science is deepened at this stage by engaging with the science curriculum. They are enabled to conduct scientific inquiry independently and connect their findings to their understanding of scientific concepts, laws, and principles. They will be able to communicate their findings in different modes with accuracy and creativity. 229. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 4.5 Principles of Content Selection. Concepts by themselves are abstract. They need to be presented to students through content that helps them connect the concept with their previous knowledge as well as with their observations and experiences in the real world. For example, simply stating the rectilinear propagation of light is insufficient. This concept must be demonstrated to students, or they should be able to conclude that light travels in a straight line through observation or manipulation. Without suitable content, we reduce science to mere facts. To extend the example of rectilinear propagation of light, students can observe this through the formation of shadows, or the simple manipulation of cardboard sheets with small holes in front of a candle, or using a pinhole camera, periscope made in the classroom. Thus, content is extremely important, and must be selected carefully. This selection of content must be guided by following considerations. A. Content across all stages must foster scientific inquiry with increasing complexity of what students are able to do. For example, observation should progress from seeing in the foundational stage to observation at the preparatory stage, to simple manipulation in order to observe changes in the middle stage, to the manipulation of variables at the secondary stage. B. Existing assessment structure tends to assess recall of the facts of science rather than the ability to use to processes of science. Content should provide enough opportunities to comprehensively assess the process capacities at the respective stage. With the above in mind, the principles for content selection are: A. Content should be connected to the students' lives and surroundings to the maximum possible extent. A student in Andaman and Nicobar Islands and a student in Jharkhand will observe different kinds of plants and animals around them. But they should also understand the role of environmental factors. This generalization will require them to understand environments they may not have experienced as well as some abstract ideas, e.g., temperature, precipitation. Light and its use is also all around us. We use mirrors, we see rainbows, we see the sun and other sources of light. Light reflects off different surfaces in different ways. When we see objects in water, they get distorted. Content must encourage students to question and inquire about these phenomena, that will lead them to explore scientific ideas related to light. Thus, they will engage with a critical area that shows the progression of concepts, from the representation of the behavior of light through a simple ray diagram in the middle stage to representation of the behavior of plane waves in the secondary stage, as well as the advance of science and technology, from the transition of night to day to the use of lenses and mirrors, to optic fibers to observatories. B. Content should enable progression of concepts and build complexity across stages. For example, students observe sunrise and sunset, and connect it to day and night in the foundational stage. In the preparatory stage, they observe the night sky, connect direction with the setting of the sun and moon, observe sunset and sunrise at different times of the 230. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Year. Share their observations on the brightness of the sun and moon. In the middle stage, they understand what distinguishes different celestial bodies, our place in the universe, what holds solar systems and galaxies together, and how technological advances in satellites make lives easier on Earth. At this stage, a simple telescope can be used to help students observe the night sky and distinguish between celestial objects. In grades 9 and 10, they learn about the forces in play in the universe and how they impact celestial bodies, shape of celestial bodies. C. Content should provide opportunities to actively engage in the process of scientific inquiry as relevant for the stage. For example, in the earlier stages, students explore ideas of floating and sinking by making simple observations of different objects and making inferences about common properties. In the middle stage, students identify and measure the physical properties, and determine mathematical relationship between physical properties, e.g., relationship between mass, volume, and density and how this relates to flotation. They understand the concepts and represent diagrammatically the states of float and sink. They measure displacement of liquid and relate it to density. They may design simple experimental designs, e.g., clay boat of different shapes, weight, using instruments for measurement, measuring jar and overflow jar. Given data about density of liquids, they make predictions about the state of float and sink of objects in them, relative density. They communicate their inferences in different modes, oral, mathematical, diagrammatic, in words. Thus, from verifying similar properties at earlier stages they progress to making quantitative predictions and measurements to arrive at theories about flotation. At the secondary stage, they can arrive at the conclusion that the density of water is 1 and they engage with the idea of buoyancy through quantitative measurements. In this approach, students are active participants in the learning process as opposed to passive receivers of information. D. Content should allow a comprehensive assessment of process capacities at each stage. Content must be chosen to allow students to use the range of process capacities in an observable manner so that teachers can assess process capacities explicitly. This is aligned with the approach of defining competencies related to process capacities under separate goals. Assessment data must reflect the goals and competencies of the science curriculum as well. Student achievement related to process capacities should be represented explicitly. This means making a choice between presentation of a concept versus ensuring students do something to attain the understanding of the concept. On the other hand, content can offer tasks, e.g., activity, experiment, writing task, that are observable, and provide scope for interpretation and understanding of students. For example, the effect on time period of the pendulum of changing the length of the thread and mass of a simple pendulum can be discussed through a description and presentation on the blackboard, textbook. On the other hand, students can make simple pendulums using different easily available materials and record their observations. Their conclusion may not be entirely perfect compared to a well-designed pendulum, but they can draw inferences, which lead to constructing Theory 231. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. E.g., relationship between mass and length of thread, and time period. The content selected changes from time period of simple pendulum to investigating factors affecting time period of simple pendulum. Content of this nature allows the student to reflect on the process, enabling self-reflection. If the experiment is not proceeding well, e.g., the bob swings wildly, the student must examine what needs to be done. This is relevant for each stage and ensures progression of attainment of the process capacities across stages. This process also enables students to take up collaborative as well as independent study as stages progress. A. Content should enable an adequate sense of achievement at each stage. While concepts become complex across stages, milestones can be defined for subsidiary concepts that are complete and whole. For example, we introduce students to plane mirrors, then spherical mirrors, and then lenses and system of lenses. They move from understanding reflection and image characteristics at each stage in a complete manner. Similarly, in the preparatory and early middle stage, observing diversity of living organisms around and classifying them based on the observable characteristics at earlier stages allows students to make sense of living world around. In the later part of middle stage and the secondary stage, when microscopes are introduced, they make observations of living organisms, and their cellular organization allows students to reclassify or comprehend other ways of classifications of organisms based on the nature of cellular organization, such as five-kingdom system. At each stage, different scales of complexities of living organisms are observed and understood. Thus, at each stage, the criteria for classification are valid while providing scope for expanding these criteria with newer concepts. F. Content should provide opportunities for students to engage in extended durations of inquiry. Content should lead to extended, long-term inquiry beyond the classroom engagement. This can be in the form of long-term projects like documenting the cycle of food production over a season. It can also be a recording of simple observations over a period of a month or so to understand a concept better, such as drawing the phases of the moon on a classroom calendar. Or it can be a short observation like fermentation by yeast to make bread. Students could monitor the life cycle of mosquitoes, butterflies, or moths. They could also grow fruit flies to observe organisms around them. Long-term projects that allow students to learn from deeper engagement with content they learn in the classroom. For example, growing food and using that process of farm work to inform learning of scientific ideas and processes. This encourages students to go into the depth and breadth of concept. It also connects concepts to real life. G. Content should cater to the diverse needs of students. Content should cover a range of concepts that are interesting for all students. They must have opportunities to engage with the concept in different ways. For example, if a student is struggling to represent a concept in mathematical terms, they can start with representation 232. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Through a simple working model, diagram or a verbal description, and progress from there. Students with disabilities should be included in the process of learning as far as possible. In this context, a range of materials and technology, simulation, audio-video resources, is necessary. For example, a force diagram can be made using tactile materials, detailed descriptions of the force diagram can be made available, etc. H. Content must develop the ability to use the language of science. Communicating scientific ideas is critical. For this, both representation of the world as well as the development of a scientific vocabulary are critical. While the development of the scientific vocabulary progresses as engagement with scientific ideas increases, content must enable representation of natural phenomenon, from simple diagrammatic representations, evaporation, solar system, structure of plants, to more complex representations, atomic structure, structure of cell, and abstractions that make understanding easy, forces acting on a body, to mathematical representations, laws of motion, vectors, use of trigonometry and calculus to further break down abstractions to calculate magnitude of variables and make predictions. I. Content should prepare students to engage with life as responsible member of the community, as well as a career in scientific professions. Using available scientific evidence to make decisions and guide choices people make should be enabled by the science education at the school level, such as decisions to vaccinate oneself, making healthier eating choices, examine media claims critically, or contributing to inclusive society by critically examining one's belief, and so on. Science content can help students make informed decisions about one's career, teacher, doctor, engineer, technician, bureaucrats, and so on, that directly apply or build upon capacities and capabilities developed during school education. J. Content should enable students to examine and practice scientific values and other values in the NEP 2020. Content must also demonstrate scientific values, integrity, honesty, transparency, pluralism, looking at information in an unbiased manner. Objectivity. Acceptance for heterogeneous and alternative views, and enable processes that will help individual take position on societal issues. For example, examining how the geocentric conceptualization of the universe shifted to the heliocentric conceptualization, established beliefs, and observations of the orbit of Pluto being classified as a dwarf planet, middle stage and grades 9 and 10. The journey of these scientific ideas reflects the changing nature of scientific theories and the tenacity of scientists. Also, studying heredity, evolution, and biological diversity can lend themselves to an examination of how long-held beliefs were challenged by science based on evidence and how it is often presented, the superiority of humans, anthropocentrism. Assumptions of superiority of certain races. How every life matters for the symbiotic existence of every other life. Similarity of the origins and beginning of life despite later diversity of physical characteristics. 233. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. K. Content must enable integration across and within curricular areas. Learning of science can be enhanced through integration of other curricular areas. For example, playing with different musical instruments allows children to understand frequency and amplitude. Games allow students to develop concepts related to motion. Examining play on the moon helps them engage with concepts of gravity and force. The use of muscles while playing, stretching, etc. are related to physical education, which muscles are used, their use in the body. 234. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 4.6 Pedagogy. Learning science involves not just learning theories and facts of science, but also making connections between conceptual learning and real life, acquiring the process capacities of science, and most importantly, applying these to understanding the world. Students like to explore the world around them and understand why and how things happen. In this process of exploration, they use trial and error methods to test their hypothesis and reach a possible conclusion. This exploration need not take place individually. Children learn science best through engaging with peers and adults. Students have theories about why things happen, patterns they see around them, about cause and effect relationships. As they learn about science in a more formal setup, these ideas get tested. Some concepts fit into the student's current understanding, while others require a shift in thinking. If there is alignment between current ideas and what is discussed in classrooms, ideas get strengthened. At the same time, some concepts do not fit into the student's current thinking. If not addressed, they can turn into alternative conceptions. For example, heavy objects fall faster, plants and seeds are non-living because they don't move, or heavy, big objects always sink in water. If these ideas are not challenged and suitably modified through investigation, they can turn into alternative conceptions, which persist as students move through school. Apart from these theories, students also bring with them the ability to reason, understand, and explain relationships between cause and effect. These capacities serve as the basis for developing scientific reasoning. Opportunities, therefore, to inquire are important, as opposed to being told. Scientific values, like honesty and integrity, also develop through doing science. For example, while demonstrating an experiment on the boiling point of water, we should write the reading on the thermometer accurately, even if water is not boiling at 100 degrees. The role of the teacher in aligning pedagogy and assessment to how children learn science is critical. Teachers must build an environment that promotes natural curiosity, encourages questions, gives maximum possible opportunities for hands-on activities, and space to discuss ideas. Opportunities to students to express their understanding through different modes, and formative assessments to track growing understanding are also key to learning science. 235. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Teacher's Voice B 4.6i, to be edited. Addressing alternate conceptions. As a teacher, I have experienced students already have some ideas, theories constructed through their observations and social interactions which are at times not in alignment with the accepted form of scientific knowledge. Hence, before beginning any concept, I try to find out what and how students are thinking about the concept through some activities, questions and work in a planned way to help students test and redefine their thinking in light of accepted scientific knowledge. For example, while teaching living non-living, I asked students to categorize listed things into living and non-living. Going through the responses, I came across some students of my class struggled hard to accept seeds are living. They believed dry seeds are non-living and had rationale to explain the same. Seeds do not move, it does not respire. Instead of directly enforcing them to accept that seeds are living, we conducted a few experiments to understand if seeds respire, by preparing 3 jars, one containing dry seeds, one containing germinated seeds, and third jar is kept empty as control. Cotton dipped in phenolphthalein solution is kept hanging in the 3 jars and observed after an interval for color change when it interacts with carbon dioxide, given out by living things during respiration. It helps students to reconsider their belief and accept that even dry seeds are actually living. 4.6.1 Pedagogic Principles. Science pedagogy across stages must be informed by the following principles. A. Learning science requires active engagement of students with the world around them to understand it. Science pedagogy achieves this through I. Simulating the processes of science, such as asking questions, hypothesizing, observing, testing, finding evidence, collecting data, analyzing, modifying conclusions, communicating, and re-questioning. E. Exposing students to a variety of aspects of learning science in varied settings, the laboratory, classroom, and field, through approaches such as inquiry, discovery, didactic, hands-on science. E. Encouraging and sustaining curiosity by providing varied experiences that may challenge students' existing notions and ideas. B. Learning science requires communication and sharing of ideas and observations. Science pedagogy achieves this through I. Using scientific vocabulary in transaction and creating a variety of contexts and situations for students to communicate their understanding, ideas, observations. E. Peer and collaborative learning. 236. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. C. Learning science requires gradual increase in the capacity to engage with complex and abstract ideas, aligned with the cognitive and procedural capacities of students. Science pedagogy achieves this through building on children's existing knowledge and using multiple representations, mathematical, graphical, diagrammatic models. D. Learning science requires making linkages of knowledge for the holistic and multidisciplinary learning emphasized in the NEP 2020. Science pedagogy achieves this through I. Connecting scientific knowledge inside and outside the classroom. E. Horizontal connections with other curricular areas. A. Learning science enables development of certain values, such as collaboration, sensitivity, empathy, equality of opportunities, respect for diversity and other values mentioned in NEP 2020. Science pedagogy must facilitate this process. F. Learning science must be done in a variety of settings: classroom, field and laboratory. An appropriate combination of approaches and settings can be used to teach a concept. The following is a non-comprehensive list of considerations on the basis of which teachers can choose pedagogical approaches and settings. I. Nature of concept should guide decision regarding the approach and setting. For example, speed can be discussed in the play field, but structure of cell requires a microscope. E. The approach and setting chosen should not affect the attainment of learning outcomes and competencies. E. Each of recommended approaches and settings must be selected at least once in an academic year, if not more. This will ensure exposure to varied approaches and settings. IV. Even when teachers choose a didactic approach, areas that students could have potentially inquired about or discovered should be highlighted. 4.6.1.1 Recommended pedagogical approaches and settings. The same pedagogical approach can be used across the three settings most suitable for learning science: the classroom, the field, and the laboratory. This section details recommended pedagogical approaches across a variety of settings. A. Hands-on science. The most important part of learning science is actually doing science through hands-on experiential learning. Doing science can range from trial and error, using materials around them, or using basic scientific instruments, measuring instruments, and laboratory apparatus. In this process, students gain conceptual understanding and develop process capacities through manipulating, designing and building too. B. Discovery approach. Students explore the natural world following their own interests and discover patterns of how the world works during their explorations. Teachers may also create opportunities or draw attention to natural phenomena that students can explore further. Often, this discovery is followed by other more structured approaches to ensure learning. For example, the 237 National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Teacher draws attention of the students to changes in the length of the shadows as the day progresses or to the venation patterns of the leaves of different plants. Students' observations are then connected to scientific concepts such as the path of light, and the venation pattern is connected to the shapes of the leaves. C. Inquiry approach. Inquiry approach allows students to navigate through unknown questions and to explore solutions by themselves. It allows students to work in the same way as scientists. Inquiry approach engages students with systematic observation, visualizing, experimenting, inferring, communicating, discovering relations. This approach allows teachers to choose the appropriate type of inquiry with respect to the concept, and to scaffold, support as per needs, students' learning. For example, students could explore questions such as, how does the image characteristics vary with relative position between lens and object? How does the surface area of the reactants affect the rate of reaction? How does the intensity of light affect the rate of photosynthesis? D. Project-centered approach. This approach allows learning within the classroom to continue outside the classroom, and to extend over a period of time. For example, observing the changes in moon over a month to understand the phases of moon. In this process, connections to daily life are also made. The project-centered approach allows students to develop artifacts, products, charts, presentations, speech, etc. that reflect and communicates their emerging understanding. It also allows integration of concepts across different curricular areas. For example, visits to the sites of local professional communities and interactions with the people engaged there such as potters, weavers, craftspersons, farmers, blacksmith, cobbler, butcher would enable integrating concepts from vocational education and art with science. A didactic approach. Often, teaching science involves communicating certain important information in the form scientific terms, phenomena, and historical development of concepts and ideas. In this approach, the teacher largely regulates the direction and flow of the lesson. For example, after students have discovered changes in the length of the shadows throughout a day, teacher can explain effect of position of the sun on the length of the shadow, and how students can use it to keep track of the time as well. F. Demonstration. Teacher demonstrates working of certain instruments or outcomes of experimental setups to draw attention of the students to relevant concepts. These demonstrations enrich student learning experiences of the concepts. These approaches can be implemented in variety of settings as illustrated in the table below. The table illustrated how only a few competencies and related learning outcomes can be addressed. It is not comprehensive in terms of illustrated all possible combinations of pedagogical approaches and settings. 238. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Teacher's Voice B 4.6e, to be edited. Physical and chemical changes. As a science teacher, I think it's important to understand the value experimentation and discussion can add to learning of science in a student's life. Experimentation must be understood in a way that it is not something to be carried in class just to test and verify the science concepts mentioned in textbook, but to examine and connect with the pre-knowledge, opinion students already hold. For example, while working with physical and chemical changes in grade 7, I initiated the discussion for building the context of changes by asking them about the story of magic stick, that changes things it touches as per the desire of the person holding it. I asked one of the students to share the story. Further, I asked that if you suddenly get magic stick to change things around you, what are the things you would like to change? Students responded, my school bag, school dress, my toys, my home etc. Now I told, without magic stick can we change things around us? Students shared some changes which they already observed in their surroundings and daily life, like formation of curd from milk, cooking, boiling of water, ripening of fruits, decomposition of leaves, rusting of iron etc. Now I told them, various changes are taking place in our surrounding and daily life. Some of the changes involve formation of new substance while some do not, chemical and physical change. Next, I divided them into groups and asked them list and classify the changes which we discussed earlier as physical and chemical change. Now students performed experiments to verify their reasons for classification based on our earlier discussions on criteria for classification of changes. Activity sheet. After performing the experiments and drawing the conclusion, I asked groups to share their observation, results, and learnings with others. All groups shared their results, and I wrote all these in board and shared formation of new substance as fundamental criteria for chemical change. To assess their understanding, I asked the students to write 2 physical and 2 chemical changes from their daily life and mention the reason. I also provided an assessment sheet to analyze their understanding. Experiment observation conclusion with reasons. Take water in test tube and boil. Dissolve 2 grams of salt in a test tube containing 5 milliliters water. Drop an iron nail in a test tube containing copper 2 sulfate solution. Burning of paper, wood or a matchstick. 239. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Assessment sheet. Changes physical chemical not show reason. Tearing of paper. Formation of carbon dioxide by burning of wood. Change in the color of water by adding copper sulfate. Formation of bubbles and heat is evolved after adding calcium oxide to a beaker containing water. 240. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education Table B 4.6I. SATT greater than approach, laboratory. FIALD. CLASSRO ohm. Middle. SACONDARY. Middle. SACONDARY. Middle. SACONDARY hands-on science studying properties of acids and bases. Manipulating different components of electric circuit. Separating solids from liquid and solids from solids of mixtures collected from outside. Building model bird and simulating the process of natural selection of flight. Recording sinking and floating of different objects in water and other fluids. Didactic listing the conditions required for sustaining life on Mars or other celestial objects. Arriving at the law of inertia by analyzing the motion of a ball going up and down an inclined plane. Inquiry may be preceded by discovery, investigating effect on the pH of an acid with addition of base. Investigating effects of color of light on the rate of evolution of oxygen release from aquatic plant. Recording students record sunrise time and sunset time data every day for 10 days. Tabulating this data and predicting the times the sun would rise and set the next day. Investigating the factors that determines the rate of descent of a parachute. Investigating effect of folding of cloth on rate of drying of the cloth. Observing plant and animal cells under a microscope and illustrate differences between them. Demonstration showing working of water pump or hot air balloon. Setting up a rate of falling of objects along an inclined plane. Showing large shadow clock and its use. Demonstrating use of pulleys in real-life work. Using computer simulations to understand functioning of circuits. Using computer simulation to see the effects of predation on changes in the allele frequency and natural selection in mice. Project-centered observing different materials through microscope and documenting their observations. Documenting microscopic organisms found in the surrounding area. Collecting observation data on phases of the moon over a period of month. Collecting information on traditional medicinal herbs or health practices from the elder members of the community. 241. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. A combination of the recommended pedagogical approaches and settings can be used for teaching a concept. Teacher's Voice B 4.6e, to be edited. What floats and what sinks? Material required: tumblers of water, alcohol, kerosene, petrol, and sugar solution, 250 milliliters each, per group. Cork, eraser, plastic straw, beetle seed, metal paperclip, candle piece, cut pencil piece, clay, carrot and potato pieces. The students are asked to guess first as to whether a particular object would float or sink in each of the given liquids based on either the previous experience or the assumption based on their understanding. They are given the below observation table printed in a sheet. First, they are put in about 5 or 6 groups and each group contains 4 to 5 children. Objects are given to the students. They write the names of all the objects given against each liquid and they fill the third column with educated guesswork. Then they are asked to test their predictions by dropping the object into the liquids given to them. While doing so, students are also asked to look for any pattern, if they can see any. When the students come back to a large group to discuss their predictions and what happened actually, the teacher writes the various responses from the students in 2 columns in such a way that one column carries properties of liquid and the other carries the properties of the object. In case of lack of ideas from the students, the teacher can use the following questions to elicit responses in line with the flow of the activities. A. Why do you think some objects floated and some did not? Why do you think this floated in sugar solution, salt solution and did not in water? B. Why does this object sink in all three liquids? Why does this object float in all three liquids? C. Why does any object that floats in alcohol, floats in water and sugar, salt solution too? D. Why does any object that sink in sugar, salt solution sinks in alcohol and water too? A. This object did not float as you predicted. Can we work out why that is? Do you have a different view now? Liquid objects. Predict, before the experiment, float, sink. Result float, sink. Alcohol, petrol, kerosene. Water. Sugar, salt solution 242. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. F. This crushed aluminium foil is floating in water. Do you think you could find a way to make it sink? G. Do you think floating objects have anything in common? Why do you think the potato sinks while the apple floats? The questions of the above nature to be asked to students highlight sinking and floating depend upon properties of object as well as properties of liquid. This naturally warrants a situation to explore properties of object as well as liquid in which it is dropped. The questions for discussion can be used by the teacher to assess the understanding of students, formative assessment during the activity. Questions also lead the discussion towards appreciation of fact that flotation depends on both the liquids and the objects. For example, questions 3 and 4 steer the discussion towards this understanding. Later questions encourage students to examine their understanding. They help them try and find patterns in their observations. 4.6.1.2 Horizontal connections. A. Horizontal connections with other curricular areas are necessary for the holistic and multidisciplinary learning emphasized in the NEP 2020. Some curricular goals and competencies in both the middle and secondary stage are designed to ensure horizontal connections between science and other curricular areas. At the same time, pedagogy must be designed so that these connections are actually made in the classroom. B. Pedagogic approaches and methods such as inquiry and project by their nature provide scope to utilize concepts and process capacities that cut across the disciplines of science. For example, a project on investigating the sound produced by different musical instruments, and how the sound can be varied. Qualities and properties of sound produced both in terms of aesthetics, physics concepts involved, mathematical patterns and human perception lead to a holistic appreciation and integration of competencies across curricular areas. C. Pedagogic methods like survey and field-based methods enable students to see concepts through socio-cultural, economic, emotional, and scientific lenses. For example, survey of traditional medicinal and cooking practices, and their connection with the seasons. 4.6.2 Resources in science. Teaching science laboratories are essential for a good science education. However, there is currently no separate room for science laboratory in middle schools, although science kits are provided. In this situation, teachers can use their classrooms or any open space for performing experiments. The following must inform the use of resources. A. The materials and equipment should be simple and easy to use. This makes it more likely that they will be used in classrooms by teachers. At the middle stage, science kits available at most schools provide a good start. 243. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. B. However, students should not be restricted to the science kits. The more materials they use, the more opportunities they get to do science and hence, learn science. For example, improvised apparatus can be made using inexpensive materials to extend the use of materials beyond the science kit. Teacher's Voice B 4.6 IV, to be edited. Making a measuring jar. Measuring jar is usually a part of every science kit. It can also be made from simple material available around. Material required: syringes, 10 milliliters, plastic measuring cups of 5 milliliters that are usually available with syrups, figure 1, a plain paper strip, and an empty transparent bottle that can hold at least 100 milliliters. A thin bottle would serve the purpose better. Procedure. A. Paste a thin strip of paper along the length of the bottle, 1 centimeter wide. B. Fill the syringe, measuring cup to its full quantity, 10 milliliters, 5 milliliters C. Pour it in the bottle. D. Make a mark at the level of water. It is advisable to mark at the lower meniscus. The dotted line in figure 1 is the lower meniscus, A. Continue steps 2 to 4 till the expected measurement quantity is reached. C. At this stage, if the school can provide dedicated lab space, with adequate space for simple materials and resources, it must be done. D. At the same time, doing science must not be restricted to science laboratories or science kits. Classrooms, especially in the middle stage, must allow the doing of science. At the same time, all safety considerations must be kept in mind. A. Tinkering laboratories, informal spaces where students can play with simple scientific materials and equipment independently, can be set up in any room within the school. This will help students strengthen design thinking, creating and experimental capacities. Initially, students would have to be supported by the teacher. F. Students at the secondary stage would require standard scientific equipment and apparatus, and basic infrastructure, in which they perform experiments with convenience and safety. Therefore, secondary schools should have well-equipped, resourceful, and spacious science laboratory to conduct science experiments and investigations. Figure 1 Measuring cup on syrup bottles. Figure 2 Lower meniscus 244. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. G. If a school has a laboratory, but the number of the students is large, the teacher can alternatively allow students to do the experiments in groups or ask students to perform the experiments on alternate days. H. Budgets for science in the middle and secondary stages are limited, so science equipment and materials should be inexpensive. However, if the equipment is of inferior quality, e.g., weak magnet, cheap microscope with plastic lens, it may not be worth using. I. Alternatives can be used. For example, in case of unavailability of litmus paper, a teacher can use turmeric solution or turmeric paper strips for identifying the acidic and basic characteristics of the substances. For this, the teacher will take turmeric, powder or solid, and add it in a paper or glass cup containing water. This solution can be used for identification of acids and bases. Teacher can also make wet paper strips dipped in turmeric solution. Students can be asked to do the following: dry these paper strips, prepare solutions of each substance in water, dip the strip in the solution, and check the color change of the turmeric paper strips. Could you make list of change in colors of these substances? 4.6.3 Classroom Management. Classroom environment plays a vital role in students' learning. An ideal classroom of science is one which has sufficient space and flexible seating to enable both small group work and whole class seating. Flexibility of the classroom is key in terms of allowing enough space to accommodate a wide range of activities. The displays, charts and other teaching learning material in the classroom should change and get renewed in sync with the concept being dealt in the classroom. Some storage space in the room makes it easier for the teacher to have materials handy. Classroom arrangement should complement instructional strategies. One way to ensure this is to have the same classroom for science lessons, with students coming to the room instead of the teacher going to the classroom. Having a dedicated science classroom for middle and secondary stages will also help in managing the resources efficiently and reduce the operational load of the teacher. The burden of bringing materials together and ensuring they are replaced, arranging the classroom to enable students to work in groups, access to simple equipment that students may want to use, e.g., magnifying glass in a lesson on magnets in case students want to examine the surface of the magnets, and so on will be taken care of in case of a dedicated classroom. 245. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 4.7 Assessment in Science. 4.7.1 Assessment Principles. The following principles must inform assessment in science across stages. A. Assessment in science includes assessment of conceptual understanding as well as process capacities. Process capacities, like any other skill set, need sustained nurturing and constant assessment. Observation, identification of areas of inquiry, formulating questions and hypotheses, data collation and analysis, prediction, and so on, the core capacities of doing science, must be assessed from the foundational stage onwards. B. Therefore, emphasis should be on the assessment of activities and experiments, as well as inferences drawn from them, rather than assessment of facts and information. C. The following principles should inform formative assessment. I. Formative assessments help the teacher understand alternative conceptions that students hold, and the extent to which they are interfering with learning. E. This assessment is not for evaluation but to help teachers align pedagogical strategies to students' current understanding. E. Ongoing assessments will help the teacher to track the alignment of students' growing understanding to scientific concepts. D. The following principles should inform formative assessment. I. Summative assessment must include assessment of process capacities. E. It should assess different cognitive levels. It should not be limited to recall of science facts. A. Assessment in science could happen in different modes, settings, for example, formulating questions, participation in debates and discussions, developing models, including mathematical representations, to explain or demonstrate phenomenon, communicating understanding through written and other modes of expression, designing, and conducting experiments. 246. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Teacher's Voice B 4.7 to be edited. Assessment, Volume. Even though most of my grade 7 students recall the mathematical calculations for calculating volume of regular geometric objects very accurately, I'm not very sure if they have really understood the meaning of it and see its connections with floating, sinking as well. I feel paper-pencil test through questions cannot sufficiently address the assessment of such skills because just solving numerical by applying mathematical formula is not adequate to claim students have understood the concept and can apply the same in daily life situations. Hence, I was looking for tools, techniques that are valid and reliable to assess conceptual understanding where students get an opportunity to engage with meaningful activity to test if they can apply their understanding. I believe designing appropriate assessment tool, technique is highly crucial to understand if students have really understood the concept. I decided to use investigation as an assessment tool to understand and extend students' learning and move a step towards independent thinking and learning. There are 3 assessment tasks I used in my class. Task 1. I provide a table with data showing the volume measured and volume of water displaced for a small set of unknown objects. I ask students to make predictions if the object will sink or float based on this data. Task 2. I ask students to measure the volume of irregular objects such as stone, metal spoon etc. and report their findings. Task 3. I ask students to write a note if the same approach would work for other liquids and the same set of objects, for example, oil, medical spirit etc. I expected these 3 tasks would also help me identify levels of understanding of the students and I make changes in my plan for subsequent lessons. 247. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 4.7.2 Assessment Approaches. Table B 4.7 Formative Assessment, Summative Assessment. Informal, formal, informal, formal. Internal. During a task related to inquiry, if students are able to define the problem for investigation or proposing hypotheses during discussions. While using scientific apparatus independently, observing if the students are using apparatus such as microscope, telescope with care and appropriately. While doing tasks related to investigation, inquiry, assessing if a student is open to others' ideas to incorporate into investigation. Rubric-based evaluation of science process competencies when students are engaged in an investigation, inquiry. Asking students to recall what was studied in the previous unit, class which connects it to the planned unit, class. Quizzes and tests evaluating at the end of the unit or a set of units. External. Board examinations and certifications. 4.7.2.1 Homework. Homework allows extended engagement with the concepts outside of the classroom. Certain specific areas where homework can extend science learning are as follows. A. Applications of scientific concepts to the daily life. B. Practicing procedural knowledge of scientific process. C. Collecting information from the community members, for projects or for feeding into the next set of lessons. D. Practicing expressing scientific understanding and ideas in written form. 248. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Teacher's Voice B 4.7e, to be edited. Assessment of process capacities, summative activity. Students are provided with 3 containers, say, a paper cup, a metal can, and a coffee mug, 3 thermometers, a stopwatch, and a sheet of paper with the following instructions. Hot container activity. Your challenge is to determine which of the 3 containers will keep a hot drink warm for the greatest length of time. Your experiment will last 10 minutes, and you are expected to keep records of your work. A. Gently place a thermometer in each container and ask your teacher to pour hot water into them. Measure the temperature of the water in the container. Decide how you will gather your data and record it in the table. When you have collected the data for 10 minutes, then you must answer the questions. B. According to your data, which container will keep a hot drink warm for the longest amount of time? Explain your choice. C. What is about this container that explains these results? D. Which container do you think will be the best for keeping ice cream cold? What is the reason for your choice? Rubric. To assess this skill, a rubric need to be designed to grade assessment of students. SL. No. Time cup A cup B cup C. SL. No. Item criteria and indicators points. Allocated. 1 item 1 use of equipment. A. Use of thermometer properly and safely without any help from teacher. 1 point. 1 point. B. Needs assistance with using or reading the thermometer. 0 point. Recording data. A. Entire data chart filled in with times and temperatures. 3 points. 1 point. B. Data gathered over entire time period. 1 point. C. Temperature data show temperature declining over time. 1.249. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 2 Item 2 Identifying container. A. Choice of container that says warm the longest is consistent with data. 1 point. 1 point. B. Data does not support choice of container. 0 points. Explaining choice. A. Explanation contrasts chosen container with the other 2. 3 points. 2 points. B. Explanations focus on only the chosen container. 1 point. C. No explanation for chosen container. 0 point. 3 Item 3 Inference about container characteristics. A. Compares composition of all containers and ability to transfer and retain heat. 3 points. 2 points. B. Identifies chosen container's characteristics without comparison. 1 point. C. Lack of logical explanation about container's property. 0 point. 4. Item 4. Identifying container. A. Selects the same container as was identified for item 2. 1 point. 1 point. B. Selects different container from item 2. 0 point. 5. Item 5. Explaining choice. A. Describe how transfer and retaining heat applies to hot and cold substances. 3 points. 2 points. B. Provide reasonable explanations but without referring to it. 1 point. C. Explanation not provided or is not sensible. 0.250. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 4.7.3 Outcome of Assessment. Given the importance of the processes of science in the science curriculum, a narrow view of the outcomes would fail to reflect the competencies included in science curricular area. The process of assessment leads to certain specific outcomes for students, teachers, head teachers, parents, and other stakeholders. For students, the outcomes should provide a clear view of the present learning across curricular goals and competencies. Teacher, the outcomes should guide classroom practices, pedagogic choices to ensure attainment of competencies. This is particularly true for process capacities. Head teacher, for head teachers, the outcomes should give comprehensive view of the academic health of the school across grades and stage levels with respect to science. 251 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Chapter 5. Social Science. Social science is a systemic study of human society and the relationship between the individual and society, social institutions, and organizations. It draws its content from the disciplines of history, geography, political science, and economics, to provide an interdisciplinary understanding of society and its functions. At the heart of social science education lies an understanding of the world, the diverse concerns of human society, and participating in it as empathetic and responsible citizens. In the school curriculum, the study of social science starts in the middle stage. Students in this stage will engage with various aspects of society through a thematic approach to social science learning. The themes will progress from the local to the regional, then to the national and the world. The students will engage in an empirical inquiry into content drawn from all four disciplines on various aspects of society in an integrated manner. At the secondary stage, students will develop a deep conceptual understanding of the four disciplines comprising social science. This will enable the learning of discipline-specific methods of inquiry and knowledge. 252. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 253 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 5.1 Aims. Social science plays an important role in developing in an individual student a comprehensive sense of the human world and its functioning. In an increasingly globalizing and interdependent world, this understanding is critical to help students see how things around them are changing, what the causes of these changes are, and how the change impacts human societies. It also helps them realize the need for interdependence, collaboration, and an appreciation for the diversity of human culture and societies. The subject also teaches students the method of observing and interpreting the world wearing the hat of a social scientist. It does so by building core skills such as observing what is going on around them, analyzing causes of various phenomena, historical, geographical, sociopolitical, or economic, using evidence, asking questions, making connections, forming viewpoints based on conceptual understanding and evidence, recognizing patterns and generalizations, and arriving at logical conclusions. These skills prepare students in contributing as responsible citizens of society. Social science also helps in nurturing the values and dispositions that are essential for sustaining cooperative and collaborative communities. It promotes ethical, humane, and constitutional values. It encourages them to understand and appreciate the feeling of Indianness, Bhartiyata, by valuing the rich cultural heritage and tradition of the country. The subject also helps students recognize the importance of sustainable development through the preservation and conservation of natural resources. It sensitizes them to the impact of human activity on the environment and the sustenance of life on Earth. In doing so, the subject helps students develop a critical understanding of the environment and the impact of their actions on human and environmental well-being. The aims of social science in school education can be summarized as follows. A. Develop the disciplinary knowledge and understanding of how society functions through an interplay of historical, geographical, social, economic, and political factors. This can be enabled through I. An understanding of continuity and change in human civilization, its causation and effect, and its impact on modern life, e. An understanding of the interaction between nature and human beings, the spatial patterns arising out of this interaction, and its effect on human life, e. Awareness and understanding of the diversity of people and their practices in different societies, regions, and cultures within societies, IV. An awareness of various social, political, and economic institutions, their origin, functioning and transformations over time. 254. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. B. Develop an understanding and appreciation for the methods of inquiry relevant to social science and deepen students' skills to engage with the key questions and issues confronting society. These could be specifically seen as I. Skills in sourcing evidence, interpreting them, confirming through multiple sources and evidence, and constructing a coherent narrative, e. Skills in recognizing spatial patterns, map reading, interpretation and analysis of various interconnected concepts and processes, e. Skills of creative and analytical thinking to form informed opinions, demonstrate logical decision-making, and incline towards a problem-solving attitude, IV. Skills to collect, organize, analyze, represent, and present data and information on various historical, geographical, and socio-political issues, version. Skills to question unsubstantiated ideas, biases, stereotypes, and assumptions to foster scientific temper and propose meaningful responses to contemporary concerns of society. C. Foster ethical, human, and constitutional values, as the DNEP 2019 emphasizes, to foster democratic outlook and commitment to liberty and freedom, equality, justice, and fairness. Embracing diversity, plurality, and inclusion. Humaneness and fraternal spirit. Social responsibility and the spirit of service. Ethics of integrity and honesty. Scientific temper and commitment to rational and public dialogue. Peace. Social action through constitutional means. Unity and integrity of the nation, and a true rootedness and pride in India with a forward-looking spirit to continuously improve as a nation. 255 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 5.2 Nature of Knowledge. The nature of knowledge of social sciences can be understood as follows. A. Evidence-based, empirical, and verifiable. Social science relies on globally accepted norms of inquiry and verifiable evidence, and it cannot be based on the mere speculations of an interpreter. It is a subject that is verifiable through observation and experience in nature, as it is an analysis of what human beings witness in their lives. Its study often leads to multiple interpretations of a single event. However, this does not make social science imaginary or unreliable in its claims. B. Social science is the study of human society, Social science is the study of the human society, which includes people as nearby as family and as far away as those who live in the most distant nations. And the people who are living now, those who lived long ago, and those who will live in the future. 3. It allows students to connect with other people in cultural groups and understand their differences and commonalities, which creates a shared sense of humanity. It is a complex task to understand human society, and this requires a multidisciplinary lens consisting of geography, political science, history, economics, sociology, public administration, and psychology. Geography studies the human relationship with the natural environment. History traces the journey of changes and continuity from past to present of human life that has undergone major events which impacted society and culture. Political science deals with the socio-political existence of human beings, and economics analyzes economic activity and their impact upon social and behavioral changes of human beings. C. Social science requires an interdisciplinary approach. As social science relies on sources, the nature of these sources is always multidimensional, found in the form of performing and visual arts, literature, artifacts, numerical data, and oral narratives. 4. These serve two significant functions. First, they help students to understand people, places, ideas, and about the people who created them. Second, such sources enable the students to analyze and interpret the beliefs of societies that have expressed themselves through various mediums. D. Values in social science vary contextually. Social science ideas are context-dependent. The socio-cultural beliefs and values are subject to historical, geographical, and political contexts. To understand any society holistically, social science evaluates the social and political events and issues in keeping with the context of that time and space. 256. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 5.3 Current Challenges. Social science teaching confronts a few challenges in schools. This curriculum attempts to address these systematically. The issues are highlighted as follows. A. It is well known that social science is usually taught as a subject with predominantly rote learning of facts like dates in history, names of geographical features across the globe, the listing of fundamental rights and duties, and naming of economic institutions. The understanding of concepts is often missing in social science classrooms. This in turn makes students lose interest in the subject, as there are too many facts that are expected to be learnt without adequately engaging with the reasons behind learning them or the core concepts underlying those facts. B. The other critical issue with social science is that the subject is divided into watertight compartments of history, geography, political science, and economics too early on and too strictly. Therefore, the interdisciplinary thinking that students need to acquire to understand society is left unaddressed. Students are not exposed to a comprehensive engagement with a particular social phenomenon and might merely look at it from the lens of one of the subjects. C. Information in the chapters is transacted in the classroom with little or no connection to the immediate life of the student. Since the subject is not made relevant to the students, it ends up being boring or distant from the students' lives. D. Another pressing issue with social science is that the content in textbooks is not based on facts derived from inquiry and investigation. While there is often multiple contrasting evidence to understand a particular social phenomenon, stressing one piece of evidence alone often gives a lopsided, inadequate picture. Within a social science class, students need to interpret the pieces of evidence and arrive at reasonable and justifiable narratives. 257 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 5.4 Learning Standards. Learning standards provide a comprehensive framework with details of curricular goals, competencies, and learning outcomes for teaching any subject. The curricular goals explain the broader aims and objectives of teaching social sciences as a part of the school curriculum, conveying the knowledge, skills and dispositions needed for developing disciplinary thinking and values and capacities to function as responsible and empathetic human beings. The competencies are observable learning behaviors that guide the teacher in assessing the learning of a student as they move along a given stage in a subject. The competency statements are further broken down into observable learning outcomes. These will serve as guiding posts for teachers to plan their lessons, design assessments, modify teaching learning strategies and track students' progress in a subject. 5.4.1 Curricular Goals and Competencies. 5.4.1.1 The middle stage. This curricular goals, competencies and illustrative loss will be further fine-tuned. CG1 comprehends and interprets sources related to different aspects of human life and makes meaningful interpretations of social reality. C-1.1 recognizes multiple sources of information, primary and secondary, to understand the historical, geographical, and socio-political aspects of an issue, behavior, practice, belief, event. C-1.2 comprehends and analyzes data using tables, charts, diagrams, and maps representing socio-political, cultural, economic, or geographic phenomenon. CG2 determines the process of continuity and change in human civilization through some specific examples from students' context and a few historical episodes. C-2.1 collects oral and written sources to analyze changes that have happened in their family, surrounding, in terms of livelihood, technology, migration, availability of resources, lifestyle, and political condition. C-2.2 explains key phases of history which denote major changes in the world history. C-2.3 examines the reasons for the sustenance, continued prevalence of certain beliefs, relationships, practices, and activities in human society, regardless of the major changes in society. 258. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG3 draws connections between the cause and effect of different social and historical events or episodes and connects it with the overall impact on human life. C-3.1 identifies reasons behind conflicts among social groups and communities in their own region and their impact on the society. C-3.2 explains and analyses various changes that have occurred in human life from nomadism to early civilization, such as changes in food habits, emergence of commercial agriculture, people's beliefs and ideas like ahimsa, equality, and events related to major wars which influenced human society significantly. CG4 appreciates the importance of being an Indian, Bhartiya, by understanding India's glorious past, its cultural diversity, heritage, traditions, literature, art, philosophy, and medicine, and b. the geographical diversity in India. C-4.1 explains and upholds the cultural diversity of India by recognizing various political ideologies, dialects, languages, traditional practices, religious ideas, trade, and commerce, Indian Ayurveda, yoga, etc. C-4.2 discovers the topographical diversity of the Indian landform from the semi-arid zone in the west to the areas of heavy rains in the northeast, from the long coastal areas in the south to the snow-clad mountains in the north, and the rich biodiversity of the country. CG5 understands the spatial distribution of resources, from local to global, their conservation and the interdependence between natural phenomena and human life. C-5.1 explains key natural phenomena like rain, weather, climate, soil formation, the flow of rivers, agents of erosion and how it is spatially distributed. C-5.2 inquires about the distribution of resources such as water, agriculture, raw materials, services and the disparity in the availability of resources to people from different sections of society, both in geographical and social terms. C-5.3 illustrates attempts at conservation happening in society and advocates the importance of the same. C-5.4 correlates the existence of different patterns of livelihoods with the different types of landforms, availability of resources and climatic conditions, in local, regional, national, and global contexts. CG6 evaluates the functioning of the family and other social and political institutions and situates them in the context of other existing grassroots and larger democratic institutions. C-6.1 collects, organizes, and interprets information about various social and political institutions in one's locality and region, and realizes its significance for human society. C-6.2 assesses the influence of social and political institutions on an individual, group, community, and society in general. 259 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG7 understands various forms of inequality and discrimination in society, right from those prevalent in a family to a community, regional, national level, and explores its possible causes. C-7.1 observes, records, and classifies work roles, importance, autonomy, who gets most or least attention, appreciation, scope and flexibility to work, access to opportunities, in one's own family, other families of the locality. C-7.2 raises questions about prejudices, stereotyping and other forms of discrimination of individuals, groups in society. CG8 acknowledges the process of development of the Constitution of India and upholds its importance to promote democratic values in the Indian society. C-8.1 discusses the need for a constitution for any country, especially a country like India. C-8.2 explains the process of formation of the Indian Constitution and evaluates the ideals of Indian national movement in it. C-8.3 elaborates on the working of 3 tiers of local self-government and its significance in upholding democracy at grassroots level. CG9 understands the process of economic activities, production, trade, and commerce, and its impact on shaping an individual's life as well as its influence on any country's history and geography. C-9.1 identifies trade and commerce activities in one's own region and sees similar patterns in the country. C-9.2 explains the key elements of trade and commerce, commodity, production, capital, profit, and loss, and its impact on various historical and geographical development in a country. C-9.3 evaluates the concept of surplus and its relationship with various economic activities. 260. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 5.4.1.2 The secondary stage. This curricular goals, competencies and illustrative loss will be further fine-tuned. CG1 analyzes important phases in world history and draws insights to understand the present-day world. C-1.1 explains historical events and processes with different types of sources with specific examples from India and world history. C-1.2 explains and analyzes the chronology of human life from nomadism to settled life and other phases of human civilization. C-1.3 traces aspects of continuity and change in subsequent phases of Indian and world history, in the use of tools, techniques, instruments, and technologies, religious ideas, belief symbols and practices, in the organization of power structures like rich and poor, gender differences, caste structures. C-1.4 explains the growth of new ideas in Europe and Asia, humanism, mercantilism, industrialization, colonialism, scientific developments and explorations, imperialism, and the rise of new nation-states across the world, and how it affected the course of human history. CG2 understands the idea of a nation and the emergence of the modern Indian state. C-2.1 analyzes the meaning of nation and how the concept evolved across the world and in the specific context of India. C-2.2 identifies and explains important phases of the Indian national movement against British colonial rule with special reference to Gandhi and other subaltern movements. C-2.3 appreciates that Indian people collectively fought against British rule and rediscovered the idea of one common nation for everybody living in this geography. 261 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG3 develops an understanding of the interrelationship between human beings and their physical environment and how that influences the livelihoods, cultural diversity, and biodiversity of the region. C-3.1 locates physiographic regions of India and climatic zones of the world on a globe map. C-3.2 explains important geographical concepts, characteristics of key landforms and its origin and other physical factors of a region. C-3.3 draws interlinkages between various components of the physical environment such as relief and climate, climate and vegetation, vegetation and wildlife. C-3.4 analyses and evaluates the interrelationship between the natural environment and human beings across regions. C-3.5 critically evaluates the impact of human interventions on the environment and loss of biodiversity. C-3.6 develops sensitivity towards judicious use of natural resources and suggests measures for its conservation. CG4 understands the Indian Constitution and explores the basic essence of Indian democracy and the characteristics of a democratic government. C-4.1 acknowledges that the Indian Constitution represents the great cultural heritage and common aspirations of the Indian nation-state. C-4.2 appreciates fundamental constitutional values and identifies their significance for the prosperity of the Indian nation. C-4.3 explains that fundamental rights are the most basic human rights, and it flourishes when people also perform their fundamental duties for the nation. C-4.4 analyzes the basic features of a democracy and democratic government and compares them with other forms of government. C-4.5 analyzes the critical role of media in shaping public opinion and in the functioning of a democratic government. CG5 understands and analyzes social and political life in India and recognizes hurdles in the path of national unity and constitutional values. C-5.1 examines the existence of diversity in the Indian context based on gender, religion, ethnicity, language, and region. Differentiate between diversity and inequality. C-5.2 analyzes the root causes of all kinds of discrimination against disadvantaged sections of our society and traces its roots in history. C-5.3 identifies and analyzes the various forms of struggles, movements against discrimination initiated by different sections of Indian society in the past and what happened to those movements. 262. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG6 realizes the need for people's constructive civic engagement with the issues directly affecting their life. C-6.1 analyzes how people across the world have mobilized and safeguarded their rights. CG7 develops an understanding of the economy of a nation-state, with specific reference to India. C-7.1 define key features of the economy like production, distribution, demand, supply, trade, and commerce and factors that influence these aspects. C-7.2 evaluates the importance of the three sectors of production, primary, secondary, and tertiary, in any country's economy, especially India. C-7.3 distinguishes between unorganized and organized sectors of the economy and their role in production for the local market to small, medium, and large-scale production centers, industries. C-7.4 traces the beginning and importance of large-scale trade and commerce, including e-commerce, between one country to another, the key items of trade in the beginning and how it kept changing. CG8 evaluates the economic development of a country in terms of its impact on its citizens' life. C-8.1 gathers, comprehends, and analyses data related to poverty and unemployment in one's locality and at the national level. C-8.2 analyzes the concepts of the free market and social welfare schemes. C-8.3 discusses about consumer rights and its importance in the global market. 5.4.2 Design of content in the middle and secondary stages. 5.4.2.1 Content for the middle stage A. Content must be taught in an integrated manner. In the middle stage, methods of inquiry used in social science would help students understand the nature of history, geography, social and political life, and economic life in an integrated manner. The choice of content must lend itself to this integrated approach rather than requiring strict disciplinary boundaries. B. The organization of content must use a thematic approach, from the local and regional to the national and global. A thematic approach will guide the curriculum at this stage. The 4 themes are to be done in progression, starting from the local to the regional, then moving on to the country and then the world. This approach would ensure that the learning of social science is based on observable, real-world, relevant, and day-to-day occurrences for middle-stage students. 263 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Drawing them into thinking and talking about these. This would also give them a sense of their location in the world. Equally importantly, students at this stage need to learn to see real-life social science thinking as an interplay of principles drawn from multiple disciplines. As highlighted in the NEP 2022, all curriculum and pedagogy, from the foundational stage onwards, will be redesigned to be strongly rooted in the Indian and local context and ethos in terms of culture, traditions, heritage, customs, language, philosophy, geography, ancient and contemporary knowledge, societal and scientific needs, indigenous and traditional ways of learning etc. In order to ensure that education is maximally relatable, relevant, interesting, and effective for our students. 1. This remains a strong anchor for the content in the middle stage, which would engage students in the understanding of the social realities of their society. Content about the local context will be 20% of the whole curriculum at this stage. Students will explore the various facets of their locality, from historical context, geographical variations, and its socio-political and economic life in an integrated manner through collecting information, data from multiple sources, comparing data, making meaning out of it, doing analysis, and learning how social scientists build knowledge about a society based on empirical evidence. Content about the regional context will be 30% of the whole curriculum at this stage. The understanding developed at the local level would be used to deal with content at the regional level. In this, a deeper interdisciplinary perspective by identifying similarities and differences between their locality and the region would be acquired. Content about the national context will be 30% of the whole curriculum at this stage. After the regional, the next theme is India, where students would be expected to apply some of the skills learned in the previous themes. Actively engaging with secondary sources, the students would make meaning out of them in the context of India. This covers the interrelatedness of history, geography, economy, and social and political life of people. The richness of the multi-ethnic people and their identities and the cultural heritage of the country must be introduced here. Content about the global context will be 20% of the whole curriculum at this stage. Lastly, the world level is intended to prepare students for the 21st century, which is an era of globalization. An understanding of the culture and society of other countries would help students to widen their worldview. Students can build a comparative understanding of life in other countries in relation to one's own. This would lead to a sense of pluralism and appreciation of various cultures in the world. A comprehensive understanding of any three countries that meet the following criteria may be chosen. 1. The three countries must be from different continents with different socio-cultural and civilizational histories. 2. One Eastern country that has geographical challenges and has gone through rapid growth after struggling through challenging times in its history, e.g., Japan, South Korea, 264. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 3. One country that has geographical diversity, has been a colony and has struggled through foreign rule and internal difficulties, e.g., South Africa, Nigeria. 4. One country from the West that has grown rapidly, is influential in the global economy, with multi-ethnic composition, e.g., the United States of America, Germany. The three countries, Japan, South Africa, and the USA, have been chosen as usable examples based on the above criteria, and they have been illustrated in the table below. Curriculum, syllabus developers may choose other countries that fulfill the criteria mentioned above, and there may be multiple choices for the countries within the same syllabus. C. All content must be truly and comprehensively representative with verifiable evidence. Another important design consideration at this stage is with regard to the choice of content material. Whatever content is chosen, it must be truly and comprehensively representative. All social science concepts that the students are expected to learn must be backed by verifiable evidence. These two criteria mean that the choice of overall content must cover the whole sweep and the key issues of the discipline, or the concept at hand, and for these, the specific contents chosen should be good examples and truly representative of the issues, matter. There can be more than one example for given criteria to be incorporated in the classroom, and schools can choose based on the judgment that the content is sufficiently representing the key issues or narratives that must be learned in the subject. 265 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. An elaboration of the suggested content follows. Suggested content for the middle stage. Table B 5.4i. CLASS 6. CLASS 7. CLASS 8. Your locality 20%, workbook. UNIT 1, your city, your village. CH_1 knowing your family, A. Understanding one's own family history, at least 3 elder generations, B. Developing family tree, C. Tracing changes in occupations, living styles, types of housing, clothing, food habits, cooking, utensils, migration across generations, education, etc. D. Roles and responsibilities of family members and decision making. CH_2 knowing your neighborhood, A. Livelihood, education, types of houses, migration, different communities, clothing, languages, festivals, etc. B. Interdependence of people in the locality. CH_3 mapping your neighborhood, A. Geographical features, crops, roads, schools, health centers, market, etc. B. Sketch and maps. Components of a map, location, direction, scale, and symbols, C. Developing map of the school and the village, locality. CH_1 places of eminence investigate and construct history, A. Identifying eminent places in the village or town, e.g., temple, mosque, church, gurudwara, well, bower, Bawri, palace, ruins, other places of historical importance, etc. B. Sources of evidence about these sites such as older members of the locality, inscriptions, folk tales, other narratives, etc. C. Collating various sources to build history of places in one's locality. CH_2 locality, then and now, A. Changes in society with time, collecting information from the elders in their locality about lifestyle, transportation modes, crops grown, goods, and services, cultural practices, etc. B. Causes of changes. C. Consequences, impact of change. D. What has changed, what has prevailed in one's locality. CH_3 Local administration. Panchayat, for rural students, Nagarpalika, for urban students. A. Local self-government. B. Roles, responsibilities and functions of local administration. C. Case studies. CH_1 Economic activities in your locality. Part 1a. Livelihood and sources of income. Types of occupation, e.g. agriculture, animal husbandry, local industries, handicrafts, other commercial activities, services, etc. B. Distribution of economic activities in locality as per social context, gender context. CH_2 Understanding local markets. A. Concept and function of market. B. Haat, bazaar, mandi. C. Other local markets. CH_3 Block and district, parishad. A. Tiers of government. B. Roles and responsibilities. C. Functioning, their work, their source of income, ways in which they make their decisions. D. Electoral process. A. Issues and challenges 266. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Your region, workbook based, Rajasthan as exemplar, 30%. UNIT 2, Know Your Region. CH_4 Geographical region and life, for example in the context of Rajasthan, Part 1a. Physical features of Thar desert landforms, vegetation, others. B. Way of life of people in the region, culture, food, economic activities, languages spoken, etc. C. Physical features of Aravalli Range and Hilly region. D. Way of life of people in the region, culture, food, economic activities, languages spoken, etc. Part 2a. Physical features of Southeastern Plateau. B. Way of life of people in the region, culture, food, economic activities, languages spoken, etc. C. Physical features of Eastern Plains. D. Way of life of people in the region, culture, food, economic activities, languages spoken, etc. A. Interrelationship of physical and human environment. CH_4 Places of historical significance. Any site of historical significance in a particular region, for example, in Rajasthan, Kalibanga, Ganeshwar, Khetri, Matsya Jampada, Chittor, Jaipur, etc. In Uttar Pradesh, pre-modern city and its historical significance: Sarnath, Benaras, Prayagraj, Agra, Lucknow. In Tamil Nadu, pre-modern city and historical significance: Madurai, Tanjavur. A. Case study of any one pre-modern historical site of one's region. B. How do we know it is of significance? Specific features and importance and seeing it as cultural heritage of India. C. Studying the life of people, governance, socio-cultural aspects at that time, etc. D. Knowing about similar historical sites of the region through various primary and secondary sources. CH_5 People's Life and Culture. Part 1 Eminent Festival of the Region. A. One case study of regional festival and its importance and significance in social life. E.g., Ramdevra in Rajasthan, Pandharpur in Maharashtra. B. Exploring the socio-cultural aspects of the region in connection to the festival. C. Understanding the festival as a platform for unifying various cultures and social inclusion. Part 2a. Difference and discriminations prevalent in the region. B. A. Case studies depicting differences and discrimination on the basis of class, caste, religion, gender, in urban and rural parts of the region. CH_4 Indian national movement in that state. A. Assertions against colonial, local rulers b. How were these assertions different from Indian national movement? C. Example, in UP, Chauri Chura, Kishan, Baba Ramchand, movement, Balia 1942, Quit India movement in states like Rajasthan, which was governed by Maharajas, the nature of the struggles was different like the Khejari movement, and the Rajasthan Praja Mandal movement. In Karnataka, the abridged version of Kanthapura, a novel by Raja Rao may be used. Ch_5, Mineral Resources and Industry A. Distribution of mineral resources b. Manufacturing industries in the region c. Issues related to environmental pollution. D. Measures of conservation and sustainable development, Ch_6, livelihood pattern of the state. A. Cropping, agriculture pattern b. Challenges, threats to agriculture c. Local small-scale industries and handicrafts d. Migration and associated impact on the regions, Ch7, government and people a. Making and functioning of law, RTI and RTEB. Challenges in practicing a law 267 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. India 30%. UNIT 3 Your Country. Ch_5 Rotation and Revolution of the Earth and Latitude and Longitude, A. Two motions of the Earth and their effect on human life, concept of day and night, and seasons, B. Latitudes and longitudes significance for time and location, its importance in a map, Ch_6 Overview of Indian subcontinent, geographical diversity, A. Geographical and political boundaries b. One case study from each terrain hilly, mountains, plateau, desert, plain, coastal sea. Case study of any one state of that terrain highlighting I. The geographical features e. Historical overview e. Local architecture IV. Historical heritage versus relationship of human life and culture influenced by geographical features culture, food, economic activities, languages spoken, folk art and dance, social practices, local beliefs etc. D. Sensitivity towards the environment, contextual content related to each case study should be given under this. Ch_6 Indian subcontinent climate, rainfall, monsoon, A. Difference between weather and climate b. Factors affecting climate of a region. C. Overview of Indian monsoon cycle and rainfall pattern across India d. Impact of monsoon on life of people, Ch_7 agriculture pattern, A. Major crops in India b. Types of farming c. Modern agricultural practices, Green Revolution, Ch_8 Medieval society, A. Comparative analysis of any two large empire, e.g. Krishnadevarya and Akbar, b. State policies c. Social structure d. Nature of land holding a. Economic activities, Ch_9 Socio-religious movement, a. Overview of the syncretic cult thoughts and composite culture prevalent in the medieval Indian society, e.g., Sufi Bhakti movement b. Case study of Baswanna and Nanak highlighting the concepts of human dignity, equality, ahimsa, unity of God c. Major religious ideas and their social implication during that period and long-term impact on our societies. Ch_8 India. Natural and human resource distribution, A. Meaning and types of resources b. Natural resource distribution and relationship with major industries c. Distribution of different industries across the country d. Case study of steel industry in Chhattisgarh and Orissa. A. Economic activities, industrialization, and its impact, environment, society, migration, etc. Case study of Delhi NCR, Ch_9 The colonial rule in India A. From being a trading company to becoming a ruling power. B. Consolidation of power, imposition of the new rule. C. Impact of colonial rule in a different section of society. D. Unrest against British policy, e.g., tribal, peasant, and others, in 19th century, ch_10 Indian national movement. Rise of nationalism. A. Mainstream movements led by India National Congress and their major characteristics and phases. B. Movements in other parts of the country, subaltern and revolutionary nationalist movements, 268. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. ch_7 Emergence of Agriculture and its Impact on Society. Part 1. A. Emergence of Settled Life. B. Surplus, Trade, and Commerce. Part 2. A. Formation of the Early State, Mahajanpads. Part 3. B. Emergence of Empire. Case of Magadh. Development of the early administrative system, state economic policy, and social process. ch_8 The emergence of new ideas. A. Main ideas that emerged: Jain, Buddhist, materialistic ideas. B. Reasons behind the emergence, its importance in that era and relevance in contemporary society. C. Excerpts from sources related to these traditions like Jatak, Upanishads. ch_11 Constitution of India. Part 1a. Freedom movement as a building stone of the Constitution. B. Need of Constitution. C. Constitution as a major source of Indian laws. Part 2d. Constitutional as an evolving document as per the need of time and aspirations of society. A. Constitutional values, rights, and duties of citizens in a democratic society. World 20%. Unit 4 The World. ch_9 Japan. A. Japan on world map. B. Geographical features of Japan: climate, rainfall, soil, landforms, forests, etc. C. Brief history of Japan after Meiji Restoration. D. Society and people. A. Industry, trade, and commerce. ch_10 South Africa. A. South Africa on world map. B. Geographical features of South Africa: climate, rainfall, soil, landforms, forests, etc. C. Brief history of South Africa apartheid movement and after. D. Society and people. A. Industry, mining, trade, and commerce. ch_12 United States of America. A. USA on world map. B. Geographical features of USA: climate, rainfall, soil, landforms, forests, etc. C. Brief history of USA: War of Independence, Declaration of Rights, Civil War. D. Emergence as world power. A. Society and people. F. Industry, technology, scientific development, mining, trade, and commerce. 269 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 5.4.2.2 Content for the secondary stage. A. Content must be organized according to the disciplines of history, geography, social and political life, and economics. In the secondary stage, the curricular design need not follow the thematic approach strictly. The students are encouraged to develop an interest in academic disciplines and form a worldview. The focus of the classes is on enabling the cognitive preparedness of students to deal with more complex concepts that require a disciplinary approach. The content in history urges the student to understand the evolution of human society. Suggested content is aimed at developing a holistic view of the human past by interpreting primary and secondary sources. The content must be based on different sources and is expected to help students arrive at different narratives about a particular event or period. It must cover important phases of the past which shape the present of human beings. In addition, the content explains the concept of many pasts and justifies that there cannot be a fixed common narrative for everything. In geography, the suggested content focuses on highlighting the interrelation of human beings with their geographical environment and other life forms. Concepts highlighting interdependence between humans and nature are kept as core areas. The connection between various geographical phenomena and the cultural diversity found in the world is included. In social and political life, understanding democracy and democratic life are the main concepts. The content includes an in-depth understanding of the Constitution and the working of the Indian government through a network of social and political institutions. Along with this, the prevalence of discrimination in society, its reasons, and ways of safeguarding against it are also included. The students are expected to find probable solutions to these challenges. With this, the importance of democratic values and voices to ensure a dignified life for all in society is highlighted. Lastly, in economics, an introductory understanding of economic activities and the interrelatedness of these activities with human life, market, and money has been included. The content areas encourage the students to understand, observe, and interpret economic life in their immediate environment. With this, they would be able to make sense of the economy in the emerging global world. B. All content must be truly and comprehensively representative with verifiable evidence. Just like the consideration for the choice of content material in the middle stage, whatever content is chosen for the secondary stage too must be truly and comprehensively representative. All social science concepts that the students are expected to learn must be backed by verifiable evidence. These two criteria mean that the choice of overall content must cover the whole sweep and the key issues of the discipline, or the concept at hand, and for these, the specific contents chosen should be good examples and truly representative of the issues, matter. There can be more than one example for given criteria to be incorporated in the classroom, and schools can choose based on the judgment that the content is sufficiently representing the key issues or narratives that must be learned in the subject. 270. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. An elaboration of the suggested content follows. Suggested content for the secondary stage. Table B 5.4e. Subject Class 9 Class 10. History, ch_1 Nomadism to settle life in India and World Hunter and Gatherer Society 1 case each from India and World Early Agrarian Society and its feature 1 case from India and World Impact of Agriculture on Human Society and Culture, ch_2 Formation of State in Ancient World Emergence of Large Empire in Context of Greek and Maggad Nature of State Administration, Taxes, Trade, and Commerce People Belief and Feature of Society, ch_3 Emergence of New Ideas in Ancient World Backgrounds of Emergent Similarity among Major Philosophical Schools of India and World Buddhism, Jainism, Materialist and Vedic Schools and Confucius, Judaism Impact and Relevance of Their Thoughts in That Era and Today's World, ch_4 Decentralization of Power and Expansion of State Background Extension of Agriculture in Different Region Changes in People Life, Culture, and Belief in 4 to 7 Century CE across India, Power Structure, Taxes Trade and Commerce Growth of Art, Literature, and Scientific Ideas. ch_5 India in 900 to 1200 CE Brief Overview of Major Political Power in That Era Feature of State North and South India, in context of Cholas and Pal, Pratihar and Chalukya. Economics Activities and Culture Taxes, Trade, Architecture Nature of Struggle for Expansion of Empire, 1 case study of each part. ch_1 Renaissance Emergence of New Europe Background Major Ideas and Component of Renaissance Humanism, Reformation's Art, Architecture, Religion Printing Press Spread of Ideas, ch_2 Religious Reformation Movement Medieval India and World Social and Political Background Similarity of Ideas in Protestant and Bhakti Reformation. Impact on Today's World, ch_3 colonialism and industrial revolutions, mercantilism and exploration of new trade route, emergence of colonial power and their policy, impact of colonial rule on native society. ch_4 French Revolution and rise of modern nation state, causes and impact of French Revolution on the development of nationalism. Idea of liberty, fraternity, equality, and their transmission across the world, impact on social and economic structure of European society, in context of class and gender, legacy and continuing impact on modern politics and society. ch_5 Indian freedom struggle, different phases of mainstream freedom struggle in India, subaltern and other form of struggle, role of different class, community, and section of society, gender, caste, tribe, values and ideals derived from protest method used by Indian freedom fighter. 271 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Geography, Chapter 1 Life in the Himalayas, 6 hours Indian Himalayas extent. Western and Eastern Himalayas. Key characteristics, origin of the Himalayas, drainage. Climate. Vegetation. Soil. Wildlife in the Himalayas, biodiversity in Himalayas and efforts for its conservation, resources. Livelihoods and people in the Himalayan region. Chapter 2 Life in the Gangetic Plains, 6 hours Ganga Plains extent. Key landforms. Bhabar and Tere. Bhangara and Khadar, origin of the Indo-Gangetic Plains drainage. Climate, vegetation, soil, wildlife in the plains, river pollution, and its impact on the ecosystem, resources and livelihood in the Indo-Gangetic Plains, agriculture, minerals, industries, population. Chapter 3 Life in the Peninsular Plateau, 5 hours extent, Western and Eastern Ghats, origin of the Deccan Plateau drainage, climate, vegetation, soil, wildlife in the plateau, agricultural distress and farmers' plight, resources and livelihood in the plateaus, agriculture, minerals, industries, population. Chapter 4 Life in the Desert, 4 hours location, key landforms in the desert, climate, vegetation, soil and wildlife in the desert, resources and livelihood in the desert, agriculture, minerals, industries, population. Chapter 5 Life in the coastal region, 4 hours location, key landforms in the coasts, climate, vegetation, soil and marine life in the coasts, resources, livelihood and people in the coasts. Chapter 1 Climatic zones across the world, -6 hours temperature and pressure belts, climatic zones of the world and their characteristics, uniqueness of each climatic zone, climate and its impact on life, climate change and its consequences. Chapter 2 Life in the tundras, 6 hours description of the region. Geographical extent, climate, natural resources, vegetation, soil, wildlife, livelihood and economic development in the region, life of people in the tundra. Chapter 3 Life in the equatorial region, 6 hours description of the region, geographical extent, climate, natural resources, vegetation, soil, wildlife, livelihood and economic development in the region, similarities and differences in the life of people between the tundra and equatorial region. Chapter 4 Resources and development, resources, uses and conservation, 6 hours major resources in the world and its distribution in relation to its geographical position, case study, e.g. fishing industry in specific regions where cold and warm currents meet, petroleum industry, pressure on non-renewable natural resources, threat to multiple life forms that exist on Earth and a threat to ecology and the ecosystem. Conservation of resources and preservation of the ecosystem is essential for the very existence of human life on Earth and sustainable development. 272. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Social and Political Life. ch_1 Constitution of India, Freedom Struggle and Constitution of India, Basic Features of the Constitution. Preamble. Federal Government Process of Legislation and Constitutional Amendment. ch_2 Power Sharing and its Role in Indian Democracy, Separation and Balance of Power, Executive, Legislative, Judiciary. ch_3 Functioning of Constitutional Bodies in India. Election Commission, National Human Rights Commission, National Commission for Scheduled Tribes and Scheduled Caste. National Commission for Women, ch_4 Democracy and its feature and challenges different form of government. What is democracy? Why democracy? Basic features of democracy. Various forms of democracy in the world. ch_1 Democracy and society in India. Caste. Gender. The idea of pluralism. Identity politics and society. Inclusion of different segments of society in the context of caste, gender, ethnicity and religion. ch_2 Participative democracy in India. Social political movement after independence and its impact on society. JP movement. Conflict resolution mechanism in democracy. Culture of dialogue, Northeast, language issue. ch_3 Democracy and public opinion. Mass media and its role in democracy. Types of media functioning and its impact in democracy. ch_4 Democracy and role of citizen. Right of citizen and its role and responsibility for vibrant democracy. Democratic ethics and value and role of citizens in transforming the society. 273 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Economic life. ch_1 Economy and human lives. Economics as a mechanism of exchange of goods and services in the market. Society. The concept of earning in economics and its importance in running the market. Population as a resource for socio-economic upliftment of society. Importance of investing in education and health of a nation's population for a healthy economic cycle. Issues and challenges in economy. Poverty, unemployment. ch_2 Production and consumption. How market runs. Production. Patterns of consumption. Proportionate relationship between production and consumption. Role of marketing in influencing consumption. ch_3 Organized, unorganized and the three sectors of economy. Primary, secondary, and tertiary sector. Organized and unorganized sector. Reasons behind the differences and socio-economic disparities. Access to education, social capital, identity-based disparities, access to heat and opportunities, etc. Government schemes for addressing the issues of unorganized sector. Contemporary case of social welfare. Government schemes for enabling employment, food security, health care, etc. ch_1 Money and credit. Concept of money, finance and capital and its role in economic activities like production. Banks and its key features. The way credit system works. Case study of SHG as an empowering model of credit. ch_2 Understanding the global market. Globalization and functioning of market in the global world. Role of MNCs, technology, production and consumption in a globalized market. Its impact on human and societal behavior. World organizations regulating free and fair trade. WTO, World Bank, IMF, etc. ch_3 Consumer rights. Importance of a consumer in a market. Consumer rights mechanism of redressal. Case studies from consumer courts. Explains the importance of consumer rights as a safeguard of any kind of cheating, fraud, misleading, etc. Possible in the market. Demonstrates the usage of consumer rights in a global market through using case studies. 274. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 5.4.3 Illustrative Learning Outcomes. 5.4.3.1 The middle stage in this section. For every curricular goal, CG, a corresponding competency, under the same goal, has been further elaborated with illustrative learning outcomes. This is a sample to guide how learning outcomes for the preparatory stage. Curricular goal, CG1, comprehends and interprets sources related to different aspects of human life and makes meaningful interpretations of social reality. Competency, C-1.1, recognizes multiple sources of information, primary and secondary, to understand the historical, geographical, and socio-political aspects of an issue, behavior, practice, belief, event. Table B 5.4e. ABC. C-1.1 recognizes multiple sources of information, primary and secondary, to understand the historical, geographical, and socio-political aspects of an issue, behavior. Practice, belief, event. Grade 6, Grade 7, Grade 8. 1. Collects information from family members about their family history, their relationship with the neighboring families, and discusses in class with the help of teacher. Surveys historical places in their locality, observes and documents the history of these places. Lists out livelihoods and various economic conditions of different communities in one's locality. 2. Surveys in one's neighborhood occupation of people, places of historical importance, and geographical features like plains, hills, valleys, plateau, and seashore. Creates narrative about their locality's history and geographical features using multiple sources, like talking to older members of community, visiting historical places in their village, town, e.g. temple, mosque, well, bowery, palace, forts, and referring documentaries and books other than textbook. Examines relevant sources of information related to colonial rule and national movement in one's region. 3. Identify different types of sources in their locality, region, and explain their significance in reconstruction of history of locality. Compares accounts of information related to social structure, state policies, economic activities from the empire of Akbar and Krishnadevarya. Collates multiple sources of information to know about distribution of minerals, industries, and agriculture in one's own region. 275 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 4. Uses multiple sources to understand about life of people in Japan in specific reference to their history, customs, traditions, occupations, and society. Examines primary sources, poetry, of Bhakti and Sufi poets about the social order of that era. Uses multiple sources to understand about life of people in USA in special reference to their history, customs, traditions, occupations, and society. 5. Uses multiple sources to understand about life of people in South Africa in reference to their history, customs, traditions, occupations, and society. 5.4.3.2 The secondary stage in this section, for every curricular goal, c.g., a corresponding competency, under the same goal, has been further elaborated with illustrative learning outcomes. This is a sample to guide how learning outcomes for the secondary stage. Curricular goal, c.g. 1, analyses important phases in world history and draws insights to understand the present-day world. Competency, C-1.4, explains the growth of new ideas in Europe and Asia, humanism, mercantilism, industrialization, colonialism, scientific developments and explorations, imperialism, and the rise of new nation-states across the world, and how it affected the course of human history. Table B 5.4 IV. AB. C-1.4 explains the growth of new ideas in Europe and Asia, humanism, mercantilism, industrialization, colonialism, scientific developments and explorations, imperialism, and the rise of new nation-states across the world, and how it affected the course of human history. Grade 9, Grade 10. 1. Describes the historical, social, and economic contexts in which new ideas emerged in the ancient period, India and world. Identifies the major ideas and components of the Renaissance. 2. Appreciates the diversity of human thought in fostering empathy, respect, and tolerance. Explains the cultural and intellectual exchange that occurred during the Renaissance between different regions of Europe and world. 3. Evaluate the impact Buddhism and Jainism on ancient society. Describes the key technological advancements occurred during the Renaissance. 4. Describe the principles of liberty, fraternity, and equality in context of French Revolution. 276. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 5.5 Content. 5.5.1 Principles of Content Selection. The driving principle of content selection in social science is directed by NEP, which emphasizes the contents of languages, literature, history, and the social sciences will incorporate discussions particularly aimed at addressing ethical and moral principles and values such as patriotism, sacrifice, nonviolence, truth, honesty, peace, righteous conduct, forgiveness, tolerance, mercy, sympathy, helpfulness, courtesy, cleanliness, equality, and fraternity. 2. The following principles need to be taken into consideration while selecting the content. A. Content must be based on multiple pieces of evidence and narratives. As asserted in DNEP, evidence-based reasoning and the scientific method will be incorporated throughout the school curriculum. In order to encourage rational, analytical, logical, and quantitative thinking in all aspects of the curriculum. 2. A good social scientific engagement with any concept or event is only when the person remains open to engaging with adequate evidence, sources, references, and narratives. The content should be adequately representative of multiple pieces of evidence and narratives of a single event. For example, understanding the Gandhian philosophy of non-violence should be done through the readings of multiple writers. The content must lend itself to grooming students into confident beings who will be able to form and express their opinion after considerable research. B. Content must be interdisciplinary in approach. Social science, by its very nature, is an interdisciplinary subject. The subject-wise division of history, geography, social and political life, and economics cannot be seen as four separate areas in isolation. None of these subjects can be taught or understood without referring to another. For example, the concept of cultural diversity cannot be taught without introducing the student to geographical diversity. Students learn to investigate a concept from a multidimensional view and develop an expansive view. C. Content must enable building core disciplinary skills. Social science aims at developing social decision-making and problem-solving skills which involves the interpretation of facts and maps, relying on evidence, and connecting many concepts to form rational opinions. The content in social science should not only present facts but also encourage analytical and inferential capacities through activities in which students consciously engage. D. Concepts are built from the simple to the complex. The content in social science should be organized from simpler to more complex concepts, enabling the construction of meaning like a building block. This is done progressively based on the thinking abilities of students. For example, for teaching historical inquiry in the middle stage, the content would first focus on the identification and differentiation of sources of information. As a second step, students must interpret the sources to draw meaning out of them. Third, they collect and analyze multiple sources for a single event. And finally, they do a comparative analysis between two or more similar events based on findings made through multiple sources. At 277 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. The secondary stage, when the skills of dealing with content from familiar to unfamiliar have been acquired, the content starts dealing with concepts with a more disciplinary approach. A. Content progresses from local to global. As much as possible, conceptual understanding should start from the local context. For example, understanding history by engaging with a historical place, panchayat ghar, an old school, in the locality, and then moving to the regional and national level institutions, sources. F. Content includes real and diverse experiences of people. As social science deals with society, the study is incomplete with just theories and concepts. Without references to the real-world experiences of the people, every concept would be vague and irrelevant. For example, the concept of discrimination cannot be taught without introducing the students to accounts of people who have faced it personally. This adds relevance to the learning. Real experiential accounts would also develop socio-emotional skills of empathy and sensitivity. 5.5.2 Materials and Resources. A social science classroom should include a variety of teaching learning materials in addition to the textbook. Students must be exposed to social and cultural phenomena across time and space through sources like local literature, folk songs, stories from one's region, ancient monuments and documents, magazines and newspapers, films and documentaries, autobiographies, biographies, memoirs and travelogues, audiovisual aids, and maps of all kinds, topographical, political, physiographic, demographic, thematic, and GIS maps. A. Textbooks. Social science textbooks should be made interactive by including reflective prompts for the students. These prompts must help with connecting concepts with the current lives of the students and suggest activities they can do to explore the ideas with their immediate surroundings. Textbooks must have a good number of illustrations and thinking activities for students to work on. B. Digital material. Social science teaching becomes challenging when students are still struggling with basic literacy. While literacy needs are fulfilled through reading in social science, the concepts in the subject cannot be limited by a lack of literacy. If a student can engage with a concept through other mediums, songs, movies, and audio clips, they must be included as content. Such diversity in content is not only good for students struggling with literacy but the whole class, as it is enjoyable and an enriched medium of learning. Unfamiliar content becomes easier to understand this way. It is also possible to give students access to a distant world, in time and space, virtually. C. Maps and Atlas. A geographical basis for understanding any social event makes the learning of social science rooted in the physical world. A social science classroom should always have maps and atlases available for students to refer to. The collection of maps should have physical geography maps, political boundaries maps, along with thematic maps, population density, minerals etc. And these should be of the locality, region, country, and world. D. Literature. Works of literature, fictional and non-fictional, are a very good source for the social science classroom. Literature that is representative of identities, cultures, phases of history, and personalities in forms like historical accounts, diary records, and folk tales can be used to the advantage of the class. 278. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. A. Sources from the visual and performing arts. Art forms which depict culture and traditions are good sources of information and conversation in the social sciences. These would enrich the class discussions. Also, field visits or digital content can be used to introduce the students to the arts related to social science ideas. Teacher's Voice B 5.5i, to be edited. Sources in history. As a social science teacher in middle school, I have been very determined to give my students first-hand experience of social science skill as much as possible. In class 6th, I have 36 students with whom I started the lesson on sources in history, and plan to use samples of sources, so that my students can do the interpretation themselves. The objective of the planned activity was to introduce the students with the process of source interpretation as the first step to historical investigation. Through this, it was expected that the students should be able to understand the different type of sources which are used for interpreting history. The students should be able to interpret the sources keeping in mind the context of the society the source represent. The objectives were aimed at students achieving the following learning outcomes: recognizes multiple sources of information, primary and secondary, to understand the historical, geographical, and sociopolitical aspects of an issue, behavior, practice, belief, event. Comprehends tables, charts, diagrams, and maps representing social, political, cultural, economic, or geographic phenomena. I divided the whole class in 6 groups and gave these sources to each group with a set of questions to discuss amongst themselves. For example, for one of the groups, I gave this picture of rock paintings from Bhimbetka Caves, Madhya Pradesh. 279 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. The following questions were then discussed. What can you say about the relationship between animals and people from the picture? What does the painting scene depict? Discuss amongst yourself if the people are hunting, celebrating something, migrating, or doing something else. Build your views with supporting arguments. What are the people holding in their hands? Why are they doing so? Elaborate on your views. Why do you think the paintings were made on the rock walls? Where else can you get information about Bhimbetka? What can be the possible methods? Other groups were given other sources and similar related questions. 280. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 5.6 Pedagogy. Social science is often taught as a fixed set of facts without an understanding of how interpretations play a role in its construction. This has pushed students towards merely memorizing the facts from a textbook, and this is not an actual learning of social science. A social science classroom has to become participative and interactive in nature. 6. Only when students are allowed to immerse themselves in the process of social science thinking, they will be able to learn the subject better. Below are some guiding points indicating how children learn social science. Students learn social science best when A. Content starts with the familiar and the observable to students. B. Newer concepts are learned in connection to existing knowledge. Students learn when the knowledge in their long-term memory is used to understand newer concepts. 7. Thus, a new concept is taught by making relevant connections to what the students have already learned before. C. Students are involved as active participants and not passive listeners. Social science has been a textbook-intensive subject for a long time. That makes it a tiring experience where students just listen and memorize what is printed as text. For students to become active contributors, they must start acquiring this role right from the beginning of learning social science. For example, a class on governance can begin with the formation of Bal Sabha, Children's Assembly, within the classroom and then be tried at the school level. D. Students apply social science skills to understand their immediate surroundings. When students apply the skills of social science like the interpretation of sources, referring to multiple pieces of evidence, drawing a cohesive argument from these, and being able to discuss an issue with evidence and not speculations, in their day-to-day lives and for understanding their surroundings, they learn the subject better. A. Students are given diverse learning experiences. Students must get exposure to diverse ways of learning social science. The students should be taken for field excursions, be given project work, and be introduced to digital content. Also, student diversity in the classroom can be used as a learning resource, allowing for discussion of diverse viewpoints. This would allow for multiple perspectives too. Pedagogy in a social science classroom must consider how students learn the subject better and plan accordingly. It must inculcate in students conceptual knowledge, fundamental capacities, and constitutional values and dispositions, all of which enable disciplinary thinking among students. 281 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 5.6.1 Pedagogical Considerations. The following pedagogical considerations should be kept in mind while planning for social science classes. A. Classroom transactions should help students to engage with the method of doing social science so that learners can appreciate the methods for knowledge creation in social science. For instance, students may be encouraged to notice patterns in the distribution of different forms of government like democracies, monarchies, and dictatorships across the globe and propose reasons, historical, geographical, socio-political, economic, for the existence of those patterns. B. Classroom teaching should inculcate an awareness and appreciation of normative concerns. Students should be given opportunities to reflect on inequities, stereotypes, discrimination, and other social and environmental issues in their own environments. This should lead to thinking and discussion of meaningful responses to these challenges. C. Interdisciplinary thinking should be encouraged and supported to ensure that the students develop a holistic and integrated understanding of concepts as they appear in society. Any event in history needs to be interpreted in the socio-political context of its origin. Any geographical phenomena should be evaluated from its impact on space and human lives, and its influence on the economy and society. Similarly, any economic concept needs to be understood from its historical and socio-political context. D. A social science classroom should be a place for contesting ideas, debating, and arguing with empathy and care. Students must be encouraged to share their diverse experiences and reasoning without the fear of being judged or ridiculed. The teacher must refrain from imposing their own biases and beliefs upon the children. The entire pedagogy in a social science classroom should be an attempt to reveal newer dimensions of social reality and work towards creating self-awareness and introspection among teachers and students. A. Facts and concepts in social science should be made relevant to the students' contexts and experiences. Such sharing and interactions must be respectful of the cultural and socio-economic differences and multiple perspectives among students. F. Concepts in social science need to be clarified with adequate depth and rigor. In a social science classroom, adequate time and attention should be given towards concept formation and clarity in history, geography, political science, and economics. For example, students need to understand the processes of weathering and erosion to see their impact on topography and human civilization. Engage with the meaning of different types of sources of evidence in order to frame meaningful interpretations of historical events. Develop a comprehensive understanding of concepts of plurality, democracy and diversity to appreciate the values enshrined in the Constitution, and those stressed upon in the NEP 2020. The overall classroom environment should encourage academic rigor in acquiring disciplinary thinking. G. Opportunity to engage with various social, political, and environmental challenges through investigating and interpreting multiple sources of evidence available, such as documentaries, literature, books, local stories, travelogues, newspaper reports, relevant 282. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Films, etc. should be undertaken. Selecting materials that are relatable to students and help in developing curiosity about the discipline should be prioritized. At the same time, care should be taken to ensure that materials are from reliable sources of information and do not depict biases towards, against a particular ideology. H. Authentic tasks, performance-based tasks such as project-based learning activities, assignments should be incorporated to give learners an opportunity to develop different types of capacities like surveying, data analysis, problem solving, and cooperative skills to validate and investigate their assumptions and beliefs. 5.6.2 Pedagogical strategies to design lessons. Along these considerations, there are many strategies that teachers can deploy. These strategies are as follows. A. Inquiry. Inquiry-based methods help students understand how social scientists generate knowledge. For instance, students can make and test hypotheses about factors that influence migration in their locality or region, the genesis of various settlement patterns in their region, why specific types of occupations are more prevalent in specific regions, why people along the coastal regions have a specific dietary preference, and so on. B. Issues-based learning. Issues-based learning can be a conducive tool for acquainting students with various aspects of social realities, integrating perspectives from different disciplines in investigating the causes of problems, and in thinking about relevant social action. As a subject addressing normative concerns, it is also vital that students learn social science content by engaging with real issues in their immediate, distant context. For instance, students may consider the problem of drinking water shortage in their area, which may involve engaging with questions like, what are the available sources of water? How is water consumption across different parts of the region, locality? Are there wastages that can be avoided? How is water being made accessible to all sections of society? Is there unequal distribution? What steps are being taken to purify water? How is it being made available to the poorer sections of society? etc. C. Conversations, discussions, and debates. Conversations are extremely vital in a social science classroom. These conversations should lead to focused discussions on concepts, ideas, belief systems, and value claims. Sometimes these discussions may convert into debates in the classroom. It is important to encourage such debates as it provides students with the opportunity to put forth their perspectives, resolve conflicts, iron out contradictory ideas, and learn from each other. However, care must be taken that such discussions and debates do not hurt the sentiments of any caste, class, gender, or other social groups. Some common topics could be, there can be a discussion on climate change, reservation policy, diversity in food, clothing as per historical and geographical reasons, practicing democratic processes in schools, etc. D. Role plays and simulations. Role play and simulations may help students explore decision-making processes and finding means of conflict resolution. For instance, role plays of the Gram Panchayat corporation may be used as a vehicle to explain the functioning of democratic institution. 283 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. A. Community service and field excursions. Community service is yet another upcoming strategy in a social science classroom. It not only involves concrete experiences for learning concepts of the curriculum, but also enables students develop the desired values and sensitivity towards normative concerns. Students may take up various projects to work with local government agencies to acquire first-hand experience of issues and work with people in need. Similarly, field excursions are meaningful ways of engaging with the content, for instance nature walks, heritage walks, food walks, visit to police stations, museums, post offices, planetariums, visit to government and digital archives, investigation e.g., old family documents, objects, etc. F. Reflective essays. Students can write reflective essays on various topics related to the curriculum. These essays can also be used by teachers to assess the extent to which students have learned the desired concepts and skills. For instance, a reflective essay topic could be, what would be the future of Indian democracy? How will dams transform the agricultural productivity in India? What are the issues and opportunities of linking rivers? G. Project work. Effective social science teaching happens when students collaborate around a project or a specific task. These could be conducting a survey and interviews, e.g. household survey, interview of stakeholders of the society such as village sarpanch, etc. Drawing a map of their classroom, investigating the historical sources in their region, tabulating the types of bazaars, markets, etc. Such projects should be collaboratively designed along with students with sufficient time given to collect data, analyze it and present it in the classrooms. H. Some specific opportunities for projects to create models and artifacts. The students should be given opportunities where they can apply their knowledge in creating models and artifacts. These could be in the form of poster making, collection, old coins, newspapers, stamps, types of rocks, leaves, flowers, photographs, pamphlets, etc. Models, two-dimensional or three-dimensional. E.g. monuments, volcano, still scenes, etc. Videos of rally, Haat Bazaar, book fair, any social event in their surroundings, etc. Teacher's Voice B5.6i, to be edited. Field excursion. As a social science teacher in middle school, I believe that field exposure is a very strong part of the pedagogy. It helps teachers in giving a practical usage of social science skills, and guides students how to observe, investigate, interpret, and come to some conclusion. In my class on historical investigation, I plan to take my class 7th of 30 students on a field excursion to a local historical site. The objectives of planning the visit were as follows. The students would understand the people, events, problems, and ideas that were significant in creating the history of their locality. To make the students keen observers towards the place where they live. These skills would be used by them to decode about the societies beyond their own locality, region. This leads towards making them holistic thinkers about their own as well other societies. 284. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. The students can describe distinctive developments in style and technology used for construction of temples, tombs, and mosques with examples, with help of their local context. Before the excursion, certain lessons on sources of history and their interpretation were done. After 3 to 4 in-depth classes which involved working with scriptures, paintings, social structure, and their own family history, the excursion was planned. I divided the class in 5 groups with each group having a different thing to work upon during and after the field visit. This helped giving a clear objective to each student and preparing themselves accordingly before the visit. The division was done as follows. This kind of planned excursion will introduce the students to work on interpreting and even trying out building history on their own. Involving the students in the process would help them relate to historical inquiry more concretely. Explore what you see, let us interpret why, who and what. Time travel to the past, we will become the preservers. Study the details of the architecture. The children would need to observe the patterns in the architecture, the possible materials that were used to make it, the styles that were used to make it, etc. Mode of presentation. This group can make an elaborate drawing of the place visited or a model presentation. They can also try presenting by making a model, elaborate drawing of a building they would like to build. Dig in the forms of documentation available of that place. Paste pictures or try writing them down. Along with this, the group needs to record oral stories, myths, poems, folk songs of that place. For this they will have to interact with the older people of the community for oral records of the place. This can also record the beliefs people have related to that place. Understand the relevance and the connection that place had with the community from a social, political, cultural and economic angle. Some suggestive questions for the learners to explore. What was the place used for? Who could access the place? Think in terms of class, caste and gender. Did the place play any role in the economic activities of the community? If yes, what type of market or trade scenario was there? What cultural significance did the place hold? What do you think was there before this place was built? This group time travels back to the era when the place was built. They are to frame a flow of their own story about how it would have been back then. The group writes about the life people live, what they eat, what they wear, what they do for a living, the relation they have with animals and how did they use this place. This group works on present and future of the place. They need to capture the details of this place today. How is it being used? Who all access it? Why is it still an eminent place? Does this place need maintenance? Would they like to save it from diminishing? If yes, how would they do so? 285 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 5.6.3 Learning Outcome Pedagogy and Assessment Interlinkage in the classroom. The pedagogy in a social science classroom must be centered around objectives and achievable outcomes and competencies. Assessments should be neatly integrated in the process. All three components of learning outcomes, pedagogical processes and assessments should be carried out as an iterative process within a classroom. Illustratively, Figure B 5.6i. In the example given above, the teaching of the concept of democracy should begin with an understanding of what the expected outcomes are from this topic. These outcomes are a combination of concepts, skills, and dispositions that students need to acquire. Once the teacher is familiar with the outcomes, they need to systematically use relevant pedagogical approaches to initiate and sustain discussions on ideas of democracy in a class, moving towards a realization of the outcomes expected from them. Well-planned resources, activities, and assignments will help in deepening the understanding of this concept. The lesson plan and class process will both determine to what extent the core and essential skills of the subject are to be built. Assessments in such a case must be visualized in both formative and summative ways. In this case, a wide variety of assessment tasks to check the understanding of the students regarding the concept of democracy would be helpful to modify the teaching-learning processes as the teacher moves along the lesson. 286. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 5.7 Assessment. In education, assessments have usually served a limited purpose of ranking students using paper-pencil tests and exams. While such assessments have helped in grading students and taking decisions on promotion or detention, their educational value in helping the teacher improve their practice or in helping the students learn better has been quite limited. Despite several policy-level changes in the past few decades in the aims of education and the curricular expectation from different school subjects, assessments have unfortunately remained unchanged. The narrowness of the assessment has reduced the scope of the subject and the teaching to a means of passing the test. Teaching to the test has become detrimental to learning a subject well. 5.7.1 Challenges in Assessment and Evaluation. Designing and implementing quality assessments in social sciences has several challenges. A. Social science question papers appear to be general knowledge papers where mastery over inert facts such as names and dates of events, textbook definitions, names of institutions, and key personalities take precedence over the assessment of conceptual clarity, disciplinary thinking, and social science skills. This has been one of the fundamental problems of social science assessment that needs immediate attention. One reason for the above scenario has been a lack of clarity on the curricular goals of social science and the kind of competencies and learning outcomes that need to be achieved through the subject. For example, while learning about a specific period in history, is it only important to remember the names of the rulers and their key contributions? Or is it necessary to understand why certain historical events took place during that time? How did it influence various aspects of society during that period? What were the implications of that period and its events in later times? How were events in one region connected to those in another? In the absence of clarity of competencies and outcomes, social science assessments suffer from the issue of validity. A. Another issue in the assessment of social science is a lack of common shared understanding of what is expected as a response to a particular question. Very often facts take precedence over the student's ability to connect facts, give their opinion on events, or for that matter suggest a solution to a problem. Even when application-level questions are tested in the paper, the expected responses are directly quoted from the textbook. As a result, students' ability is merely judged on the quantity of facts reproduced rather than their ability to apply or analyze their thinking. This compromises the reliability of the assessment. B. The third issue in the assessment of social science is little depth and excessive breadth of knowledge and understanding. Very often the content in social science is so broad that teachers end up developing a question paper that tries to cover as much content as possible. As a result, students get stressed in remembering disproportionately large amount of 287 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Information. There is also a tendency to mug up few chapters because of which students are unable to form a holistic understanding of various interrelated events or phenomena. For instance, a student may learn about climate without engaging enough with vegetation or soil. As a result of this, their competency to make connections between climate, vegetation and soil remains underdeveloped. 5.7.2 Principles of Assessment A. Assessment in social science should be understanding what children have learnt and their ability to problem solving and put that knowledge into practice. It should serve as a tool for gathering evidence about students learning to make changes in the teacher's pedagogy. B. Assessments should avoid only assessing inert facts and information. They should measure the core concepts, skills, and dispositions that define the curricular goals of social science. For instance, asking children to trace the history of any monument, temple, mosque, church, monastery in their locality by asking questions to the local people, looking at documents of local revenue officer, and other related available records. C. Assessment must move beyond paper-pencil tests. It must use authentic assessment methods that allow for complex skills and diverse abilities to be tested in more valid and reliable ways. Assignments, reflective essays, project works, field surveys, map reading, and interviews must be planned in a manner that the students can be assessed based on their understanding of concepts and the processes involved in social science. Assessment of collaborative work involving the designing of a poster, developing a movie on a historical monument, collecting occupational data of different persons in one's locality, representing poverty or unemployment data in one's region, interpreting a topographical map, etc. should be encouraged. All methods and tools of assessment should trigger students to apply and reflect on the concepts of the curriculum. D. Assessment items should, as far as possible, address normative concerns such as peace, equality, justice, and fraternity amongst students. An important aim of social science teaching is also to foster values and dispositions. It is necessary for social science assessments to help students examine beliefs and biases, do the given task with promptness, do the work with efficiency and understanding, are you in favor of and opposition to given social reality, participate in group work, consolidate a discussion, be able to find the elements of equality and diversity in social phenomenon, be able to adjust with diversity and change, and have a sensitive relationship with human beings, animals, and the natural environment. There is a need to adopt continuous and multifaceted assessment, as suggested by the new Education Policy 2020 to highlight the overall capabilities and life skills of the students. A. Assessment in social science should enable students to form reasonable views and arguments that are evidence-based and follow an empirical approach. Open-ended questions that encourage students to evaluate the information, provide arguments and support it with valid evidence, must be encouraged. For instance, instead of asking students to list the advantages of building dams, students can be asked to evaluate the pros and cons of building dams and take a position on whether it is necessary for a country. Regions 288. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Development. While asking such questions, the answer key marking scheme should be in the form of a rubric where along with facts the quality of the student's reasoning is assessed. F. Assessments should be ongoing and integrated with the teaching-learning process. Questioning students, making them do group work, think, pair and share, etc. can be effective ways to conduct formative assessments in the classroom. While doing such informal assessments, teachers should be mindful of taking stock of what is the quality of discussion in the classroom and accordingly modify her teaching plan. G. It is just as important for teachers and assessment administrators to analyze students' responses to develop better quality assessment. Analyzing students' responses will inform them about areas of improvement, along with additional support and resources required for better attainment of learning objectives. 5.7.3 Framework for Classroom Assessment. In any classroom, assessment is an iterative process of planning, designing, and using. The framework below is a handy guide for teachers to think through the assessments in their class. Planning assessment, designing assessment, using assessment. What to assess? Why to assess, purpose. How frequently to assess? What form of data or reporting is needed? Who will conduct the assessment? Teacher, students, peers? How will the assessment information be used? Choice of tools and methods. Selected response questions, like MCQ, fill in the blanks, true or false. Constructed response questions, essay type, short answers, open-ended questions. Performance-based assessments. Authentic assessments. Rubrics for evaluation. Formative purposes, giving feedback to students. Modifying teacher strategies. Peer and self-assessment. Response analysis of students' misconceptions and errors. Summative purposes, tracking overall progress of class, reporting to parents, promotion, detention, remediation. 289 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Teacher's Voice B. 5.7i, to be edited. Assessment, maps. I wanted to assess my students' understanding of directions during the class on maps. I planned a mid-class assessment with an interactive worksheet so that I could get a sense where each of my students' understanding has reached. The following questions were asked. A. Fill the missing directions in the blocks. B. In what directions are others standing? I. Rohit till Sapna. E. Suman till Ravi. E. Tanveer till Ravi. IV. Khushi till Pujasi. How many students are standing to the north and south of Ria? D. Who is standing to the east of Sunny? A. How many students are standing to the south of Pinky? F. Write the names of all those standing west of Payal. 290. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 291. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Chapter 6. Arts Education. The arts are a vast range of individual and collective human activity that is aimed at creative pursuit through innovative and imaginative expression and cultural engagement. They involve a wide range of thinking, doing, and responding activities using various materials and media. They can very broadly be classified into the visual, literary, and performing arts. In the school curriculum, arts education is about developing the creative capacities, aesthetic sensibilities, and cultural literacy achieved through various forms of visual arts, a variety of crafts, local living traditions, digital art, as well as the performing arts such as storytelling, puppetry, dramatic arts, music, dance, and movement arts. The range of genres could include traditional, classical, folk, popular, and contemporary styles of creative expression. When students share their ideas and feelings through a variety of art forms like painting, crafts, music, dance, and theater, they recognize one another's strengths and challenges, which nurtures empathy, appreciation, cooperation, and trust. This is fundamental for developing social and human values like ahimsa, love, compassion, friendship, and peaceful coexistence. 292. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 293. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 6.1 Aims. For the individual student, arts education in all stages of school education teaches students capacities for making, thinking, and appreciating. These three processes are critical for developing creative thought and expression in them. The arts are also well known to enable socio-emotional well-being. Research suggests strong links between arts training and overall brain development. Exposure to art and the experiences of producing art help with improvement in cognition and significantly impact individuals in their emotional awareness and regulation. Since the arts lend themselves to learning experiences that engage many senses at a time, students with diverse interests and learning abilities often find their place in the arts. They develop skills in crafting and creating artworks, develop aesthetic sensibilities, an appreciation for nature, creativity, innovation, and confidence in their abilities. They learn to find diverse ways of persisting and solving various challenges. All these are important for individual growth and contribution towards society. The arts are valuable in celebrating human experiences with collective joy, a means to knowledge and learning about life. The arts provide enjoyable opportunities for students to connect with their own culture and appreciate the diversity of artistic expression in other cultures. As a common language, the arts bring people together and lead them to develop tolerance, understanding, and mutual respect. Through a good, effective arts education program, every student in every school in India must be provided equal opportunities to a. Enjoy exploring and creating artworks, gain a variety of aesthetic experiences, and derive joy from all forms of art. B. Apply one's imagination and creativity, and learn a variety of artistic capacities through experimentation and sustained practice in the arts. C. Express ideas and emotions through the arts, as well as nurture empathy and sensitivity towards the expressions of others. D. Appreciate the beauty in nature and discover connections between the arts and other disciplines and with everyday life. A. Develop a sense of belonging towards one's own culture and traditions, as well as an appreciation for India's multicultural diversity and the knowledge of contemporary artists and art practices. 294. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 6.2 Nature of Knowledge in the Arts. The arts are about human aesthetic sensibility. Aesthetic sensibility refers to our ability to perceive beauty, arrive at considered judgments regarding the good and beautiful, and strive towards a sense of refinement in the art-making process. Art is a personal form of understanding beauty, shape, symmetry, pattern, and movement blended in expression to evoke feelings. Artistic work covers both conceptual and procedural knowledge and deals with the embodied, sensory and emotional experiences of human beings. Yatho asta tatho drishti. Yatho drishti tatho mana. Yatho mana tatho bhava. Yatho bhava tatho rasa. Verse from the Natya Shastra. Translation. Where the hand, action, goes, there follows vision. Where the vision goes, there follows the mind, thought. Where the mind goes, there follows feeling, emotion. Where the feeling goes, there follows aesthetic pleasure. Making is at the center of artistic work. The above verse in Sanskrit captures the essence of making art, where the creative process of exploring making first, thinking, reflecting, and appreciating after. The concrete experience of making, or doing, is central to the arts, through which both artistic processes and concepts are understood. Along with this, how something is done defines its artistic nature, e.g., one can play with utensils to either make disturbing noises or create soothing music. Art sparks attention to new ways of looking. We often are creatures of habit and tend towards inattentive repetition. The arts spark attention and a new life into our habitual perceptions and produce unique and enjoyable experiences. Such experiences contain an activated flavor that is known as rasa, or the aesthetic, artistic experience. Artistic exploration occurs within defined rules. Creating art or responding to it requires the ability to distinguish aesthetic experiences and make choices based on context, ideas, emotional experiences, intentions, and the presence of an audience. Most art forms follow some conventions within which artistic exploration happens. although these may be read as constraints, e.g., 295. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. The structure of classical ragas in music, they in fact help in pushing the boundaries of imagination and creativity since it requires more effort to be creative within defined rules or structures. There are differences in the natures of visual and performing arts. There are innumerable forms of art broadly categorized into the visual arts and the performing arts. Some art forms have characteristics of both these. The visual arts offer static experiences to viewer, e.g., paintings and sculptures that are viewed as complete artworks and do not undergo changes while viewing. The performing arts, on the other hand, offer dynamic, time-based experiences to their audience, e.g., music, dance, and theater are dependent on the passage of time for their audience to experience a completed work. A tradition like Pathachitra combines aspects of painting and performance when the artist sings and narrates the story depicted in the scroll painting. Art is a comprehensive engagement. The arts involve complex processes of critical thought, expression, and response through a comprehensive engagement of mind, body, and emotion. Art, like language, permeates all human knowledge in processes of information acquisition, learning, and sharing. Playing the flute not only produces an aesthetic experience, rasanubhava, but learning to play it develops an understanding of sound and its production, as well as the knowledge of similar materials and acoustics. Theatre and the dramatic arts are by nature holistic knowledge systems that combine literature, music, movement, visual arts and crafts. 296. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 6.3 Approach to Arts Education NEP 2020 mentions that there would be no hard separation among curricula, extracurricular, or co-curricular, among arts, humanities, and sciences, or between vocational or academic streams. Subjects such as physical education, arts and crafts, and vocational skills, in addition to science, humanities, and mathematics, will be incorporated throughout the school curriculum. This NCF, therefore, places the arts as one of the main curricular areas. It recognizes the vast diversity of cultural expressions that exist across the length and breadth of India. Local arts and cultures would be the starting point for arts education in all stages of school education. This approach aims to develop an understanding among teachers and students that the arts are around us, and they are an integral part of our life, and therefore an essential subject for students of all stages of education. 6.3.1 Arts in Stages. At every stage of arts education, students learn to express their views on what is aesthetic, which is good and beautiful, and the characteristics that contribute to their ideas of beauty. While subjective student views are encouraged, they must also learn about the overarching criteria that define the aesthetic qualities of visual artworks, music, theatre, dance and movement. These criteria are established through the art form, as well as society and culture. For example, the principles of visual design like focus, balance, and proportion would determine the aesthetic qualities in various forms of visual arts. However, what is considered a beautiful proportion may vary from one culture to another. Students imbibe their aesthetic sensibility from their local culture. An arts practice helps them examine their aesthetics more closely and expand their tastes by participating in art processes. In the foundational stage, children are encouraged to express their views while responding to artworks, and they share their personal preferences. By the end of the preparatory stage, students can be expected to distinguish artworks by quality and level of completion. In the middle and secondary stages, students must reflect on their aesthetic choices and not blindly conform to trends and cliques because of social acceptance. In these ages, they can learn to push the boundaries of aesthetics and culture through gradual steps of inquiry, rigorous exploration, and practice, through which they validate their aesthetic choices. As students mature, their observation and sensitivity to detail develop, and this enables them to appreciate well-crafted objects and acquire sophistication in their artistic expressions. They develop aesthetic judgment and an ability to evaluate artworks based on common criteria. All creative processes that take place in the art classroom need to involve the pursuit of aesthetic qualities. This in turn reflects in their art-making process by setting higher benchmarks for creative refinement in thought, expression, and technical skills. 297. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 6.3.2 Arts Integration. In addition to teaching and learning the arts as a main curricular subject, the arts must also be integrated into the classroom practices of all other curricular areas. According to Ncf 2020, art integration is a cross-curricular pedagogical approach that utilizes various aspects and forms of art and culture as the basis for learning concepts across subjects. As a part of the thrust on experiential learning, art-integrated education will be embedded in classroom transactions not only for creating joyful classrooms but also for imbibing the Indian ethos through the integration of Indian art and culture in the teaching and learning process at every level. Schools need to ensure that arts-integrated learning is practiced in the teaching of all subjects in a manner that gives equal importance to achieving learning in the arts in other disciplines. Arts integration cannot be a replacement for dedicated art classes in the school curriculum. The arts as a body of knowledge have their content, skills, methods, and processes, which require dedicated space and time. This document focuses on arts education specific to art knowledge and learning standards in the visual and performing arts. This would not only guide teachers in teaching the arts as a curricular subject, but also find meaningful connections with other disciplines to integrate concepts, content, pedagogy, and assessment practices. 6.3.3 Emphasis on process, not product. Process and not the product is central to learning the arts. Arts curricula across the world have recognized the educational value of developing frameworks that are marked by artistic processes like ideation, creation, production, performance, presentation, response, review, and making connections. This ensures that teachers and students focus on all aspects of development, cognitive, affective, psychomotor, socio-emotional, and language, while learning the arts. Accordingly, the learning standards integrate the thinking, making, and appreciation processes that are fundamental to arts education. Thinking processes refer to the development of ideas and concepts, creating new meanings and connections, understanding art forms and their elements, inquiry and critical reflection on art practices and aesthetic experiences, and connecting arts knowledge with the knowledge of other disciplines. Making processes are about the multisensorial engagement in creating artwork, expression of thoughts and emotions through different art forms, exploration of materials, tools, and techniques, improvisation, developing and refining craft and skills, and the production of artwork or performances. Appreciation processes refer to gaining exposure to a wide range of art forms and practices through both active and passive modes, developing an awareness of sense perception as well as physical, emotional, and intellectual states, communicating a variety of responses to art and aesthetic experiences, understanding the social, historical, and contextual background of artistic practices, assessing artworks, and developing aesthetic judgment. All these processes are interlinked and cannot be addressed in isolation if a meaningful and complete art learning experience is desired. 298. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 6.4 Current challenges. The status of arts education in schools is troubled by several challenges, some of which are as follows. A. Lack of time, resources, and seriousness given to the arts. Art activities are often limited to fun and entertainment during occasions and cultural events at schools. Art education is either not timetabled at all or they are stopped before and during exams. Time allocated for arts classes is often taken away for exam preparation or syllabus completion in other subjects. There is often little, no physical space allocated for art activities and little appropriate utilization of art resources in most schools. Added to this, there is often very little planning, organizing, assessments, and review in art teaching. There are no textbooks, handbooks to guide the art teacher, and there is no serious assessment of learning in the arts. B. Reinforcing stereotypes and meaningless ideas in the name of arts, students are made to admire and reproduce stale, unoriginal images, e.g., drawings of landscapes with triangular mountains, a semicircular sun, and a few trees regardless of whether the student has witnessed such a landscape. Similarly, in dramatic arts, students perform morally heavy plays based on themes with which they have no personal connections, or dance to the tunes of popular songs that further reinforce social stereotypes. C. Acute shortage of well-prepared arts teachers. Schools across the country need many more art teacher recruitments. Art teaching needs preparation. Artists, craftspeople, and performers cannot simply become teachers. Becoming an arts teacher requires an understanding of educational perspectives, capacity for educational judgment, as well as initial guided practice in art teaching. Teacher education programs do not have appropriate arts orientation for all teachers and initial preparation of specialized arts teachers. As a result, arts teachers struggle to understand the requirements of arts education and end up imposing inappropriate expectations on students. In cases where teachers of other subjects show an interest in the arts and their teaching, it is neither appreciated nor supported. D. Social aspirations. There is a general lack of interest towards arts education in society since people lack awareness about its educational value in developing aesthetic, creative, and cultural capacities in students. The wide scope for pursuing arts as a career also remains unknown to many. 299. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Box B 6.4I. Addressing the constraint of teacher availability. Many schools do not have dedicated art teachers or adequate space and materials for the arts. In such cases, schools could choose from various forms of visual and performing arts that are already practiced in the region, identify local artists who could be resource persons, and use natural materials and local resources for arts facilitation. Local potters, toy makers, basket weavers, e.g., Gond, Varli, Madhubani, Manna, and practicing artists, e.g., sculptors, photographers, book illustrators, muralists, in the locality could be invited to the school to lecture demonstrate. With some education and initial support in learning pedagogical practices, these artists may even be employed part-time or full-time by schools. However, until such an arrangement happens, teachers need to ensure that arts education aligns with the core principles mentioned in this document by assisting resource persons when they visit to teach the arts. In the foundational and preparatory stages, art classes may be facilitated by any teacher in the school who has a basic orientation on arts education for the respective stages, or with the assistance of local resource persons. They must encourage students to openly express their ideas and emotions and playfully experiment with a range of materials in forms of visual arts, rangoli, drawing, painting, textile arts, puppetry, sculpture, pottery etc. By the middle stage, schools must prioritize recruiting at least one exclusively assigned art teacher who can teach either the visual arts or performing arts or both. A teacher for the middle stage should have the capacity to provide appropriate encouragement and inputs to nurture the individual creativity of all students and expand their range of artistic expression. In the secondary stage, schools need to ideally recruit one teacher for the visual arts and one teacher for the performing arts who have adequate knowledge of the arts, as well as education perspectives that are required for teaching the arts at the secondary stage. Until these ideal scenarios become achievable, schools could collaborate with arts organizations and the local art communities to fulfill the arts education needs of the curriculum. School libraries often have very little material on the arts. They should include a wide range of books and audiovisual resources. These could be museum, exhibition catalogs with images of artworks, books on artists, art magazines, periodicals related to the visual and performing arts, children's literature with artistic illustrations, and so on. Songbooks with musical notations or literature for drama could also become important reference material for students and teachers. 300. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 6.5 Learning Standards. The learning standards in this section are for the visual arts, theatre, music, and dance and movement. All schools must aim to provide maximum opportunities for students to explore any form of visual arts and any form of performing arts, music, theatre, dance, and movement, across all the stages. The art forms that are chosen by the school should be appropriate and accessible to all students and have relevance in their contexts. Based on the art forms that a school chooses, the relevant learning standards specific to the visual art form or performing art form can be applied. Teachers need to understand the importance of process in all art forms and ensure that students develop the necessary competencies by the end of every stage. A. Nested design of learning standards. Giving due consideration to the time schools might require in the implementation of arts education as a full-fledged subject across the stages, for example appointment of teachers, acquisition of resources, this document contains nested learning standards for arts education, wherein learning standards have two subsets which have been detailed. The first subset called Learning Standards 1 is nested within Learning Standards 2. Thus, Learning Standards 1 foot should be accomplished by all schools from the very initiation of the implementation of this NCF, and Learning Standards 2 should be accomplished as soon as schools add the required resources for arts education. The table below illustrates how can implement this. Table B 6.5I. School Context Preparatory Middle Secondary, 9th and 10th grade. Has no visual arts teacher or performing arts teacher. Learning Standards 1 in one form of visual art and one form of performing art. Has one visual art teacher. Learning Standards 2 in visual art and Learning Standards 1 in performing art. Has one performing art teacher, music, dance, theatre. Learning Standards 2 in performing art, in the particular form that the teacher is familiar with, and Learning Standards 1 in visual art. Has one visual art teacher and one performing art teacher. Learning Standards 2 in both visual art and performing art. 301. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 6.5.1 Preparatory Stage. 6.5.1.1 Learning Standards 1 Curricular Goals, Competencies and Illustrative Loss will be further fine-tuned. CG1 develops an enjoyment for the arts and exercises their creativity and imagination in visual and performing arts activities. C-1.1 creates and presents a variety of artworks to communicate their ideas and emotions in any of the visual and performing art forms, emphasis on variety in music, painting, drawing, crafts, drama, dance and movement, and local art forms. C-1.2 describes the varied materials, tools, and processes used in the visual and performing arts and demonstrates familiarity with some of these in their own artworks, e.g., identifies and names some musical instruments and demonstrates simple beats on a dholik, khanjira, bells, utensils or one's own body, clapping, tapping, making different sounds using mouth and voice. C-1.3 creates artworks collaboratively and shares own thoughts and feelings while responding to arts and culture in their surroundings. 6.5.1.2 Learning Standards 2 Curricular Goals, Competencies and Illustrative Loss will be further fine-tuned. A. Visual Arts. CG1 develops confidence to explore, depict, and celebrate human experience through the arts. C-1.1 expresses enthusiasm to create a variety of images that depict their everyday life, emotions, and imaginations. C-1.2 shares a variety of ideas and responses while working collaboratively in the visual arts. CG2 exercises their imagination and creativity freely in the arts. C-2.1 creatively uses different combinations of visual elements, line, form, color, space, texture, while depicting their everyday observations, personal experiences, and feelings. C-2.2 compares and contrasts the visual elements, themes, and expressions of artworks shared in the classroom 302. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG3 explores basic processes, materials, and techniques in the arts. C-3.1 makes choices while working with materials, tools, and techniques used in the visual arts. C-3.2 practices steps of planning, executing, and presenting while creating visual artworks individually and collaboratively. CG4 explores beauty in their surroundings, and develops an interest in a variety of local art forms and cultural practices. C-4.1 recognizes visual elements in nature and describes their artistic qualities. C-4.2 demonstrates curiosity towards local art forms and culture. B. Theatre. CG1 develops confidence to explore, depict, and celebrate human experience through the arts. C-1.1 expresses enthusiasm to depict a variety of objects, people, situations, and experiences in drama activities. C-1.2 shares ideas and responses while working collaboratively in the dramatic arts. CG2 exercises their imagination and creativity freely in the arts. C-2.1 creates and performs drama in the classroom based on everyday events, through various combinations of characters, movements, gestures, expressions, postures, and basic props. C-2.2 compares and contrasts elements of drama, themes, and related artistic expressions created in the classroom. CG3 explores basic processes, materials, and techniques in the arts. C-3.1 makes choices while working with materials, tools, and techniques used in the dramatic arts. C-3.2 practices steps of planning, executing, and presenting while creating dramatic artworks individually and collaboratively. CG4 explores beauty in their surroundings, and develops an interest in a variety of local art forms and cultural practices. C-4.1 recognizes elements of drama and movement in nature and describes their artistic qualities. C-4.2 demonstrates curiosity towards local art forms and culture 303. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. C. Music. CG1 develops confidence to explore, depict, and celebrate human experience through the arts. C-1.1 expresses enthusiasm to create and perform a variety of music that is familiar to them. C-1.2 shares ideas and responses while working collaboratively in music. CG2 exercises their imagination and creativity freely in the arts. C-2.1 creates and practices songs and rhythms in a variety of musical arrangements, arrangement of vocal, instrumental, solo, duet, ensemble, group. C-2.2 compares and contrasts musical elements, laya, tala, sur, bhava, lyrics, and expressions in a variety of musical styles introduced in the classroom. CG3 explores basic processes, materials, and techniques in the arts. C-3.1 makes choices while working with voices, instruments, and arrangements used in music. C-3.2 selects a variety of music during collaborative practice and participates in rehearsals for a performance. CG4 explores beauty in their surroundings and develops an interest in a variety of local art forms and cultural practices. C-4.1 recognizes musical elements in nature and describes their artistic qualities. C-4.2 demonstrates curiosity towards local art forms and culture. D. Dance and movement. CG1 develops confidence to explore, depict, and celebrate human experience through the arts. C-1.1 expresses enthusiasm to create and perform a variety of dance and movement that is familiar to them. C-1.2 shares ideas and responses while working collaboratively in dance and movement 304. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG2 exercises their imagination and creativity freely in the arts. C-2.1 creates and practices dance and movement sequences based on everyday actions and personal experiences. C-2.2 compares and contrasts movements, rhythms, postures, themes, and expressions in a variety of dance and movement styles introduced in the classroom. CG3 explores basic processes, materials, and techniques in the arts. C-3.1 makes choices while working with movement steps, instruments, costumes, and arrangements used in dance and movement. C-3.2 selects a variety of dance and movement sequences during collaborative practice and participates in rehearsals for a performance. CG4 explores beauty in their surroundings and develops an interest in a variety of local art forms and cultural practices. C-4.1 recognizes elements of dance and movement in nature and describes their artistic qualities. C-4.2 demonstrates curiosity towards local art forms and culture. 6.5.2 Middle Stage. 6.5.2.1 Learning Standards 1 Curricular Goals, Competencies and Illustrative Loss will be further fine-tuned. CG1 develops knowledge about various art forms of the region, state and develops artistic methods and skills in some of the art forms that they are exposed to. C-1.1 demonstrates basic skills in the arts that they are exposed to, and creates own variations e.g., Mandana, Alpana, Kolam, Ipan, narrating stories from the Panchtantra using local forms of puppetry, performing folk songs, dances of their region. C-1.2 describes the different materials, tools, and techniques used in local art forms in their region, state, and uses them with care while creating their own artworks e.g., describes the process of natural dyeing used in Kalankari, and experiments with creating artworks using colors sourced from natural materials around them like plants, vegetables, charcoal, soil, brick, etc. C-1.3 recognizes multiple viewpoints and shares own thoughts and feelings while responding to a variety of arts and cultural practices from their region, state e.g., watches a traditional folk dance performance specific to their state, region either live or online, shares their responses and interprets meanings and emotions conveyed by different movements and rhythms. 305. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 6.5.2.2 Learning Standards 2 Curricular Goals, Competencies and Illustrative Loss will be further fine-tuned. A. Visual Arts. CG1 develops openness to explore and express themselves through various art forms. C-1.1 expresses confidently their personal and everyday life experiences through various visual art forms. C-1.2 demonstrates flexibility in the process of collaborating and developing visual arts practice. CG2 applies their imagination and creativity to explore alternative ideas through the arts. C-2.1 creates visual artworks based on situations, stories that challenge stereotypes observed in their surroundings, e.g., gender roles. C-2.2 connects visual imagery, symbols, and visual metaphors with personal experiences, emotions, and imaginations. CG3 understands and applies artistic elements, processes, and techniques. C-3.1 demonstrates care and makes informed choices while using various materials, tools, and techniques in the visual arts. C-3.2 refines ideas and techniques of visual expression from the stage of planning to the final presentation, and reviews the entire process. CG4 acquaints themselves with a range of aesthetic sensibilities in regional arts and cultural practices. C-4.1 demonstrates familiarity with various local and regional forms of art. C-4.2 describes the life and work of a few visual artists in their region and across India. B. Theatre. CG1 develops openness to explore and express themselves through various art forms. C-1.1 expresses confidently their personal and everyday life experiences through various drama activities. C-1.2 demonstrates flexibility in the process of collaborating and developing drama work 306. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG2 applies their imagination and creativity to explore alternative ideas through the arts. C-2.1 creates and performs drama based on situations, stories that challenge stereotypes observed in their surroundings, e.g., gender roles. C-2.2 connects elements of drama, themes and symbols with personal experiences, emotions, and imaginations. CG3 understands and applies artistic elements, processes, and techniques. C-3.1 demonstrates care and basic stage etiquette, and makes informed choices while using various materials, tools and techniques of dramatic arts. C-3.2 refines ideas and techniques from the stage of planning to the final presentation in drama for external audiences, and reviews the entire process. CG4 acquaints themselves with a range of aesthetic sensibilities in regional arts and cultural practices. C-4.1 demonstrates familiarity with various local and regional forms of theatre. C-4.2 describes the life and work of a few theatre artists and performers in their region and across India. C. Music. CG1 develops openness to explore and express themselves through various art forms. C-1.1 expresses enthusiasm to create and perform a variety of music that is familiar to them. C-1.2 demonstrates flexibility in the process of collaborating and developing practices in music. CG2 applies their imagination and creativity to explore alternative ideas through the arts. C-2.1 creates and performs songs and musical compositions that challenge stereotypes observed in their surroundings, e.g., gender roles. C-2.2 connects elements of music, lyrics, ragas and rhythms, with personal experiences, emotions and imaginations. CG3 understands and applies artistic elements, processes, and techniques. C-3.1 demonstrates stage etiquette and care for musical instruments and makes informed choices while using resources and techniques in music. C-3.2 refines ideas and methods of musical expression from the stage of planning to the final performance, and reviews the entire process 307. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG4 acquaints themselves with a range of aesthetic sensibilities in regional arts and cultural practices. C-4.1 demonstrates familiarity with various local and regional forms of music. C-4.2 describes the life and work of a few local musicians and performers in their region and across India. D. Dance and movement. CG1 develops openness to explore and express themselves through various art forms. C-1.1 expresses confidently their personal and everyday life experiences through a variety of dance and movement activities. C-1.2 demonstrates flexibility in the process of collaborating and developing dance and movement practice. CG2 applies their imagination and creativity to explore alternative ideas through the arts. C-2.1 creates and performs dance and movement sequences that challenge stereotypes observed in their surroundings, e.g., gender roles. C-2.2 connects elements of dance and movement, mudras, gestures, and postures, with personal experiences, emotions, and imaginations. CG3 understands and applies artistic elements, processes, and techniques. C-3.1 demonstrates stage etiquette and care for stage equipment, props, and costumes, and makes informed choices while using dance and movement techniques. C-3.2 reworks ideas and methods of expression used in dance and movement from the stage of planning to the final performance and reviews the entire process. CG4 acquaints themselves with a range of aesthetic sensibilities in regional arts and cultural practices. C-4.1 demonstrates familiarity with various local and regional forms of dance and movement. C-4.2 describes the life and work of a few local dancers and movement artists in their region and across India. 308. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 6.5.3 Secondary Stage. 6.5.3.1 Learning Standards 1 Curricular Goals, Competencies and Illustrative Loss will be further fine-tuned. CG1 develops capacities in any one form of visual or performing arts and develops an appreciation for diverse art practices and traditions in India. C-1.1 demonstrates rigor and regularity in art-making processes, rehearsals, and performance, displays at the school level and inter-school events, e.g., regularly practices drama or music and rehearses specific pieces for performance at an event, allocates a few hours a week to practice vocal, instrumental techniques, and rehearses group song with peers. C-1.2 imaginatively applies artistic techniques, tools and materials to express their ideas and feelings while working in the visual or performing arts, e.g., experiments with a variety of threads, needles and stitch patterns in embroidery. Experiments with found materials to create musical instruments. C-1.3 appreciates diverse forms of artistic expression on the basis of artistic qualities and social context. E.g., appreciates the different forms of classical dance practiced in India. 6.5.3.2 Learning Standards 2. A. Visual Arts. CG1 develops an understanding of one's interest and aptitude in the arts. C-1.1 evaluates own interest in visual art forms by considering its scope of applications, fine arts, crafts, applied arts, design, arts research and management. C-1.2 initiates discussions and takes steps to find more information and resources to pursue their interest in the visual arts. CG2 extends creative practices and artistic expression in different aspects of their life. C-2.1 applies the elements and principles of visual arts into their artworks and incorporates these into their routine life. C-2.2 recognizes the development of visual expression across a series of works. 309. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG3 develops own art practice through the knowledge of diverse Indian art forms. C-3.1 extends explorations and refines techniques in the visual arts through regular practice. C-3.2 incorporates ideas and elements from various genres of Indian visual arts, traditional, popular, contemporary, into their artwork. CG4 appreciates the diverse aesthetic sensibilities across various Indian art practices and cultures. C-4.1 analyses commonalities and differences among diverse forms of Indian visual arts, cultures, and their aesthetic sensibilities. C-4.2 evaluates artwork based on creative expression, artistry and social context. 310. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. B. Theatre. CG1 develops an understanding of one's interest and aptitude in the arts. C-1.1 evaluates own interest in dramatic arts by considering its scope of application, acting, direction and design, story, playwriting, backstage, research and stage management. C-1.2 initiates discussions and takes steps to find more information and resources for pursuing their interest in dramatic arts. CG2 extends creative practices and artistic expression in different aspects of their life. C-2.1 applies the elements and principles of drama into their process and performances while considering external audiences and incorporates these into their routine life. C-2.2 recognizes the development of drama work towards performance across a series of scene works. CG3 understands and applies artistic elements, processes, and techniques. C-3.1 extends explorations and refines techniques in drama through regular practice and rehearsals. C-3.2 incorporates ideas and elements from various genres of Indian dramatic arts, traditional, popular, contemporary, into their own drama work. CG4 appreciates the diverse aesthetic sensibilities across various Indian art practices and cultures. C-4.1 analyses commonalities and differences among diverse forms of Indian theatre, cultures, and their aesthetic sensibilities. C. Evaluates artwork based on creative expression, artistry and social context music. CG1 develops an understanding of one's interest and aptitude in the arts. C-1.1 evaluates own interest in music by considering its scope of application, performance, composing, production, sound arts and design, recording, music research and management. C-1.2 initiates discussions and takes steps to find more information and resources to pursue their interest in music. 311. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG2 extends creative practices and artistic expression in different aspects of their life. C-2.1 applies the elements and principles of music into their musical works and incorporates these into their routine life. C-2.2 recognizes the development of musical expression across a series of musical projects. CG3 develops own art practice through the knowledge of diverse Indian art forms. C-3.1 extends explorations and refines techniques in music through regular practice and rehearsals. C-3.2 incorporates ideas and elements from various genres of Indian music, traditional, popular, contemporary, into their own musical work. CG4 appreciates the diverse aesthetic sensibilities across various Indian art practices and cultures. C-4.1 analyses commonalities and differences among diverse forms of Indian music, cultures, and their aesthetic sensibilities. C-4.2 evaluates musical work based on creative expression, artistry and social context. D. Dance and movement. CG1 develops an understanding of one's interest and aptitude in the arts. C-1.1 evaluates own interest in forms of dance and movement by considering its scope of application, performance, choreography, production, recording, dance and movement research and management. C-1.2 initiates discussions and takes steps to find more information and resources to pursue their interest in dance and movement. CG2 extends creative practices and artistic expression in different aspects of their life. C-2.1 applies the elements and principles of dance and movement into their performance work, and incorporates these into their routine life. C-2.2 recognizes the development of expression in dance and movement work across a series of movement projects. 312. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG3 develops own art practice through the knowledge of diverse Indian art forms. C-3.1 extends explorations and refines techniques in dance and movement through regular practice and rehearsals. C-3.2 incorporates ideas and elements from various genres of Indian dance and movement, traditional, popular, contemporary, into their own artwork. CG4 appreciates the diverse aesthetic sensibilities across various Indian art practices and cultures. C-4.1 analyses commonalities and differences among diverse forms of Indian dance and movement, cultures, and their aesthetic sensibilities. C-4.2 evaluates dance, movement work based on creative expression, artistry as well as social context. 6.5.4 Illustrative learning outcomes in this section, one curricular goal, CG, and a corresponding competency under the same goal have been further elaborated as illustrative learning outcomes. One sample from the visual arts is provided at each stage to guide how learning outcomes can be articulated. 6.5.4.1 Preparatory stage curricular goal, CG3, explores basic processes, materials, and techniques in the arts. Competency, C-3.2, practices steps of planning, executing, and presenting while creating visual artwork individually and collaboratively. Visual Arts 313. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Table B 6.5e. ABC. C-3.2. Practices steps of planning, executing, and presenting while creating visual artwork individually and collaboratively. Grades 3 to 5. 1. Discusses theme, content of the work with peers or teachers before execution. E.g., shares an idea of wanting to draw a tractor. Peers or the teacher may have a conversation about what other imagery can be included. Perhaps a driver or passengers, or the road or a field. Makes one preparatory sketch for artwork. E.g., creates a sketch for a birthday greeting that shows the different elements that will be included. Attempts more than one iteration of visual artwork based on feedback from peers. E.g., creates 2 or more variations for a poster on Sports Day celebration. 2. Presents completed artwork in the classroom. E.g., completes artwork individually or with peers and presents it formally in the classroom. Makes edits in artworks based on discussion with peers before presenting completed artworks, e.g., makes edits based on discussion with peers regarding colors, decorative elements, creating patterns, textures, adding or changing text, what they would write, and other such aspects before completion. Considers different contexts for presenting visual artworks and plans work accordingly. E.g., discusses sizes of the poster based on where it will be displayed and identifies appropriate places for displaying the poster. Considers text content, size of text, type of images, background colors, spatial divisions, margins, etc. 6.5.4.2 Middle stage. Curricular goal, CG2, applies their imagination and creativity to explore alternative ideas through the arts. Competency, C-2.2, connects visual imagery, symbols and metaphors with personal experiences, emotions, and imaginations 314. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Visual Arts. Table B 6.5e. ABC. C-2.2, connects visual imagery, symbols and metaphors with personal experiences, emotions, and imaginations. Grades 6 to 8. 1. Closely observes objects, nature, and own body, and uses appropriate visual elements to depict them from their viewpoints. E.g., creates a self-portrait by touching and feeling different parts of the head, hair, face, and neck and modeling it in a small 3-dimensional clay sculpture. Creates own visual symbols and metaphors to communicate personalized meanings in their artwork. E.g., uses 2 contrasting textures in a sculpture to represent positive and negative emotions. Explains the connections between visual elements used in artwork and the meanings generated. E.g., explains the connection between the motifs used in traditional Indian textiles and the meanings they might symbolize, and creates personal symbols in own artworks. 6.5.4.3 Secondary Stage Curricular Goal, CG3, develops own arts practice through the knowledge of diverse Indian art forms. Competency, C-3.1, extends explorations and refines techniques in the visual arts through regular practice. Visual arts. Table B 6.5 IV. AB. C-3.1, extends explorations and refines techniques in the visual arts through regular practice. Grades 9 to 10. 1. Demonstrates familiarity and practices refining handcrafting techniques in the visual arts, e.g., wood carving, hand embroidery, painting, basketry, pottery, sculpture, etc. Demonstrates familiarity and practices refining machine-assisted visual arts techniques, e.g., machine embroidery, wheel pottery, weaving, photography, film, new media, etc. 315. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 6.6 Content. 6.6.1 Principles for Content Selection. Students are exposed to a variety of art forms through their local culture and traditions, as well as entertainment channels in the media and the internet. Therefore, arts education must consider what students already know and are exposed to and provide opportunities to discuss and reflect on emerging trends and practices in the cultural space. The selection of content for arts education would take into consideration the following principles. A. Consider age-appropriate themes. The themes and topics that are chosen, as well as physical capacities, technical skills that are required for the chosen arts activities, should consider students' age group, developmental stage, and diverse learning abilities. B. Include a diversity of context, resources, and artistic genres. Starting with the familiar and local in the younger age groups, content could gradually expand to examine the diversity in regional, linguistic, national, and international contexts. As the content progresses in the different stages, it must cover a breadth of genres which include classical, folk, tribal, popular, and contemporary forms of art. Materials and resources that are locally or naturally available must be prioritized. C. Uphold the dignity of all types of work. Content should not reflect any hierarchies among arts processes. It must give equal importance and value to all kinds of physical, intellectual, and emotional work. Similarly, the content should present a wide scope of skills ranging from simple to complex, and in roles ranging from minor to major. D. Encourage questioning and critical reflection. Although the arts are subjective in nature, artistic expression and discussion should encourage students to reason their choices, compare and analyze the processes, and connect them with their aesthetic preferences. Dialogues around art and aesthetics must aim to develop multiple perspectives and respect diverse viewpoints. A. Uphold values. The chosen content must teach students an appreciation for multicultural diversity and inclusion, concern for democratic values, respect and compassion for a variety of artistic expressions, and an interest in working towards justice through creative modes, peaceful dialogue, and cooperation. 6.6.2 Organization of Content. 6.6.2.1 Elements and Principles of Art. Ancient Indian texts like the Natyashastra, Abhinay Darpanam, Shilpashastra, Vastushastra, and Chitrasutra have codified and structured the elements, methods, and aesthetic principles of the arts. The arts of India are one of the most diverse, rich, and expansive in the world, and contemporary art practices combine the knowledge of Indian arts and traditions with knowledge of arts from different parts of the world. All the arts have certain elements and principles that provide a framework to create and evaluate artworks. While some of these, e.g., bhava or emotion, 316. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. may be common across different art forms. Some elements are specific to the visual arts and others to the performing arts. Students need to develop knowledge of these elements and principles and a vocabulary of the arts used to describe and discuss artworks and their processes. The following table is a suggested illustration of the elements and principles of the visual and performing arts, which could be introduced at every stage. This is informed by the developmental stages that occur in students. Elements introduced in the early years will continue to be applicable in the later years, with a gradually increasing level of complexity. Table B 6.6I. ABC. Progression of elements and principles across the stages. Visual arts. Preparatory middle secondary. 1. Space, line, shape, form, color, texture, pattern, focus, emphasis, balance, emotion, narrative. Light, shadow, contrast, value, perspective, likeness, form and function, symbols, icons, metaphors. Ratio and proportion, compositional structure, visual aesthetics. Music and dance. Nada, sound and volume, shruti, sur, pitch, swara, swa, note, laya, letala, tal, tempo, rhythm, gayam, vocals, vadan, instrumentals, naritya, dance and movement, alankara, elaboration, melodic variations, sahitya, lyrics or literature, bhava, emotion, mudra, hand gestures, symbols. Laya, lay, tempo, in the commonly performed speeds of vilambit, vilamba kala and drut, madhyama kala or gati in dance matra, bol, theka, avartam in tala, tal raga, basic ragas used in the musical forms of the region, sahitya, literature, composition abhinay, action, movement, and expression, tatkar, adavu, chali, fundamental movement steps in classical dance. Gamak, meaned in musical compositions samay of raga navarasa, 9 aesthetic experiences, rasika, audience, connoisseur, choreography nritta, pure abstract movement in dance, natya, abstract movement and abhinay, harmony 317. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 6.6.2.2 Materials, Tools, and Techniques. Materials, tools, and techniques play a critical role in every art form and even shape traditions, styles and genres. An age-appropriate introduction to materials, tools, and techniques must be followed across all stages. A premature introduction to advanced tools or an overemphasis on technique alone can result in blocking exploration and innovation or might prevent a student from enjoying the process of creating artwork. It must be remembered that the focus of arts education is to provide wide exposure to a range of materials, techniques, and tools before developing excellence in any one art form or process. A. Materials. Materials could be chosen based on the school's geographical location, weather conditions, native flora, fauna, local culture, and locally available resources. Schools can, like many traditional art practices, conscientiously source materials and tools from nature. It is recommended that all schools minimize the purchase of paper, plastic, styrofoam and thermocol as materials and instead recycle the same from other sources like packaging materials. Processes like paper mache can be introduced as sustainable alternatives to recycling paper for creative use in the arts. Examples of materials that are sourced from nature. Natural elements like water, air, and light play an important role in many material transformations and processes. Other natural materials could be soil, sand, mud, clay, pebbles, rocks, stone, minerals and metals, sticks, dried logs, wood, brick, charcoal, seeds, seed pods, leaves, stems, flowers, fruits, vegetables, natural rubber, natural gum, grains and their powder, shells, feathers, and natural fibers, cotton, jute, palm, wool. Teacher's Voice B 6.6I, to be edited. Art from natural materials. The students in grade 5 know and tell many stories, and they have even written and created their own illustrated stories. This time, I decided to assign a task that is related to story illustrations but would not be on paper or in the form of a book. In fact, it would be impermanent. They had to work in groups and create outdoor artworks in which they used only natural materials or found objects sourced from the school campus. Of course, they were also given the condition that they could not harm plants by plucking flowers and had to source from what had fallen on the ground. During the activity, each group selected a story and decided on a scene that they would depict in their artwork. Once outdoors, they quickly got to work as they picked stones, pebbles, twigs, leaves, flower petals, and so on. They busily 318. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Discussed their ideas as every material triggered their imagination to improvise on the spot, make changes in their visual, and even come up with their own stories. The students had to think differently and be creative to find the objects to convey the shapes, forms, colors, and ideas they had in mind. One group decided to use a drinking water tumbler with a little water to become a well in their artwork. The time limit to complete their work in one period also made them be mindful of their plan, and they worked energetically and efficiently. Some groups borrowed ideas from others as they saw them using different materials. When all groups completed their artwork, each group presented their story along with the artwork and the others responded to their artworks by telling them what they found interesting in their use of materials, how their compositions conveyed different ideas and stories, and what they each learned from the process. The groups also reflected on the collaborative experiences within their groups. Examples of materials that are available in stores: chalk, crayons, pastels, paints, watercolor, poster color, tempera, acrylics, inks, rangoli powder, a variety of fibers and threads for textile arts, cotton, nylon, wool, silk, etc. Gums and adhesives, paper and cardboard in various sizes and thickness, fabric in a variety of textures, prints, and patterns. Rubber, wooden boards and blocks in smooth, textured and carved variants, plates and sheets of different metals varying in luster and thickness, beads, wires, straws, and rods made of different materials. B. Tools. While selecting tools and instruments across the arts, the student age group, their prior knowledge, and exposure to various tools and instruments need to be considered. Students learn the knowledge of I. Appropriate selection of tools and instruments. E. Grasping, holding, and operating tools and instruments. E. Safety precautions in using the tools and instruments. IV. Care for the tools and instruments. Examples of tools and instruments used in the visual arts: pencils, pens, markers, brushes, rollers. Erasers, spongers, palettes, sharpeners, scissors, cutters, scrapers, knives, needles, pliers, punch, potter's wheel, wooden modeling tools, spoons, spatula, palette knives, carving tools, hammer, mallet, chisels, files, saw, hand drill, measuring instruments like measuring tape, scales, compass, protractors, weighing scales, recording equipment like cameras, digital software and applications. Sewing machines can be introduced at the secondary stage. 319. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Examples of tools and instruments used in the performing arts: natural materials, pitch pipes, tuners, traditional, electronic or digital forms of surpeti, shruti box, tanpur, tambura, metronome, tabla and other tala aids, ektara, a variety of percussion instruments, selected string instruments, wind instruments, string instruments, harmonium, keyboards, bells, ghungroos, lighting equipment for stage, sound equipment like microphones, amplifiers, mixers, speakers, recording equipment for video and audio, costumes, jewelry, makeup, stage props, and sets. C. Techniques. All art forms can be introduced to children across the stages with age-appropriate techniques and relevant adaptations in materials and tools. Teachers must choose techniques and processes that are suitable for students based on their age, attention span, interest, prior knowledge and experience, and also consider knowledge, skills, and dispositions that are desirable at every stage. For example, the technique of working on a potter's wheel requires a variety of motor skills and strength, which may be more appropriate for students in the middle or secondary stages. At the preparatory stage, students can be introduced to pottery techniques that don't require a wheel, like pinch pottery or coil pottery techniques. As a precursor to the technique of weaving, students in the preparatory stage can be introduced to the techniques of braiding, using palm fronds or thick jute ropes. In the middle and secondary stages, students can learn to make simple handheld looms and weave with wool and jute, and try basket weaving too. Examples of techniques and processes used in the visual arts: drawing, sketching, journaling, painting, dyeing, printing, pottery and ceramics, photography, film and video, animation, collage, assemblage, construction, building, modeling, carving, engraving, etching, embossing, digital fabrication, braiding, weaving and knitting, cutting, sewing and embroidery. Examples of techniques and processes used in the performing arts: warm-up games, exercises and activities for voice, instruments and body movement, brainstorming, mind mapping, noting and visualizing ideas on the board, drama games, image making or tableaus, motionless individuals making a still scene, improvisations and their different variations, scene work, stagecraft, rehearsal techniques, run-throughs, techniques for ensemble, group performance, solo performance, movement choreography, composing music, reading and writing poems, stories, scripts, and musical notation. 6.6.2.3 Artists and their practice. An insight into the lives of artists, their practices, and the environment that supports their practice helps students develop an appreciation for the arts and enhances their cultural sensibilities. Exposure to lecture demonstrations by various artists, men, women, and transgender, who are known locally, regionally, nationally and internationally across different periods, would inspire students to engage with art forms. 320. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 6.6.2.4 Arts Etiquette and Ethics. Students of all stages must be introduced to arts etiquette and ethics, e.g., conventions of salutation, bowing to the audience, acknowledging all the people involved in the production, including credits of sources and resources that were used during production, habits of cleaning and caring for tools and instruments. In the secondary stage, students could also be introduced to intellectual property rights, fair use, and the laws that relate to creative ideation, production, and dissemination. 6.6.2.5 Familiar themes. Familiar themes make the thinking, making, and appreciation of art more accessible to students. Themes like life and work of people, traditions and cultures, characteristics and arrangements of objects, living beings in the natural environment, stories, folk tales, myths, legends, poetry and other forms of literature, values like love, friendship, equality, justice, and concepts like war, peace, education, and health give some direction to creative thinking and expression. 6.6.2.6 Interdisciplinary practice. The social sciences and the arts are closely interlinked. History, arts, archaeology, architecture, conservation, contemporary crafts traditions and contemporary arts practices can all be explored through the lens of examining the social, economic and cultural lives of people. Similarly, language, literature and arts are to be viewed as different forms of cultural expression and human communication. Concepts like symmetry can be explored through the language of visual arts, crafts, dance, movement, and mathematics. Sound and its properties can be studied through music, drama, physics, biology, and language. Color can be explored through visual arts and craft practices such as natural dyeing, geography, chemistry, physics, biology, and political science, issues of race and color. More such content can be chosen for arts integration practices. 6.6.2.7 Content packages for students and handbooks for teachers. Arts education will require thoughtful designing of content that encourages multisensorial exploration and learning. A conventional form of a textbook may not be suitable or adequate for effective arts learning, and it will need workbooks and instructional manuals. All of the arts would require a well-organized archive of resources, online and offline versions, that contain good quality images, audio, videos, and multimedia resources adequately supported by text, audio information to describe the artworks in the archives. Content in the archives must represent the artistic and cultural richness of every region in the country from past to contemporary. Such archives could be used in designing modules for each art form while allowing room for the local arts too. Content packages for students must include exploratory activities that encourage them to interpret artworks, experiment with materials and tools, exercise their imagination, and express their ideas and feelings openly. All content should be inclusive and made accessible to students. 321. National Curriculum Framework for School Education with Disabilities. Active student exploration, engagement, guided and independent practice, reflection, reattempting expression, and building aesthetic capacities across age groups are the spirit and vision of arts education. Content packages must reflect these demands. A well-designed handbook for teachers of every stage would help the teachers understand the aims, learning standards, and appropriate content and pedagogy for arts education through illustrative classroom examples. These handbooks must have suggested lesson plans and assessment frameworks for hands-on activities with the time required for these. Pre-service training and in-service training can teach teachers to meaningfully use the content and methods suggested in the handbooks. 322. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 6.7 Pedagogy. Knowing how students learn the arts is important to plan for effective pedagogical strategies in arts education. The following are some things to keep in mind in this regard. Developmental stages in children also directly correlate to their aesthetic development. Recent research has found that very young children make free associations with art based on their own experiences without much external influence. As they grow, they develop a preference towards realism. They appreciate the artist's technique, skill, patience, and hard work. In their adolescent years, they begin to value originality, emotional expression, and creativity. These phases of artistic development can be observed across the visual and performing arts too. The ages are not absolute and valid for each student, as some may skip individual phases in the development of their artistic expressions, or at times fall back on an earlier one. A balance of guided exploration and free play is necessary for students to appreciate art. They should learn to think reflectively about the arts, practice making artwork, and incorporate ideas and methods into the personal art-making process progressively. All students, regardless of their differing abilities, can engage in arts activities. They must be encouraged to openly exchange ideas and express themselves. Art classes must foster peer learning and an appreciation of diversity. Exploring and building on capacities must be the essence of art classes. Arts education not only develops skills, craft of making, performance, but also parallelly develops creative thinking capacities, expression of emotions, and aesthetic sensibilities. An arts teacher needs to have a deep knowledge of the arts and an approach to teaching the arts that is not necessarily driving students to become artists themselves. Content and processes can be effective when they are stage-specific. For example, in the preparatory stage, the emphasis would be on expression and communication, whereas by the time they reach the middle and secondary stages, they would be introduced to more specific frameworks in the thinking, making and responding processes. Given below are some common underlying pedagogic principles that will be applicable across all stages of school education. Box B 6.7i. Skills required for arts teaching. An arts teacher in the preparatory stage must have a clear understanding of the aims of education and arts education, a familiarity with the stage-wise curricular goals, grade-wise competencies, and related learning outcomes described in Ncf for arts education, a basic understanding of the nature of art forms as areas of knowledge, and a high inclination towards continuous self-study in arts. Added to the expectations mentioned for teaching in the preparatory stage, an arts teacher for the middle stage must have an awareness of local art and cultural practices, the ability to make connections between local art and cultural practices with the stage-wise competencies of arts education, and help children in developing respect towards multiple arts and cultural practices from their region, state. 323. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. A secondary stage arts teacher must have disciplinary specialization and a rigorous understanding of the arts. They must be able to develop an interest amongst students in any one form of visual or performing arts and develop an appreciation for diverse art practices and traditions in India. They must demonstrate rigor and regularity in art teaching processes, rehearsals, performances, making, displays at the school level and inter-school events, be able to motivate students to imaginatively apply learned artistic methods, create an environment of respect for multiple viewpoints and a variety of arts and cultural practices from different parts of India, and spend their time with students looking at and engaging with many forms of artworks from across the country and the world. Based on the above features of how students learn the arts, the following are some principles of arts education pedagogy. A. Arts education must be process-focused. The products of art and performances are organic consequences of the various artistic processes that are in themselves enjoyable and instances of learning achievement. A teacher would therefore need to closely observe every student's involvement in the processes of thinking, making, responding and appreciating the artwork. B. Pedagogy must be driven by students' experience and collaboration. When students' expressions become the starting point in art classes, they would be able to connect arts concepts more meaningfully, and this provokes them to discover new ways of understanding their own experiences. All arts activities need to encourage dialogue and collaborative work, where the sharing of ideas nurtures care and concern for multiple viewpoints and expressions. For example, when a teacher discusses the variety of organic and geometric shapes that can be observed in various examples of local forms of visual arts, the chances of discovering and identifying different types of triangles, circles, and amoeboid shapes would be much greater than if the teacher were to begin by drawing a triangle on the board and telling students to use it in their artworks. C. Variety, variations, and interdisciplinary practice must be encouraged. The arts are all about variety, perceiving and creating variations even while repeating or reproducing tasks. The focus of the arts is to discover newness even in the most familiar experiences. Arts pedagogy should therefore encourage students to stretch their imagination to find multiple ways of expressing their ideas and emotions in arts and other subjects. Drama and theatre by nature are composite art forms that include knowledge and processes of visual arts, crafts, design, literature, music, dance and movement. It is important for students to not only gain embodied experiences through the arts, but also discover and articulate the connections across disciplines, and how they are experienced through different art forms. Teachers need to identify concepts and themes that interlink the knowledge of different disciplines and explore interdisciplinary pedagogies through projects, teacher collaborations, and by inviting artists and experts from other fields. 324. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Teacher's Voice B 6.7i, to be edited. Music and movement. Rhythm is an important element in music, dance, and movement. All students instinctively respond to rhythms. In the music classroom, we often begin with warm-up activities that are guided by rhythm. I either play the dholak or play one of the preset rhythms on the keyboard we have in school. I give the students names of animals or vehicles or objects as prompts, which they interpret on their own through rhythm and movement. There are two objectives of this activity. The first is that they listen to the rhythm and move their body according to its tempo. The second is that they get comfortable with moving their bodies freely and gradually overcome any self-consciousness. We first ensure that there is enough space for free movement, and no one gets hurt. When I say, "Jalebi slow," they start moving different parts of their body to mimic the squiggly shape of a jalebi. Each child moves differently according to their own imagination and their comfort with their own body. They observe and mimic one another too. When I say, "Jalebi medium," they continue their on-the-spot improvisations and increase the tempo. When I say, "Jalebi fast," they really speed up the movement with great energy and excitement. This helps students imagine and move freely and develop a sense of rhythm. D. Local resources, arts, and culture must be emphasized. The appreciation of local culture in arts pedagogy could provide the needed variation in perspective to popular culture when it also makes room for questioning, analysis, and critical appreciation. As students progress through higher grades, critical examination and appreciation of the arts need to be encouraged. NEP 2020 suggests the hiring of outstanding local artists, writers, craftspersons, and other experts as master instructors in various subjects of local expertise. Accurate inclusion of traditional Indian knowledge including tribal and other local knowledge throughout the curriculum, across humanities, sciences, arts, crafts, and sports, whenever relevant. 325. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Schools could invite local artists, craftspersons, and performers as well as archaeologists, museum employees and other relevant arts administrators to share their work through lecture demonstration workshops, and art melis in schools supported and mediated by the arts teacher. Teacher's Voice B 6.7e, to be edited. Folk art. Manna is the folk art of Rajasthan, Malwa and Nimar. This art form is primarily practiced by women, where they paint patterns on the floor and walls of their homes. They first prepare a base on the ground or wall using cow dung and clay, brick. After that, painting is done on it with the help of chalk. Cotton or a clump of hair is affixed to the end of date twigs to serve as a brush with which they draw and fill color. This year in school, we decided to introduce students to Manna since it is the local art form of this region. We invited a few local artists for a workshop with our students in grade 6 to familiarize them with the processes involved in this art form. Before doing this activity, we also showed some videos to the students which featured well-known national award-winning artists who have specialized in Manna over many decades. This helps students understand how the knowledge and techniques of this art form is passed on through the generations, and how a simple art form like this enhances the beauty of all homes in this region. Through this workshop, students were able to experiment with the materials and processes used in this art form. It also gave them an opportunity to work collaboratively in groups. An interesting incident that occurred on that day was that when parents of other children came to pick them up from school found that a Manna workshop was being conducted, they too got interested and joined in to create their own Mannas. Many of our non-teaching staff also created Mannas that helped students observe and learn from multiple people. The event organically brought people together and students enjoyed learning from their local community. A. Many opportunities for arts exposure and aesthetic appreciation must be made, The larger aim of developing aesthetic sensibilities and cultural literacy can only be achieved when students are given sufficient exposure to good examples of visual and performing arts from different parts of India and the world across genres, and adequate focus on contemporary art practices. Within the school, students could be shown appropriate examples of film, video, animation, photography and images of original works of visual arts and the performing arts, and these could be discussed after viewing. In higher grades, students can be 326. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Encouraged to write art reviews and include them in the Diwar Patrika, wall newspaper, or a monthly school magazine. Assemblies and cultural events must also be seen as opportunities for constructively reviewing performances and the aesthetic arrangements and experiences through the events. Whenever possible, besides classroom teaching, other modes for exposing students to the arts are workshops, projects, exhibitions, visits to museums, and local arts centers would be very valuable learning modes for students. Visits to archaeological sites, monuments, performances of music, food festivals, local folk dances, theatre performances, exhibitions, museums, and art galleries could include specifically planned activities and learning projects both on-site and after returning. F. Students with disabilities must be included. Students with disabilities must be given equal opportunities and access to participate in all art activities. Their participation and engagement will depend on the level and severity of the disability. Their independent working with a focus on what they can do, rather than what they cannot do, would empower them as learners. They should be given the choice of mediums and levels at which they can engage with the activity with adequate encouragement and support from the teacher. For example, some suitable visual arts activities for them might include clay work to build dexterity, dabbling with paints, blending to create new colors, cutting shapes and pieces out of different materials to glue and form abstract patterns, stencils used to trace outside as tracing inside within the confined space might be difficult for them, they can be made to paint with fingers if holding the brush is a problem. Some suitable performing arts activities could include listening to different kinds of music that they are interested in, playing musical instruments like any kind of drums, or encouraging them to create free-form dance and movement to music. Students with disabilities must be included in all art processes including discussions. Their responses could be verbal or non-verbal, and these must be acknowledged, appreciated, and included in the pool of responses and opinions in the classroom. G. The physical space, materials, and resources must be prepared before class. Teachers need to ensure that the materials and the space where arts activities are conducted are prepared and safe for all students. For example, in the visual arts, clay may need to be prepared in advance so that it can be shaped or modeled into different forms. The teacher can either choose to prepare this themselves or in the case of middle and secondary stages, teach the students to prepare. In schools where there may be limited space for performing arts, the teacher could think of moving furniture around to make space for movement activities. Time must also be allocated for students to clear the space, clean the used tools, and put away their materials after work. H. Teachers must prepare with the knowledge of effective pedagogic processes and strategies. Being a good artist cannot automatically imply being good at teaching art, and it is very essential to be an effective arts facilitator for teaching arts. A teacher who may not have specific art skills can facilitate interesting and effective art sessions for students if they have the required knowledge of art pedagogy and the relevant pedagogic skills. Arts pedagogy must include teaching processes like making lesson plans, keeping in mind learning goals, choosing appropriate content and instructional design, and relevant assessment strategies. In the class, strategies such as warm-up activities, exploratory games, exercises, brainstorming, mind mapping, discussing, individually conversing, assigning projects and homework, going on exposure visits, field trips, planning for a question and answer session, and using the board to jot down and consolidate ideas, reflections, and responses would all be useful. 327. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Pedagogic illustration. E.g., theatre. Improvisation is a method used in the dramatic arts that involves spontaneous unscripted action or role play based on any given location or situation during practice. This illustration shows how this method can be introduced and practiced with students at different stages. The corresponding curricular goals, competencies, and learning outcomes are also indicated to map the pedagogy. The pedagogic approach across all stages would follow the common core principles of learning by doing and reflecting, carefully guided by the teacher. Table B 6.7i. ABC. Curricular goals. Preparatory Middle Secondary. 1. CG-3 explores basic processes, materials, and techniques in the arts. CG3 understands and applies artistic elements, processes, and techniques. CG-3 develops own art practice through the knowledge of diverse Indian art forms. Competencies. 2. C-3.1 makes choices while working with materials, tools, and techniques used in the dramatic arts. C-3.1 demonstrates care and basic stage etiquette, and makes informed choices while using various materials, tools and techniques of dramatic arts. C-3.1 extends experimentation in dramatic arts and refines rehearsal techniques through regular practice. Learning outcomes. 3. Participates in individual and group drama games, exercises and identifies their application and purpose for drama works ahead. Practices and presents scene work based on ideas, stories, themes using various elements, and rehearsal techniques. Experiments with rehearsal techniques and run-throughs, e.g., run-through focusing only on gestures and postures, speech patterns, etc. Content progression. 4. Introduction to Improvisation on Idioms 328. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Pedagogic Activity. 5. On-the-spot improvisation for group role play and situation building based on given locations. Create a situation of conflict through improvisation based on the list of characters provided by the teachers. Create a short situation, scene, play based on some idiom, sayings, muhavar, and related to everyday situations. Specific objectives. 6. To understand roles and characters in different situations for drama work. To understand the idea of conflict amongst characters in drama work. To understand the idea of symbolic representation, dramatic metaphor and its connection with the audience in drama work. Considerations at each stage while assigning tasks. 7. Developmental stage of students, their improved capacity to imagine and role-play characters according to given situations. Group size 5 to 7 students per group. Time 10 counts, as facilitated by the teacher. Elements of drama being explored, character and situation. Orientation of exploration towards peer groups in the classroom. Developmental stage of students, their improved capacity to sustain the roles and position of the characters. Group size 7 to 9 students per group. Time 10 minutes of preparation time. Elements of drama being explored, character and conflict. Orientation of exploration towards an external audience. Developmental stage of students, their improved capacity to retrieve previous experiences, sustain the role and position of the characters, situations, and represent their ideas through various symbols. Group size 9 to 11 students per group. Time 20 minutes of preparation time. Elements of drama being explored, symbolization and dramatic metaphor. Orientation towards performance for an external audience. Activity process followed at the preparatory stage. Step 1. Stage consideration group size. The teacher divides the whole class into 6 subgroups of 5 students each. Step 2. Stage consideration time. One by one, each group comes to the area marked as the performing space in the classroom. Step 3. Stage consideration elements of drama being explored. The teacher assigns 3 locations to each group for them to imagine and develop a situation, scene involving different characters and actions through role play. Locations could be home, railway station, sabzi mandi, vegetable market, principal's room, hospital, panchayat bhavan, playground and so on. 329. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Step 4. Stage consideration orientation of exploration. In 10 counts given by the teacher, the students discuss the characters, fix their roles and start playing the situation immediately, spontaneously. The students have to go on playing until the teacher says, freeze, to stop the role play. Step 5. Stage consideration developmental stage of students. After the presentation of each group, the teacher can lead the session for reviewing the exercise with the following suggested questions. What did you do in this exercise? What did you like in this exercise? What did you achieve through the exercise, as a team and as an individual? How did you decide about the characters and situation? What were the challenges you faced while discussing and playing the situation? The review can be done by the teacher from 2 points of view, i.e., own review of the performing groups and other groups as an audience. Step 6. The teacher writes the reflection of the students on the board while also introducing details of the technique of role play and situation building. 330. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 6.8 Assessment. Assessment in the arts would help teachers, students, and families of the students understand the learning achievements of students, giving a clear description of the strengths, challenges, and interests of every student, and where support can be offered or taken for growth. In the arts, care must be taken to see that assessment does not place too much focus on a singular judgment, rather it should be a collaborative process of feedback between teachers and students over multiple instances. Given that the arts celebrate individual expression and creativity, as well as the fact that the arts rely on individual subjectivity, assessment in the arts must distribute its focus across the students' thinking, making, and appreciating capacities. 6.8.1 Principles of Assessment in the Arts. A. Assessment requires both teachers and students to be aware of the learning standards that need to be achieved. This also implies that students can clarify what they are expected to do and openly share their difficulties in meeting those expectations. B. Assessment must be approached with the fundamental belief that all students can be creative. C. Assessment of learning in the arts needs to be based on evidence that includes their engagement and participation beyond that which is observed in the art classroom and school premises. A. Assessment in the arts is most effective when it includes processes of self-assessment, peer assessment, and assessment by the teacher, as these correlate with the responding and appreciating processes carried out in arts activities. 6.8.2 Guidelines for Assessment in the Arts. A. Criteria for assessment in the arts need to be framed around the art processes of making, thinking, and appreciating. The criteria must be communicated and discussed with students so that they are aware of the learning expectations. I. Making capacities can be assessed by observing the students' physical and psychomotor skills while using a variety of materials, tools, instruments, and techniques, steady and firm grip while holding tools, clarity in visual elements. Their ability to generate a variety in expressions, e.g., variety of visual effects, variety of musical sounds, variety of body movements, variety of speech intonations. Their ability to present their works, e.g., communication of ideas and visual presentation in front of an audience. and their ability to work individually and collaboratively, e.g., cooperation with peers, seeking and offering help. E. Thinking capacities can be assessed by observing the student's cognitive skills like ideation, creativity, imagination, organization, comparing, analyzing, reflection, exploration, experimentation, persistence, criticality, and communication. For example, if a student in middle stage chooses to copy imagery from a photograph, their creativity can be assessed by the tools they use to replicate it. Using the technique of using a grid 331. National Curriculum Framework for School Education may be more creative than directly tracing from a photograph. If a student chooses to use a grid despite knowing that tracing may be easier, it reflects their persistence to challenge themselves. Adding one's own elements, or modifying the images copied from another source would reflect a student's imaginative capacities. I. Appreciating capacities can be assessed by observing students' ability to observe and respond to works of art with sensitivity and attention to detail. Their use of art vocabulary, their ability to express aesthetic preferences, empathy, and respect for diverse and multiple viewpoints, e.g., a student may respond to the texture of an artwork by saying, "Its texture is prickly and makes me feel a little uncomfortable." Another student may respond differently to the same work and express that the prickly sensation conveys a sense of danger. B. Consider the student's learning and performance across a longer period, taking into account the various artistic processes, and not limit the assessment to only a few examples of artworks or performance. C. Consider the inputs gathered from peer assessment and self-assessment processes, as well as informal conversations with students and their family members. D. Include observations of student participation in community arts practices in their homes or larger cultural events. A. Encourage students to develop and maintain a personal art portfolio in both visual and performing arts. Teacher's Voice B 6.8I, to be edited. Art Portfolio. All students in our school have an individual folder in which they store their artworks that are in the form of drawings, collages, paintings, and fabric artworks. I also take photos of their three-dimensional artworks in clay and paper and have a digital folder on the school computer. At the end of every term, I devote 1 or 2 classes for students to manage and consolidate their folder of drawings. They check that the artworks are properly dated and have their name. In case they have forgotten to write the date, they check with their peers and write it down. While they do this, I have individual conversations with some of the students to review their works and reflect on the changes that they observe over time. I have found that most students are able to self-assess and express what they have learned and what they can do better. I take notes during this process. In the higher grades, students are asked to select artworks from their folder to present in an informal classroom exhibition. They also include any artworks of pottery, sculpture, textile arts, story illustrations, posters, and so on that they have created during the term. Some students also write about their art and art processes. If possible, we invite students and teachers from other grades to view the exhibition and provide their feedback. The students enjoy the process since they don't see it as an exam, and are enthusiastic to exhibit their artworks and share it with a larger audience. 332. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 6.8.2.1 Formative Assessment. Formative assessment should be continuous and comprehensive, where multiple contexts are considered as sources and sites for art assessment. Within the art classroom, assessment could be carried out through class discussions, class presentations and reviews, individual conversations with students about their artistic processes, and by the teacher's systematic note-taking practice that records students' participation in the arts and their progress in the development of skills and capacities. 6.8.2.2 Summative Assessment. Summative assessment in the arts could be conducted twice a year across all stages. These should not be events conducted over a couple of hours on just one day. Instead, these could be in the format of projects or week-long events. Some ways of achieving this format could be as follows. A. Project work that is based on the different exercises and activities that students are introduced to during regular art classes. B. Presentation of artworks in the mode of an informal display, exhibition, performance, followed by a peer review process. At the preparatory stage, this could be done at the class level. In the middle stage, this could be done during school assemblies over a week or in the form of a mela at the stage level, and at the secondary stage, this could be imagined in the form of larger events that involve the entire school and an external audience. C. Portfolio of artworks in the visual and performing arts. Summative assessment can have the option of using multimedia resources in both the visual and performing arts to view artworks and respond through written or spoken modes. Care must be taken to retain the artistic and aesthetic nature of the subject, leading to enjoyable experiences in the assessment processes as well. Box B 6.8I. An illustrative assessment scheme for visual arts, middle stage. Formative assessment. CG1 develops openness to explore and express themselves through various art forms. C-1.1 expresses confidently their personal and everyday life experiences through various visual art forms. Learning outcome in grade 6. Openly shares feelings and personal challenges through visual art forms. Feelings can relate to worry, fear, surprise, joy, guilt, anger, humor, sorrow, disgust and all their variations. 333. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Indicators for assessment. 1. The following can be observed during discussions in the classroom, during individual conversations with students, and informal interactions outside the classroom. A. Talks about the feelings they experience in everyday situations at home and in school. B. Discusses their challenges, issues they have with friends and family, issues related to their own appearance or abilities, with peers and teachers. 2. The following can be observed during the process of creating artworks, and after the completion of several artworks. A. Depicts their emotional experiences and personal challenges in their visual artworks through recognizable images, e.g., creates the figure of a person in a hunched posture to express despair or disappointment. B. Depicts their emotional experiences and personal challenges in visual artworks through symbols and abstraction, e.g., expresses their emotions through sizes of forms, textures, and colors. Summative assessment. After completion of 8 or 10 pieces made by every student, including studies, sketches, and a few finalized completed iterations. The learning indicators need to be assessed across these artworks and consolidate the self-assessment, peer assessment, and teacher's assessment. The consolidation can be reflected as given in the table below. Emerging developing proficient. Student very rarely demonstrates learning indicators. They require a lot of support from the teacher. Student sometimes demonstrates learning indicators. They require a few prompts from the teacher. Student always demonstrates learning indicators. They can take cues from the work of their peers, or their own previous work. 334. PART. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 335 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Chapter 7. Interdisciplinary Areas, to be edited. NEP commits to A. Education about the environment and related urgent issues such as climate change and the development of moral and ethical capacities. B. Multidisciplinary education that fosters interdisciplinary learning. Interdisciplinary approach uses knowledge and process capacities from more than one discipline to examine a central theme, situation, event, issue, or concept. The NCF leverages the inherent synergy of these two commitments: good education about the environment and development of moral and ethical capacities requires an interdisciplinary approach. Accurate, valid, nuanced, and comprehensive understanding of the world is by nature interdisciplinary. Thus, interdisciplinary learning is invaluable to understanding the world, to grapple with its issues, to act, and to develop further knowledge. The NCF approaches these two NEP commitments in the following manner. A. In all curricular areas and subjects within them, opportunities exist and have been developed for interdisciplinary learning by appropriately integrating concepts, content, and methods from other subjects, disciplines. B. Subjects at appropriate school stages have been designed for environmental education and the development of moral and ethical capacities in an interdisciplinary manner. In addition, other relevant interdisciplinary subjects will be offered to students at each of the school stages. The two approaches lead to A. At the foundational stage, curricular goals are organized around the domains of development and not specific curricular areas, subjects. Therefore, interdisciplinarity is inherent at this stage. In fact, at this stage, the notion of disciplinary methods and content is not even introduced, and so even the interdisciplinarity is implicit. B. At the preparatory stage, curricular goals are organized into 5 curricular areas: subjects, language, mathematics, arts education, physical education, and world around us. I. World around us, in particular, is designed as an interdisciplinary area, specifically meant to help students observe and understand their immediate social and natural environment. E. At this stage, all subjects will methodically bring in methods and concepts from other subjects, for example, mathematics in language, and vice versa. 336. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. C. At the middle stage, science and social science are introduced. These curricular areas introduce disciplinary methods and understanding. Interdisciplinary learning, including about the environment, is developed through interdisciplinary goals and competencies in the learning standards, and all related curricular actions to achieving those, from content and pedagogy to assessment. A. In the secondary stage there are 8 curricular areas: mathematics and computing, science, social science, humanities, vocational education, physical education, arts education, and specifically designed interdisciplinary subjects, some of which directly address environmental education and ethical and moral capacities. The 7 discipline, field-based subject areas will adopt the same approach as in the middle stage for interdisciplinary learning. In the interdisciplinary areas, I. In grades 9 and 10, the following subjects will be learnt. 1. Individuals in society in grade 9. 2. Environmental education in grade 10. E. In grades 11 and 12, interdisciplinary areas can include a range of subjects, illustratively, sustainability and climate change, public and community health, media and journalism, legal studies, commerce, family and community sciences, legal studies, knowledge of India, Indian knowledge, traditions and practices, Indian knowledge systems. The list and offering of subjects would depend on other practical considerations such as availability of teachers. The specific aims of each interdisciplinary area subject would be to develop an integrated understanding of the chosen subject matter, while developing interdisciplinary capacities. Box B7I. This document is divided into 3 sections which do not follow the progression of the school stages. These sections detail, first, the approach to environmental education throughout the school curriculum, section 11.1. Second, the subject individuals in society in grade 9 to develop specific capacities related to ethical and moral reasoning and engagement with current affairs, section 11.2. And finally, the choice-based courses offered in grades 11 and 12, Section 11.3. 337 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Section 7.1 Environmental Education. Nature has been an integral part of Indian life and traditions. The lives of communities and the environment around them are unconditionally interconnected. The environment includes both Prakriti or nature and Samaj or socio-cultural life of individuals and the community. As humans are a part of this environment, the society we live in also becomes an integral part of the environment. Box B 7.1I. Indian tradition looks upon man and nature as waves of the same river. Life, at its core, is a process of interchange between the environment and human existence. This process is explained by a term yantraruda, which means a wheel fitted with buckets for the irrigation of fields. The constant efforts of humans to preserve the environment, and in turn be preserved by it, is in the form of a cyclical process, with balance and harmony between the environment and humans. A balance and harmony between human societies and nature has been maintained over the centuries. The Constitution of India emphasizes this connect. Among the fundamental duties in the Constitution of India, citizens must protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. However, as human society changed over the centuries, the dependence of humans on nature for individual sustenance has decreased. Additionally, the growing need for roads and polluting transport and industries has degraded the environment in various ways. This has led to an imbalance that has impacted not only the environment but also the well-being of human societies at various levels. Concern for this situation has been expressed by several sections of society, including by the Supreme Court. Recently, Mission Lifestyle for Environment, LIFE, was launched to enable individual action. Box B 7.1E. At the 2021 UN Climate Change Conference, UNFCCC COP26, the Prime Minister of India announced Mission LIFE, Lifestyle for Environment. LIFE is meant to support replacement of the current, use and dispose, economy with mindful and deliberate utilization. Individuals will be encouraged to take up simple activities that can contribute significantly to climate change when taken up worldwide. LIFE plans to create and nurture a global network of individuals, namely, pro-planet people, P3, who will have a shared commitment to adopt and promote environmentally friendly lifestyles. Through the P3 community, the mission seeks to create an ecosystem that will reinforce and enable sustainable environmentally friendly behaviors. 338. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 7.1.1 Preparatory Stage. World around us, students are naturally inclined to observe their natural and social, which includes physical aspects that are connected with humans. 1. Environments. They participate in several interactions, social, with nature, living and non-living things, and relationships within families and communities. They experience emotions related to these experiences. Further, personal and cultural identities are often tied to the local environment. Thus, there is an essential need, especially for young students, to understand their environment. World around us uses the natural curiosity and creativity of students to move towards developing an understanding of their environment. It helps students move from concrete understanding to conceptual understanding. This lays the basis for movement towards more abstract concepts at the end of the middle stage, and in later stages, while preparing them to engage with the larger world. At this stage, students learn best by doing. One way of helping them engage with their environment is to give them materials to work with, and to help them create simple artifacts. Therefore, provocational capacities are integrated naturally into the subject. As children engage with their environment, they represent and express their understanding in different ways. This enables the use of competencies related to other curricular areas as well. World around us thus enables the development of competencies related not only to the environment, but also arts, language, and mathematics. 7.1.1.1 Aims of World Around Us. World Around Us lays the basis for environmental literacy through helping students formalize their informal understanding of the environment. They develop an appreciation of their immediate environment and sensitivity towards their own needs as well as the needs of others. Students also develop process capacities and learn about tools to make sense of their environment. The aims of World Around Us in the school curriculum are to enable students to do the following. A. Engage with social and natural environments. Students become aware of different components of their natural and social environments, as well as their interdependence. They develop capacities to explore their immediate environment. B. Sensitivity and taking action. Students develop sensitivity towards the components of the environment, and develop values and dispositions mentioned in the NEP 2020. They understand the role they can play in improving their immediate environment. They develop a basic understanding of actions they can take to help themselves and others. C. Love and appreciation for natural and social environment. Students see the beauty in form, color, shape, structure in the natural environment, and in social processes that strengthen values and dispositions, and nurture individuals and society. One human-made environment comprises roads, buildings, cities, waste, etc. 339 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 7.1.1.2 Approach. The approach will be to focus on the immediate environment of students, with gradual progression of some aspects beyond the city, town, village at the end of the preparatory stage. The interdisciplinary approach taken will reflect the lives of children. This will also ensure that students develop a holistic view of the world, with an understanding of relationships and interdependencies. Knowledge, values, and dispositions will be developed through various sources from the locality, region, and country. Focus will be on stories, poems, narratives, folklore, histories, and games from diverse sources. Vocational education will be integrated in world around us through the development of prevocational capacities. Capacities related to understanding the occupations around them, observing, and engaging with animals and plants, and creating simple objects lay the foundation for development of vocational capacities in the middle stage. The pedagogy at this stage will lend itself to the development of prevocational capacities, for example, maintaining flower pots, kitchen gardens, clay modeling, and dialogue with shopkeepers during visits to the local markets. 7.1.1.3 Nature of knowledge. Knowledge in world around us is concrete, not abstract, and related to the real world. It is developed through exploration, discovery, dialogue with peers and adults, visits and excursions, observations, and creating artifacts. It is also developed through stories, poems, folklore, and other forms of arts and literature. A. World around us brings together the understanding of different aspects to derive generalized concepts related to students' immediate environment. These concepts are largely around patterns, processes, social and natural, and interconnections between the environment and human society. B. World around us provides process capacities and provide tools to make sense of and to interact with their immediate environment. C. World around us develops environmental values and dispositions, aesthetic values, appreciation of diversity, love and respect for all beings, acceptance of multiple points of view, sensitivity towards the use of resources, concern for dignity, justice, and rights of all beings. 7.1.1.4 Subject-specific challenges. At present, teachers do not have specific expertise to teach world around us. Generally, teachers who take up environmental science, EVS, in grades 3 to 5 have a degree in science or social science. Generally, social science teachers teach EVS, since there are multiple vacancies for science teachers. As there is no formal structure to prepare teachers for EVS, often the focus tends to be of the subject they are comfortable with. Activities indicated in the current syllabus of EVS are generally done in isolation. Their continuity with learning is missing. For example, if students go on a visit, there is no discussion related to concepts once they return. 340. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Content related to the natural environment is managed easily by teachers, but where the social environment is concerned, teachers are unable to drive discussions, despite the content providing sufficient opportunities. So, activities are once again done in isolation. A major issue is that societal practices and observations are often the opposite of what is taught and discussed in schools. This defeats the basic purpose of this subject. If teachers are not reflective, these practices appear in their practice, and may contradict what is in the textbook. 7.1.1.5 Learning Standards. The curricular goals and competencies for world around us indicate the expectations from students related to understanding of the environment at this stage. A structured exploration of the environment develops understanding, as well as the capacities to deepen and extend this understanding. 7.1.1.5.1 Curricular Goals and Competencies. Curricular goals, competencies and illustrative laws will be further fine-tuned. CG1 explores the natural and social environment in their surroundings. C-1.1 observes and identifies the natural, insects, plants, birds, animals, geographical features, sun and moon, soil, and social, houses, relationships, components in their immediate environment. C-1.2 describes structures, relationships, and traditions in the family and community. C-1.3 asks questions and makes predictions about simple patterns, season change, food chain, rituals, celebrations, observed in the immediate environment. C-1.4 explains the functioning of local institutions, family, school, bank, post office, market, and panchayat, in different forms, story, drawing, tabulating data, noting discussion, and analyzes their role. C-1.5 creates simple objects, family tree, envelopes, origami animals, on their own using local materials. CG2 understands the interdependence in their environment through observation and experiences. C-2.1 identifies natural and human-made systems that support their lives, water supply, water cycle, river flow system, life cycle of plants and animals, food, household items, transport, communication, electricity in the home. C-2.2 describes the relationship between the natural environment and cultural practices in their immediate environment, nature of work, food, traditions. C-2.3 expresses the changes in the lives of their family and community as communicated by elders and through local stories, changes in occupation, food habits, resources, celebrations, communication. 341 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. CG3 explains how to ensure the safety of self and others in different situations. C-3.1 describes the basic safety needs and protection, health and hygiene, food, water, shelter, precautions, awareness of emergency situations, of humans, birds, and animals. C-3.2 discusses how to prepare for emergency situations, pandemic, floods, landslide, unseasonal rains, based on discussions with family and community, or personal experiences. C-3.3 develops simple labels, slogans, and participates in role play on safety and protection in the local environment to be displayed, done in school and locality. CG4 develops sensitivity towards social and natural environment. C-4.1 observes and describes diversity among plants, birds, and animals in their immediate environment, shape, sounds, food habits, growth, habitat. C-4.2 observes and describes cultural diversity in their immediate environment, food, clothing, games, different seasons, festivals related to harvest and sowing. C-4.3 observes and describes natural resources in their immediate environment, and their use. C-4.4 discusses how natural resources can be shared and maintained, growing vegetables in flower pots, kitchen gardens, use of rainwater. C-4.5 identifies needs of plants, birds, and animals, and how they can be supported, water, soil, food, care. C-4.6 identifies the needs of people in different situations, access to resources, equal opportunities, work distribution, shelter. CG5 develops the ability to read and interpret simple maps. C-5.1 explains a mental map of their school, village, and ward. C-5.2 reads simple maps of city, state, and country to identify natural and human-made features, well, lake, post office, school, hospital, etc. with reference to symbols and directions. C-5.3 draws a sketch of their school, village and ward using symbols and directions. CG6 uses data and information from various sources to investigate questions related to their immediate environment. C-6.1 performs simple investigations related to specific questions independently or in groups. C-6.2 presents observations and findings through different creative modes: drawing, diagram, poem, play, skit, through oral and written expression. 342. PARTB. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. 7.1.1.5.2 Illustrative Learning Outcomes. Curricular Goal, CG4, develops sensitivity towards natural and social environment. Competency, C-4.3, observes and describes natural resources in their immediate environment, and their use. Table B 7.1e. ABC. Competency, observes and describes natural resources in their immediate environment, and their use. Grade 3, Grade 4, Grade 5. 1. Lists various natural resources in their locality. Explains how water reaches different households, plants, and animals. Analyses whether all households have the same water sources. 2. Lists the material used in construction of houses around them. Explains how unclean water causes diseases. Establishes linkages of resources with cultural life, climate, and terrain based on its access and usage. 3. Observes and discusses available water resources and who they cater to within the locality. Identifies the different kinds of soil found around them. 4. Collects and presents data through visits on any one of the water resources. 7.1.1.6 Content. 7.1.1.6.1 Principles of Content Selection. The following principles will inform the selection of content for world around us. A. Content selected should help sharpen competencies through enabling task-oriented activities that are thoughtfully planned and connected to concepts. It must enable essential process capacities, observation, data collection and analysis, discussion, etc. For example, I. Assign tasks based on the natural curiosity of specific questions, assumptions of students. They could be asked to observe and record the growth of plants from seeds under different conditions, in different kinds of soil, under different amount of sunlight. E. Extend this experience to students' own lives and ask them to describe their observations on how crops grow, plants grow in pots. They can discuss the various uses of plants. 343 Part B. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. E. Organize visits to local markets, fairs, museum, local mandi, monuments, etc., and share observations and experiences throughout the processes using different modes. B. Content selected should enable maximum possible social interaction and interaction with the natural environment. For example, Identity and relationships within family and community. Plants and animals. Own body. Geographical features. Transportation and communication. Institutions. Migration of families. Different habits in different communities, food, practices, traditions. Food habits and shelter of animals. Various local traditional art forms. Festivals and celebrations. Community eating and marriage celebration. Day and night patterns. Sun, moon, and stars. etc. C. Content selected should reflect diversity and must be inclusive while developing sensitivity. For example, Geographical, flora, fauna diversity around them. Impact of hot weather or excessive rain on plants and animals. Practices related to work, especially with reference to gender, division of labor at home, food distribution in families, understanding context of migrant laborers. D. Content must cater to different communities, languages, and different kinds of people. A. Content of environmental education should be contextual and related to the immediate environment. At the same time, exposure to different contexts is also important, multiple geographies, genders, communities, etc. For example, if the concept of transport has to be discussed, content can include the pictures in the textbook, discussion of modes of transport in the community, sharing